May tabo bitaw. May labos. Ipakidiscuss. Saan yung mga...
Lahat ng nakaliligid dyan. Kamusta na? Ayos na. Ayos.
Ha?
Silent prayer.
Sorry ka dyan? Session is called to order. Everybody is requested to rise for the singing of our national anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting, sa manlulupit, di ka pasisingil, sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong baghang, may nilang ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kisap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagpinigil, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng waraming pagsikta, buhay ay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya na pag may mga atin, at mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Let's bow our heads for a minute of silent prayer and meditation. Secretary General is directed to call the roll. Majority Leader,
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
session suspended. DepEd. Apple. Yes. Barong to. Okay. Wala. Lahat. Uy, huwag mo i-question. Drops. Session resume.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority
I
Leader,
move that in the meantime, we defer the calling of the roll.
Is there no objection? Hearing none, please proceed. Majority Leader.
Likewise, Mr. Speaker, I move that we defer the approval of the journal of the previous session.
There is a motion to defer the approval of the journal. Any objection? Hearing none, please proceed.
May we now proceed with the calendar of the unfinished business, Mr. Speaker. And for this purpose, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8980 and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Secretary General, you're directed. Please, as stated. Thank you.
House Bill 8980, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024.
To
Majority
defend the budget, I move that we take up the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs, and for this purpose, Sino ba magde-defend? I move for the recognition of the distinguished gentleman from Nueva Ecija, the Honorable Villalago, to respond to sponsor the measure, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Sponsor of the Department of Foreign Affairs, please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sa akin po mga kapwa mamabatas sa mababang kapulungan, sa Department of Foreign Affairs Family na panginunahan po ni Secretary Enrique Manalo, mga panuhin at ating po mga kababayan nakikinig, isang magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Mr. Speaker, isang pribilehiyo at karangalan ang humarap sa inyo bilang isa sa mga sponsor ng budget po ng Department of Foreign Affairs. Kasama po ng inyong lingkod, si Representative Abante, Representative Fuentabella at Representative Haresco para po sa fiscal year 2024. Hindi lingid sa kalaman ng karamihan ang kagawaran ng ugnayang panlabas ng Pilipinas o ang Department of Foreign Affairs ay isa sa pinaka-epektibo na ahensya ng pamahalaan gamit ang kanilang budget para sa kasalukuyang taong 2023. Maraming programa silang nailunsad at milyon-milyon mga kababayan ang kanila pong napaglingkuran. Para naman po, Mr. Speaker, sa fiscal year 2024, ang budget proposal ng Department of Foreign Affairs at mga attached agencies nito ay nasa 24.058 bilyong piso. Ito po ay nasa 0.417% lamang ng kabuuang 5.76 trillion na national budget. Mr. Speaker, sa kabila nito, maasahan ng mga mamayan ang tunay, delikadad at maayos sa paglilingkod ng buong Department of Foreign Affairs. The principal tenets of the DFA include promoting our national and economic security, advancing cultural and public diplomacy, and providing assistance to nationals and consular services. With 94 foreign service posts located across the world, the DFA serves nearly 11 million overseas Filipinos. We also have 37 consular offices in the Philippines catering to our needs. Mr. Speaker, ang DFA din po ay katuwang ng bawat Pilipino sa pagtaguyod ng ating pong nasyonal na interes at pagdaigdigang level. Gamit bilang gabay ang principle that independent foreign policy, meron tayong series of bilateral and multilateral engagements sa iba't ibang mga nasyon at international organizations na layunin ang pagtibayin ang ating economic at defense cooperation at diplomatic relations sa kabila ng mga banta at sa ating soberanya at karapatan bilang isang bansa. Sa katunayan, nagkaroon po tayo ng produktibong diskusyon kasama ang United States, Japan, India, Australia, Canada, at marami pa hong iba. Aktibo rin ang pakikilahok ng ating pong mga opisyal at kinatawan sa mga dialogo kasama ang ating pong ASEAN neighbors. Sa nagdaang 77th United Nations General Assembly naman, binigyan din ni President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. ang pagkakaisa ng mga bansa o solidarity sa harap ng pandaigdigang issue. Mr. Speaker, lagi ring sinisiguro ng Department of Foreign Affairs ang kapakanan ng ating pong mga kababayan sa loob at labas ng bansa. The DFA accepts and facilitates the international humanitarian assistance for our country's COVID-19 response and disaster response. Nabigyan din ng tulong ang nasa 70,000 na mga overseas Filipinos as of June 30, 2023 sa ilalim ng Assistance to National Fund. Halos 2,000 naman po ng ating mga kababayan na nabigyan ng karapatang tulong legal sa pamamagitan naman po ng Legal Assistance Fund. Sinisiguro po, Mr. Speaker, ng DFA ang pagtulong sa mga OFWs natin na nagtatrabaho sa mga bansang walang Migrant Workers Office. Patuloy rin ang pagtulong sa mga Filipino nationals natin na hindi OFWs o temporary workers lamang. Gaya na lamang po ng mga estudyante, turista, dual citizens at permanent residents. Mr. Speaker, sa mga nangyaring lindol sa Turkey at krisis sa Sudan, hindi pinabayaan ng Department of Foreign Affairs ang nasa tinatayang 800 na katao. Nagbigay din assistance sa nasa 6,000 returnees from Sabah. The DFA also closely monitored the situation in Maui, Hawaii, wherein thousands of acres of land were razed by wildfires. The DFA immediately aided our affected Filipinos in Hawaii, Mr. Speaker. Tumutulong din sa pag-rescue ang ating mga kababayan na naging biktima ng trafficking sa Southeast Asia. In fact, the DFA facilitated the repatriation of 12 Filipino trafficking victims in Myanmar. Mr. Speaker, sa pangunguna po ni Secretary Manalo, masusing ginagampanan ng DFA ang paghandog ng consular services sa mga nangangailangan po nito. May bagong mga tinatag na consular offices, gaya na lamang po sa Pagadian. May 7 dagdag na temporary offsite passport services na binuksan noong 2022. Mas mabilis na pag-release po ng mga passport sa NCR at mga probinsya. Nasa 20 milyon na ang passport na nai-issue at 320,000 na apostille certificates, Mr. Speaker. Halos 80,000 visas mula po Enero 2023 hanggang Hulyo 2023. Mr. Speaker, muli rin napanatili ng DFA ang kanilang ISO certificate, which certifies that the DFA has consistently achieved effective and quality management as an organization. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, with just a fraction of the 5.7 trillion national budget, the DFA never wavered in effectively carrying out its mandate. That is to protect and promote Philippine interests in the global community. Nais ko pong ipanawagan sa aking pong mga kapwa manambabatas, samahan niyo po ang lingkod at ang aking pong mga co-sponsors sa pagbibigay ng buong suporta at tiwala sa Department of Foreign Affairs. Tiyak na malayo mararating ng 24.058 billion na proposed budget para po sa pagpapatupad ng mga mahalagang programa ng Department of Foreign Affairs sa taong 2024. Gaya na lamang po ng mga sumusunod. Una, pagtataas ng kamalayan ukol sa 2016 Arbitral Award. Pangalawa, pagpapalawig sa talakayan kasama ang ating po mga traditional allies, pati na rin po ang patuloy na pakikipag-ugnayan sa ating po non-traditional partners. Pangatlo, pagkampanya para sa isang pwesto sa United Nations Security Council para po sa taong 2027-2028. Pangapat, pagbubukas po ng 4 na bagong foreign service post. At panglima, pagbubukas ng karagdagang consular offices sa ating pong bansa. Mr. Speaker, ang inyong lingkod din po ay naniniwala sa pamamagitan ng inyong walang sawang suporta, maabot natin ang ating pumitiin para sa kaunlad ng ating pong mga Pilipino sa loob at labas ng ating pong bansa, para sa isang matatag na Republika ng Pilipinas. Maraming salamat po at Mr. Speaker, ang inyong pong lingkod ay handa na sumagot sa mga katanungan para po sa budget ng DFA for 2024. Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, the gentleman from Nueva Ecija, 2nd District, Joseph Gilbert F. Biolago. Sir, but before I recognize the Majority Leader, permit me to acknowledge the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies headed by Secretary Enrique Manalo. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs, Secretary Enrique Manalo, Undersecretary Antonio Morales, Undersecretary Jesus Domingo, Undersecretary Maria Teresa Lazaro, Undersecretary Pedro Cesar Rambuanga Jr., Assistant Secretary Adrian Bernie Candolada, Assistant Secretary Jose Victor Chan Gonzaga, Assistant Secretary Eileen Mendiola Rao, Assistant Secretary Alan Deniega, Assistant Secretary Arvin De Leon, Assistant Secretary Daniel Espiritu, Assistant Secretary Domingo Nolasco, Assistant Secretary Maria Elena Algabre, Assistant Secretary Maria Teresa Almohelia, Assistant Secretary Patrick Chuasoto, Assistant Secretary Paul Raymond Cortez, Assistant Secretary Paul Vincent Uy, FSI Director General Francisco Noel Fernandez III, UNCP Secretary General Ivan Anthony Henares, and TCCP Chair Alternate Mary Ann Padua.
Once again, magandang umaga to DFA Majority Leader. Let us proceed. Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize our Minority Leader, Marcelino Libanan, from 4-piece party list to interpellate the Senate.
Majority Leader. Minority Leader. Libanan of the 4-piece party list. Maing buntag, sir. Please proceed. You have the floor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. Would the distinguished sponsor yield to some interpellation?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have been hearing and looking at reports on an event which happened in Canada. Mr. Speaker, if there is something untoward which involves our officials, former officials of our country, we expect the Department of Foreign Affairs to give us a statement and enlighten us what really occurred or transpired in this occasion. Mr. Speaker, there has been raw report on the interception of our former PNP chief, Rodolfo Azuren, in Canada. Can the distinguished sponsor and department enlighten us why, what, how, what really occurred a few days ago with our former, what transpired in Canada with our former PNP chief?
Mr. Speaker, if I'm not mistaken, yung pong incident na to, it happened only a few days ago. And General Azurin voluntarily went to Canada and bigla po siyang bumalik ng bansa. And the Canadian government is trying to look into it, what happened. And Canadian embassy will go back to our Philippine embassy to relay what really happened in that incident, Mr. Speaker.
Ang ibig po bang sabihin, papunta siya sa Canada, tapos while at the migration gates, hinold siya at ibinalik siya dito? Ganun po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, para nagkaroon po ng misunderstanding, misinterpretation dun sa nangyari. And the Canadian government expressed their regrets with the miscommunication, Mr. Speaker.
Mayroon po bang report ang ating embahada sa Canada tungkol sa incidenting ito, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, meron pong report, Mr. Speaker.
Can the distinguished sponsor give us that report kung mayroon po man, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, due to for privacy purposes, hindi pa madidivulge yung report na yun, Mr. Speaker.
Mayroon po tayong Office of the Speaker na pwedeng isubmit sa kanya kung confidential man yan. I think, Mr. Speaker, gawin natin ang ating nararapat na gawin, lalo na budget hearing po ito. You have to show Congress that your office is functioning properly, Mr. Speaker. Napaka-importante po itong issue na to. Bakit? Ang mangyayari ba, lahat ng former PNP officials natin ay i-intercept sa mga bansang ito at pauwiin sa ating bansa? We have to be clarified in this, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, the DFA will be gladly to report to Office of Speaker. Kaya lang po, as of now, Mr. Speaker, wala pang binibigay na official statement ang Canadian government, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang sabi po ng distinguished sponsor ay may report na natanggap ang ating Department of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, report lang about the incident, but the whole report of what really transpired, hindi kumpleto yun, Mr. Speaker. And the Canadian government will be the one to relay the official statement of the government to our Philippine Embassy, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, did our Department of Foreign Affairs request the Canadian Embassy, the Canadian
Yes, Mr.
Embassy
Speaker, the Philippine Embassy requested
to give us a report?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but as of now, wala pang official statement, Mr. Speaker, ang Canadian government, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if it was an interception at the airport, what did our consulate do? I believe it was Vancouver Airport, Mr. Speaker, tama po ba?
Mr. Speaker, wala nang nagawa ang Philippine Embassy kasi General Azurin voluntary return. Kaya wala nang naging assistance sa Mr. Speaker about the incident.
Ang pagkaintindi ko po, Mr. Speaker, mukhang hindi tayo maliliwanagan dito sa incidenting ito. Tama po ba?
Mr. Speaker, General Azurin went to Canada on his private capacity. So practically, since hindi naman po official yung trip niya, so wala rin pong assistance na magagawa just in case, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, General Azurin is a retired PNP chief, kaya hindi na siyang magbibiyahin ng official capacity. But he served our country. So, we have to know what... hindi naman po ibig sabihin, pag retired ka na, wala nang gagawin ng ating bansa, hindi na magtatanong, hindi na makikialam. Marami sa atin nagsisilbi sa ating bansa at obligasyon pa rin natin kung kailangan natin matulungan, malaman kung anong nangyari sa kanila, kailangan po natin gawin yan. Isa po yan sa mission ng ating Department of Foreign Affairs, lalo na sa ating mga citizens sa ibang bansa, na makialam tayo at malaman kung anong nangyari, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the DFA assures na mag-intervene po tayo, ano? Pero since for private purposes ng ating pong si General Azurin, ayaw na lang po munang pag-usapan in public yung incident, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sino po ang nagsabing ayaw pag-usapan in public, Mr. Speaker?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, it was the Canadian government na para hindi na rin lumaking issue. Pero, Mr. Speaker, we are very willing to provide you the whole details para po sa incident ito, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ayaw ko na rin pahirapan ang ating distinguished sponsor dito. Kaya I would rather, Mr. Speaker, kindly submit a confidential report to the Speaker.
We assure you, Mr. Speaker, that we will submit the confidential report regarding the incident, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang punto ko dito ay pag ganitong mga insidente, we are expecting our Department of Foreign Affairs to to give a report to Congress, especially this kind of matters which are involving one of our former top officials in this country, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished sponsor, maraming salamat po sa ating napakagaling na speaker at sa Majority Leader. Maraming salamat po sa inyo.
Salamat din po sa ating pong Minority Leader, Mr. Speaker.
Tagan salamat, Minority Leader. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Marissa P. Delmar Magsino from OFW Party List for her interpellation.
OFW Party List, Congresswoman Marisa P. Delmar Magsino. Please proceed, ma'am.
Magandang umaga po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, Kong Vialago, of course, to our very hardworking and indefatigable Secretary Manalo, to the DFA family, to our esteemed colleagues and guests. Magandang umaga po. First of all, gusto ko lamang po muna magpasalamat kay Secretary Manalo dahil sa napakagandang pagkaka-resolve po ng issue sa Sudan. We were there personally sa DFA at nakita ko po kung paano po ang pagkaka-hands-on ni Secretary Manalo. Gayon din po yung ating mga USECs with USEC Vega, USEC Cortez at sa lahat po ng DFA family. Maraming salamat po. Ngayon naman po, yung po tayo issue, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, noong 2016 po, yung Permanent Court of Arbitration in The Hague declared that the Philippines has exclusive sovereign rights over the West Philippine Sea, debunking China's claim of historic rights falling within its so-called 9-dash line as invalid for having no legal basis. Although China is a signatory to the UNCLOS, or United Nations Convention on the Law of Seas, it refuses to recognize the ruling, but instead continues to conduct massive reclamation projects in the area, harassing Filipino fishermen and military supply ships to BRP Sierra Madre, and lately suspected of harvesting and destroying corals within the country's exclusive economic zone. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, since 2016 po, how many diplomatic protests have we filed with China in relation to the various violations committed by it against UNCLOS and Philippine sovereignty over the West Philippine Sea? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, may I ask from what year? For just 1 year or for the past, from the 2016?
Kung sana po, kung 2016, pero kung ano po yung data na meron tayo, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, kahit at least the latest. Pero if you can have 2016 up to the present, that will be very helpful po.
Mr. Speaker, may I just answer during this present administration? Under the Marcos administration, Mr. Speaker, we have the DFA have filed a total of 111 diplomatic protest notes against China as of September 2023, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Sponsor, meron po ba tayong mga positive or a significant response na na-receive po sa China from this protest? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the typical responses of China to our diplomatic protests are the following. And practically, they have been consistent. And sometimes there's a note issued to respond to specific protests. On others, there is an omnibus response. And sometimes there is nothing in writing, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. So, kasi nga po, lahat po ay nagsasabi, nagiging merely procedural formality na lamang po kasi we cannot enforce the arbitral ruling against China. But anyway, what other forms of diplomatic response can we resort to contain the hegemonic actions of China in the West Philippine Sea? Do we really have a diplomatic options left, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, actions taken is the Department of Foreign Affairs ay inimbitahan po ang ating pong Chinese Embassy dito sa ating pong opisina, and they will relay yung ating message doon po sa Minister po ng China, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, we all know that nobody wants to go to an armed confrontation with China for the simple reason that we do not have the military might to match that of China's. But we do not also want the bullying of China to continue as it assaults our sovereignty as a nation, destroys our natural resources, and impinges on our pride and dignity as a people. Military alliances with other nations could dangerously push China to respond with military actions. I just hope that the Department of Foreign Affairs, with the guidance of our President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos, as chief architect of the nation's foreign policies, can craft a more effective diplomatic strategy for a peaceful and amenable resolution of the tension with China and other claimant countries in the West Philippine Sea. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, this is regarding the establishment of the offices of the NBI in the Philippine Foreign Service Post. In the entirety of the current national budget deliberations for 2024, I have consistently raised with the DFA and the NBI through the Department of Justice the issue of implementing Section 14 of Republic Act 10867, which provides for the establishment of the offices of NBI attachés in select consular posts abroad, noting the long delay and the need to fast-track its implementation. Ang latest development po from DFA has informed our office of the OFW party list that it has advised the NBI for the establishment of offices, but it would require the express and written acceptance of the host government through a bilateral agreement such as the Memorandum of Understanding between the NBI and its counterpart agency. Further, DFA recommended that NBI identify 1 or 2 foreign service posts for prioritization. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, with respect po sa requirement ng bilateral agreement between the NBI and the counterpart agency for the establishment of ONAS in our foreign service post, what will be the role of the Department of Foreign Affairs, or what specific assistance can the DFA extend to the NBI in the forging of bilateral agreements for the purpose? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, the latest Mr. Speaker, the latest news about this NBA issue is that the Department of Foreign Affairs have met before, and the NBI will have to provide the terms of reference regarding the role of NBI in foreign service posts. and they have to conduct bilateral negotiations with the Office of Treaty and Legal Affairs, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. The very reason I would like to have this is because yung ating pong mga OFWs abroad, pag nagkakaroon po sila ng mga problema, incidents, at mga issues na hindi po nila kaya, hindi po sila basta-basta makapunta sa mga embassies or consulates natin dahil kung minsan po, most of them are undocumented. So natatakot po sila. Ngayon, kung meron po tayong NBI post doon, they will be in partnership doon po sa legal na nag-i-investigate ng kanilang mga kaso at matututunan po nila na magkaroon po ng trust dahil syempre hindi na nila naintindihan yung lengguwahe, hindi pa po nila maintindihan ng batas sa ibang bansa, magkakaroon po ng magandang panatag na loob at makakapagsalita at may paglalaban ng gusto ng ating mga NBI dahil sanay po sila sa mga investigative powers. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, the identification of the Foreign Service post that will be prioritized in the establishment of ONAS, I would like to recommend that they be in the countries kung saan po mga OFWs natin, particularly those in the high rate of reported incidents of abuses, illegal recruitment, human trafficking, committed against our OFWs, especially po sa Middle East. Would you agree, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I share the sentiments of our Representative Masino about our overseas foreign workers. No? Kaya lang po, it's not that easy, no? Because we still have to have the approval of the host countries, no? Kung maglalagay po tayo ng NBI post. And right now, NBI and DFA agreed to start with Abu Dhabi as an initial site, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much for that. I'm happy kung start po on Dubai, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Kasi sabi ko nga po, that's why I'm appealing to DFA to focus on the concern promptly and effectively since it relates significance on the efforts of our commitment to protect the rights of our OFWs while working or residing in the host countries. And I hope to hear more from the DFA on this progress on the matter soon. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, in the current 2023 budget po ng DFA, an amount of 43,414 is appropriated for the implementation of Republic Act Number 9189 or the Overseas Absentee Voting Law to be used for the continuing registration, information campaign, and development po ng maintenance ng ating mga databases. A similar amount is also proposed sa 2024 budget of the DFA for the same purposes. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, are there ongoing activities of the DFA in the use of this allocation in the preparation for 2025 midterm national and local elections? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the activities being done by the Department of Foreign Affairs is the continuing registration, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. So, continuing registration. So, it doesn't necessarily follow po na magagamit po ito sa preparation ng midterm election sa 2025? Hindi po. Okay. Thank you so much po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Kung ito po bang fund na ito ay pwede rin po bang matap in the event na yung proposed law po ng inyong representation ng OFW party list, yung e-voting na magagamit po ng ating mga overseas Filipino workers, ng ating mga overseas Filipinos at ng mga seamen na hopefully by 2025, if enacted into law, pwede rin po bang magamit ang fund na ito para po sa e-voting natin, para sa ating overseas absentee voting, wherein our overseas Filipinos and everybody abroad na mga Pinoy po natin ay pwede po mag-vote through their cellphone or any electronic means. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumed.
may distinguished colleague, Representative Masino, kindly repeat the question.
Opo. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, ang tanong ko po, yung po bang fund na ito ay pwede rin po bang magamit kung sakaling ma-enact into law yung ating pong representation ng OFW party list ng e-voting para po magamit ang mga cellphone, mga email at any electronic means ng ating overseas Filipino workers, overseas Filipinos at mga seamen dahil 600,000 lang po ang nakakaboto na ating mga OFWs dahil po sa kanilang klase ng trabaho. Ang mga seamen po, paano po kung nasa laot sila? Yung ating po mga household service worker at mga iba pa pong mga overseas Filipinos, hirap pong bumoto dahil nga po pupunta pa sila sa embahada, sa konsulada. It takes a lot of their time. Wala na po silang sweldo sa araw na yon, pwede pa po silang pagalitan ng mga amo nila. So pwede po ba magamit itong fund din na ito para po ma-complement sa ating e-voting po? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, first of all, no, tungkol sa e-voting, kailangan pa natin ng approval for sa e-voting. So yung funds po hindi magagamit for e-voting as of now. Yung funds po ay pwede lang gamitin for outreach or mobile registration po ng voters na malalayo po sa ating pong embassy. At magagamit din po itong fund na to for information and campaign awareness po ng overseas voters po natin. So, practically, in regards to sa e-voting, wala pa akong definite na sagot po yan, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. So it's very clear po, ito is more on the databases, sa mga registration, and thank you for that clarification, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Ngayon naman po, Mr. Speaker, on the salaries and benefits of consular officers and employees. In pursuance of an independent foreign policy, Republic Act number 7157 or the Philippines Foreign Service Act of 1991. It was enacted September 19, 1991 pa po, 2023 na po tayo ngayon, to reorganize and strengthen the Philippine Foreign Service. One of its objectives is to provide suitable salaries, allowances, benefits that will attract competent personnel into the foreign service on the basis of merit and demonstrated capacity or capability in the promotion of national interest. The compensation scheme established under RA number 7157 covers various classes of positions under the Foreign Service Group, from Foreign Service Staff Employee 3 with a salary grade 5 and to Chief of Mission Class 1 with a salary grade 29. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, is this correct po? Ayan, careful.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh
that's
my God.
correct, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Medyo delikado kasi.
Session resumed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Ang tanong ko po kung tama po ba yung ating mga Foreign Service Staff Employee 3 with a salary grade 5 at Chief of Mission Class 1 with salary grade 29 po. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, regarding CM1, ang salary grade po nito is 30 and not 29, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, 30 po. Thank you po for that. How much naman po ang equivalent basic salaries sa mga position na ito? Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, under the salary standardization, the Chief of Mission 1, ang salary po niya, salary grade 30 is 192,000 pesos, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that, Mr. Speaker. The reason why I'm asking, kung kasama po ito sa basic salaries ng foreign service employees natin, na covered po ng salary standardization laws, paano po ito mai-increase other than by legislation? Yun po kasi ang gusto ko po ring malaman. What is a comparable position, rank, salary grade, and corresponding basic salary of an employee or an official of another department of government vis-a-vis a foreign service employee and or official? Can we be given an example po, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, request for 1 minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
ayan na.
Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, a distinguished colleague from the parties, Representative Magsino, clarify ko lang po, ma'am, ano, yung question mo is paano natin i-increase yung salary ng ating po mga foreign employees. Am I right, Mr. Speaker? Yun yung question, Mr. Speaker. That's right.
Yes po.
So, first of all, Mr. Speaker, siguro for clarification to compensate po yung ating mga foreign employees, meron pong through executive order, meron po silang additional allowance para ho ma-compensate yung kanilang pong representation abroad. No? Pero in terms of salary, siyempre, first of all, we have to coordinate with DBM and Civil Service regarding this matter of adjustment for salary, especially those deployed abroad. And in terms of legislation, I think it's up to Congress kung paano natin i-differentiate yung pong ating mga employees abroad. Since yung kanila pong item is under sa local salary standardization po natin. So I think medyo through legislation, baka sakali, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleague.
Thank you for that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. The very reason why I'm asking this, because I have been traveling on official trip po, iba't ibang bansa. Marami po tayo nakausap na mga employees natin, sa mga embahada, sa mga konsulado natin, at medyo inquisitive po ako, tinanong ko, magkano ba yung salary natin? Ganito kami po, peso pa rin po kami. Pero mga foreign na mga na-employ po natin, dollar po ang bayad sa kanila. Pero sila po, nasa foreign post, equivalent pa rin po ng peso. Kung yung iba pong nagtatrabaho ng mga foreign employee natin, nagtatrabaho, naka-condo, yung atin po naka-apartment. Pagka sila po nakamagaling na eskwela, tayo po dun sa mas mababang eskwela, para lamang pong napaka-unfair para sa ating mga foreign service employees na malayo rin sa pamilya, na hindi naman po, di ba dapat pag nagtrabaho tayo sa abroad, nag-OFW tayo, kung ano po yung wage, kung dollar yan, kung yuan yan, kung US yan, kung ano man po yan, dapat gano'n. Kaso, nasa abroad po sila, peso pa rin po. Parang hindi po makatarungan. And I pity them. So, I just hope that, Mr. Sponsor, Mr. Speaker, we have to determine whether the objective of RA 7157 to provide suitable salaries, allowances, and benefits that will attract competent personnel in the foreign service of the country is being served. I hope in due time po, through the appropriate means, and definitely OFW Party List will help and support this, we shall increase the basic salaries of our foreign service personnel and officials. And it is only right and proper in consideration po sa unique task nila of providing support and assistance to our OFWs, to our overseas Filipinos in representing the world, around the world. With that, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor, with this representation of the OFW Party List, you can count on our support for the approval and the increase of the proposed budget of DFA for 2024. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that support.
Maraming salamat, OFW Party List, MARINA Magsino. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene D. Brosas from Gabriela Party List for her interpellation.
Gabriela Party List, Arlene Rosas, you're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga po. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to some questions?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, noong unang lumabas ang January 25, 2021 Washington Post article tungkol sa pagtatraffic sa Syria ng mga Filipina at ang pang-aabuso sa kanila sa kamay ng mga Philippine Embassy employees when they sought shelter sa embassy sa Damascus, sinabi ng inyong departamento na may administrative investigation na tungkol dito. At meron kayong papadala na human rights lawyer upang mag-imbestiga sa mga paratang of poor treatment. Tama po ba? Syria case po ito, trafficking. Mr. Speaker,
Mr. Speaker, meron pong pinadalang human rights lawyer. I'm just asking for the name ng lawyer na 2 years po siya nag-serve doon, Mr. Speaker. Attorney Vida Soraya Bersosa, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ano pong nangyari sa inyong administrative investigation? Meron po bang naging liable or tinanggal sa service, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, pwede pong mag-suspend kung kailangan ng time.
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension, please.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resume.
Mr. Speaker, regarding sa case po, no, ang DFA po nag-conclude po sa investigation on the administrative cases. Pero wala pong prima facie evidence to charge formally, Mr. Speaker.
Again, Mr. Speaker, wala pang liable. Nasaang status siya, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, itong case na ito, January 25, 2021 ito lumabas sa Washington Post. Sold into Syrian servitude, Filipino workers tell abuse, rape, and imprisonment. Based po sa article, Filipinas, some minors as young as 11 to 12 years old were promised jobs in the UAE or Dubai, but were instead sent to Syria as domestic helpers without their consent. Once in Syria, they were physically or sexually abused by their employees and were not paid the salaries they were promised, some having been paid at all, having not been paid at all for their services. Para po makawala sa kanilang mga amo, tumakas ang mga Filipina OFWs at pumunta sa Philippine Embassy to seek shelter. Instead of the sanctuary they hope for in the hands of the Philippine government employees, naging isa pang suliranin ang pagtira nila sa Philippine Embassy sa Damascus. Base sa accounts ng mga Filipina OFWs, living conditions were poor, confiscated ang kanilang mga telepono, at sila ay hindi pinapakain ng umagahan ng 2 linggo bilang punishment sa pagpuslit ng ekstrang pagkain sa kitchen. Meron din po, January 25, 2021, naglabas ng pahayag ang DFA na sineseryoso nilang mga aligasyon sa kanila at may administrative investigation. sa embassy kung anong nangyari sa temporary shelter. Sabi ng DFA, they have also deployed a human rights lawyer at nag-recommend ng actions. Nasa proseso sila ng pag-repatriate ng mga OFWs from their Damascus temporary shelter. Noong January 26, 2021, may article naman, pagkatas mga post ng article, naglabas naman ng pahayag ang Foreign Affairs Secretary dati, si Chodore Locsin, no, na hell is coming for embassy personnel who supposedly did not report the alleged abuse to the DFA Central Office of the Philippines. 2021, may around 50 plus na ng mga OFWs ang na-repatriate. Base sa account ng mga Filipino OFW survivors, imbis na ma-repatriate kaagad after escaping their employees and seeking temporary shelter sa PH Embassy sa Damascus, sila ay nagstay ng 1 hanggang 2 taon kung saan sila ay nakakonfine sa basement at nagkaroon sila ng little to no contact sa kanilang mga minamahal sa Pilipinas. In fact, pumunta po sila dito sa Kongreso. Ang ilan po ay nakilala natin. Nakita rin natin yung kalulus-lunos sa kalagayan nila kasi yung isa nga, umakyat talaga siya ng pader ng embassy para makatakas. Doon po na pilay yung isa sa mga tumakas dito, Mr. Speaker. So ang tinatanong po natin, yung resulta ng probe ng human rights lawyer na inyong pinapunta sa Damascus, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, no, regarding the case, nung natanggap po, Mr. Speaker, ng yung information about these allegations, nag-conduct po agad ng administrative investigation ng Department of Foreign Affairs. At pagkatapos po mapakinggan ang lahat ng parties concerned, nag-evaluate po ang ating pong investigative team and nag-submit po sila ng kanilang conclusion. At yung DFA po ay wala pong nakitang prima facie case to charge those subject dun sa complaint. Kaya since wala pong substantial evidence at nagkaroon naman po ng due process was observed, criminal cases are not with DFA but with Ombudsman, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, so wala pong nanagot dito, Mr. Speaker. Ang PH ambassador po noon ay si Alexander Lamadrid. So ano pong ginawa kay Alexander Lamadrid? At iba pa niyang mga kasama na staff sa PH Embassy sa Damascus.
Mr. Speaker, lahat po ng allegations sa news report are not supported by evidence to warrant formal charges. Mr. Speaker, kung na-provide lang po ng evidence, DFA will reopen the investigation and kung meron ho talagang mga mananagot dito sa kasong po ito, rest assured na pwede hong filean with the proper evidence na kailangan po ng DFA, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, lumapit na po sila sa inyo sa DFA. Pumunta rin na rin sila sa Ombudsman. In fact, yung Ombudsman po na kaso ay umuusad, Mr. Speaker. And ngayon po ay pumunta sila sa Kongreso kasi talagang naghahanap po at humihingi ng hustisya yung mga biktima ng trafficking sa Syria. 2023 na po, 2 years po silang kinulong sa loob ng embassy. Noong April 28, 2023, 23 OFW survivors po, inassist po ng migrante at other NGOs at nakipag-usap sa Interagency Council Against Human Trafficking sa IACAT to demand for justice and comprehensive assistance. Walang clear and firm commitment na binigay, puro mga procedural instructions. Kasi miyembro po ng IACAT ang DFA eh. Imposible pong hindi nyo alam yon.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, according sa records po ng Department of Foreign Affairs, wala po nagpunta para mag-complain sa DFA at hindi po rin po sila nakipag-coordinate po doon sa investigating officers, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sila po ay nag-rally pa nga sa tapat ng tanggapan ng Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker. So ibig sabihin, hindi nyo inaaksyonan yung mga kaso na ito, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, according to reports, si Alexander Lamadrid ay nagtatrabaho pa rin sa DFA as Senior Special Assistant at the Office of the Undersecretary for Multilateral Affairs and International Economic Relations. Parte pa rin po ba siya ng Board of Directors ng Tourism Promotions Board, Mr. Speaker? Just answer the question,
Mr. Speaker, retired na po siya, Mr. Speaker.
Retired na, wala na po siya sa DFA.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, marami pa rin sa mga Filipina OFW survivors, hindi pa rin nakakamit ng hustisya sa kanilang mga hiningi. Hindi pa nila nakukuha yung mga sahod due them, and until now, they are demanding for comprehensive help from the Philippine government to get them back on their feet. At mukhang itong mga responsable sa pagmamaltrato sa kanila sa Philippine Embassy sa Damascus, sabi nyo, retired na, pero dahil meron pong mga kaso at mga complaints dito, Mr. Speaker, hindi ba po natin sila papapanagutin?
Mr. Speaker, Alexander Madrid, even though retired na po siya, pero yung investigation po is still going on. And if found guilty, Mr. Speaker, sigurado i-account natin siya, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, yun po yung hinihiling ng mga na traffic sa Syria, na makita nilang may hustisya at makita nila na natanggal naman siya, na-recall siya, pero ang sabi nga nila, pinatatanong nila kung nagtatrabaho pa sa DFA ngayon. So apparently, nag-retire na pala. Kailan po
correct,
nag-retire, Mr. Speaker?
September 24, this year, Mr. Speaker.
This year, 2020, December 24,
2023.
2020,
September 2023, Mr. Speaker.
this coming? 2023?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this
So
month.
pa-retire pa lang siya. Kasi kung December 2023, Mr. Speaker,
September 23,
September 23.
2023, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, may mechanism ba kung paano natin mapapa-account kahit retired na ang isang miyembro ng...
As I've said, Mr. Speaker, still going on naman ang investigation, and if found guilty, Mr. Speaker, he will still be made to account doon sa mga complaints, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please look into this. At pwede po tayong makipag-dialogue kapag kinakailangan at maiharap natin yung mga biktima ng Syria trafficking, Mr. Speaker. Okay po ba yon sa DFA, Mr. Speaker?
Rest assured, Mr. Speaker, na gagawin po namin yung trabaho, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yun na lang po, Mr. Speaker. Commitment na makapag-dialogue at makausap namin para malaman natin yung mga responsable na tao dito, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will do that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Salamat din po.
Salamat, Congressman Aline Brosas of Gabriela Party List. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Daniel A. Manuel from the Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
Kabataan Party List, Congressperson Raul Manuel, to recognize. Please proceed, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Una po, Mr. Speaker, before I proceed to the actual questions, gusto ko lang suportahan ang sinabi ng ating kapwa minority member na si Congresswoman Marisa Magsino na dapat ang i-exhaust po natin ay ang diplomatic and civilian action para ma-defend natin ang West Philippine Sea. I agree, Mr. Speaker, kay Congresswoman Magsino na ang mga military alliances natin with other countries who actually have a conflict with China, makaka-heighten pa po yan ng friction sa West Philippine Sea at sa ASEAN region, Mr. Speaker. Kaya sa nandyan ang military approach na dapat yan ay nasa pinakahuling option natin, Mr. Speaker. Unahin na lang natin, diplomatic and civilian action. Mr. Speaker, tanong po natin regarding foreign trips ng ating mga top officials. Mr. Speaker, may input po ba ang DFA kapag may mga official travel at kailangang itakda sino ang mga delegates na ating bansa?
Mr. Speaker, kindly repeat the question, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may input po ba ang DFA kapag tinatakda ng pamahalaan sino ang magiging mga delegado natin sa mga official trips or pagharap natin sa mga foreign governments? Kasi Mr. Speaker, ang concern natin ay kapag maraming mga sumasama na hindi naman kailangan sa mga trips na sinasagawa ng executive branch.
Mr. Speaker, if you are talking of executive trips, no, depende po kung saan agency. Ang meron lang pong in control ng Department of Foreign Affairs ay yung official trips po ng members of the Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, hindi lahat ng foreign trips ay nag-a-advise ang DFA kung sino yung mga okay na sumama.
That's correct, Mr. Speaker. That's up to the person in charge ng agency niya, Mr. Speaker.
Noted, Mr. Speaker. Kasunod po ating relations with Myanmar. Mr. Speaker, isang mabigat na usapin sa ASEAN ang malalang situation sa Myanmar when it comes to human rights and sobrang nangingibabaw na rin po doon ang military rule. Kaya I'd like to ask Mr. Speaker, kumusta ba ngayon ang ating diplomatic relations with Myanmar?
Sa ngayon, Mr. Speaker, meron pa rin naman tayong embassy sa Myanmar at meron pa rin naman ng embassy ang Myanmar dito sa Pilipinas. However, wala pong ambassador ang Myanmar dito po sa Pilipinas, Mr. Speaker. At wala rin po tayong ambassador sa Myanmar, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, meron po ba tayong ongoing na mga agreements or any form of relations with the government of Myanmar given na kahit mismo sa Myanmar, Mr. Speaker, ay in question din ang legitimacy ng nakaupong pamahalaan?
Mr. Speaker, the position of the DFA regarding the military takeover po ng Myanmar, the Philippines does not recognize the military junta as the legitimate government of Myanmar. The Philippines supports constructive dialogue with the State Administration Council through ASEAN and a special envoy, Mr. Speaker.
That is noted, Mr. Speaker, and aside po doon, mainam din na makonsider ng DFA na ang ilan sa mga pwede ding makausap ay ang kanilang legislative branch, Mr. Speaker, na actually nga ay nabuwag at hindi din kinilala ng military junta. So sila po ang mga natitirang pwedeng maging representatives in behalf of the people of Myanmar para din meron tayong tulay pa rin sa mamamayan mismo ng bansang iyon. Mr. Speaker, regarding the membership of DFA in the National Task Force LCAC, Mr. Speaker, isa po ang DFA sa 11 new agencies na bahagi ng NTF-LCAC kahit na wala pong written na basis ang pagdadagdag sa 11 agencies. Mr. Speaker, bakit po naging miyembro at bakit po pumayag ang DFA na maging miyembro ng NTF-LCAC kahit na foreign affairs naman po ang pangunahing concern ng ahensya?
Mr. Speaker, ang role naman po ng DFA ay para tulungan na mag-facilitate when it comes to international engagement ng ating pong NTF-LCAC. Yun lang po ang role niya, but in terms of the operations ng LTF-LCAC, hindi po nakikialam ang Department of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Speaker, kung ang dahilan po ng pagiging bahagi ng DFA sa NTF-ELCAC ay international engagement, Mr. Speaker, isa naman pong local problem ang armed conflict. And Mr. Speaker, kung mangyayari man at maibalik ang peace talks, meron naman na pong mga nakatakdang foreign governments na sila po ang pwedeng mga third party para maging tulay between the government of the Republic of the Philippines tsaka ang mga groups representing those who carry arms, Mr. Speaker. Kaya we don't think that the DFA really has to be a member of the NTF-ELCAC. Mr. Speaker, dagdag na trabaho pa ito sa ahensya, given din ang mga na-cite kanina ng ating mga colleagues na mga dapat pang gawin ng DFA. Kaya Mr. Speaker, can the DFA reconsider its membership in NTF-ELCAC?
Mr. Speaker, as I've said kanina, no, ang role lang po ng DFA is to assist sa mga international engagement, especially pag may mga events, to come up with the audience with mga foreigners, no, pag mayroon pong activity ang NTF-ELCAC. And if the question is about being a member, I think it's up to the task force kung there's really a need for the DFA to be part of it. Since yung kanila naman pong role ay just to assist and provide assistance when it comes to international and foreign events, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, regarding membership, I think kung nandyan naman ang integrity mismo na ating mga civilian agencies, pwede talaga sana na makapag-assert ang ating mga ahensya na hindi sila maging bahagi ng NTF-ELCAC. Lalo na, Mr. Speaker, kung parang pilit na pilit lang ang mga bases para maging miyembro sila. And Mr. Speaker, ang tugon naman natin sa nabanggit na pag-provide ng audience sa mga activities ng NTF-ELCAC. Mr. Speaker, kung ano pa ang ginagawa nila dito sa ating bansa, yung mga red tagging forum, sa mga paaralan, may similar din pong activities with our OFWs. Kaya kung ganun po ang magiging mga aktibidad na kailangang tiyakin yung audience for those, Mr. Speaker, tingin natin waste of time and effort lang po at mainam na ma-redirect ng ahensya ang kanyang resources sa iba pang mga mas dapat na gawin, Mr. Speaker. So hopefully ma-consider yan ng DFA, lalo na isa nga siya sa mga bagong ahensya na miyembro ng NTF-ELCAC.
Mr. Chair, rest assured we will take note of that and siguro i-reconsider if it's really there's a need to be a member of ELCAC, Mr. Speaker.
That's noted, Mr. Speaker. Kasunod po, Mr. Speaker, ito naman ay tungkol sa recent policies ng DFA na merong epekto sa gawain ng mga non-profit and non-governmental organizations. Mr. Speaker, is the sponsor aware of DFA Note Verbal number 2021-0592?
Mr. Speaker, a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, may I clarify to our distinguished colleague, you are referring to note number 2021-0592. Am I correct, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the department is aware of this, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, meron din po noong March 26, 2021, note verbal number 21-1291. Ito po ay guidelines for diplomatic missions and international organizations accredited to the Republic of the Philippines on foreign government funding intended for Philippine NGOs. So familiar din po ba dito ang DFA?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We are, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, am I correct in understanding that the note verbal, yung 2021-0592, this requires prior approval from the DFA for grants or funds to NGOs, and the funds may only be released if a clearance is issued. Tama po ba yun?
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Foreign Affairs does not act as a clearing or approving agency, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang mga written procedures as to these issuances, gusto ko lang i-clarify, Mr. Speaker, matatawag din mang clearance ang ganitong mga dapat na makuha ng mga organizations?
Mr. Speaker, 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, katulad po ng binanggit ko kanina na ang DFA is not an approving agency nor clearance. No? So actually, ang role lang po ng Mr. Speaker ng Department of Foreign Affairs is to gather data and share this data with NICA. And it's up to NICA kung i-approve po ito or not. And then the DFA will notify the involved parties, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang concern po kasi natin, nakasulat mismo sa Note Verbal 2021-0592, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, that all foreign funding intended for Philippine NGOs, regardless of mode of distribution, transfer, or download of funds, shall be coursed through the DFA of the Philippines for appropriate clearance. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, kung may ganitong proseso, tingin natin, Mr. Speaker, this is an additional restrictive measure imposed by the Philippine government. Lalo, Mr. Speaker, kung vague or confusing ang guidelines para ma-issue ang ganong mga clearance. In fact, Mr. Speaker, ang DFA, it's as if it granted onto itself the discretion whether to issue such clearance or not. So ano pa ang comment doon ng sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, yung pong nabanggit po ninyo, yung po yung issuance ni former Secretary Locsin, but it was corrected during the latter part na mga latest issuance regarding that matter, Mr. Speaker.
So Mr. Speaker, if it was corrected, does this mean na merong mga note verbal or mga issuances na nag-amend or nag-repeal nitong mga note verbal na ating nire-raise, ang 2021-0592 tsaka ang 21-1291? Unless, Mr. Speaker, it's still in the process of review.
Mr. Speaker, regarding that with that note again, no, I stand corrected. No, so wala ho palang formal na parang issuance. No, it's more of a hinayaan na po nila yung original na note, and then through verbal communication, doon na lang po nila binago po yung policy po nila, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, kaya natin nire-raise ang ganitong usapin, no? Dahil nga kung hindi pa naman officially na re-repeal o na-amend, then ito ang magiging standing na pagbabatayan para magkaroon ng pag-check, no, doon sa funding ng mga local organizations natin. Halimbawa, if meron naman talagang mga foreign institutions who would like to help and assist, no, in the advocacies of various organizations. So Mr. Speaker, pag ganon, mas mainam talaga maglabas ng bagong issuance para mas malinaw kung ano ngayon ang ating standing policy, Mr. Speaker.
Regarding that matter, Mr. Speaker, rest assured that the DFA will issue a formal correction about that policy, Mr. Speaker.
That is noted, Mr. Speaker. Gusto lang din natin i-raise, Mr. Speaker, para maging bahagi ng mga future actions ng DFA kasi nakalagay din sa mga note verbal ang halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, may pwedeng reason or basis ang DFA para i-determine, no, ang legitimacy ng mga beneficiaries and to verify the assistance provided for reasons intended and not for any unlawful purpose. So merong ganitong magiging power ang DFA para i-filter ang mga beneficiaries tsaka tingnan din ano ang mga aktibidad ng iba't ibang mga organizations. Mr. Speaker, pwede kasi maging arbitrary ang pag-determine ng legitimacy of beneficiaries. So magiging bahagi din po ba ito ng mga hakbang ng DFA para ayusin ang kanilang note verbal?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we'll take that into consideration, Mr. Speaker.
Dagdag pa, Mr. Speaker, on a final note na lang, no, for me to cap this topic. Kasi, Mr. Speaker, the UN Human Rights Committee rendered a communication. This is communication number 1274, series of 2004. So, ibig sabihin matagal na, Mr. Speaker, na nanindigan ang UN Human Rights Committee na pag sinabi po nating freedom of association or ang karapatan na maging bahagi o bumuo ng mga organizations, kasama po nun, Mr. Speaker, ay ang pag-guarantee na nagagawa ng mga organizations ang kanilang mga trabaho o ang kanilang mga mission. And that includes yung hindi pag-hamper ng kanilang mga sources of funding, no? May it be local or foreign. As long as, syempre, ito ay galing naman sa mga maayos na mga institutions or sources, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, pag ganon, Mr. Speaker, can we get the commitment of DFA na ang kanilang magiging mga actions on these issuances will be in line with this stance of the UN Human Rights Committee?
Mr. Speaker, rest assured we will, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next topic, Mr. Speaker. Kanina po may nabanggit na mga issue regarding OFWs in Syria. Mr. Speaker, dagdag natin, nagulat din ang bansa sa naging kaso ng pagpatay sa isang OFW, si Julie B. Ranara mula sa Kuwait. Sa kalaunan, makakasuhan ng 15-year imprisonment ang pumatay kay Julie B. sa kadahilanan na minor de edad siya. Mr. Speaker, ang pamilya po ni Julie B. sobrang naging disappointed sa nangyari. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, would like to ask, ano po ba ang mga na-extend na tulong sa mga kapamilya ni Julie B. Ranara na naging biktima po ng pagpatay? And as a follow-up na lang din, Mr. Speaker, ano din ang efforts ng DFA as an agency to coordinate with other countries kapag po merong mga OFW sa kanila na nagiging mga biktima ng abuso?
Mr. Speaker, the current actions taken by the Department of Foreign Affairs, una po sa lahat ay nag-provide po ang department ng 100,000 peso as a welfare assistance to the family of OFW Ranara. And during the second hearing sa Hawali Family Court last April 27, 2023, the defense lawyer did not file a pleading or memorandum on behalf of the perpetrator, but instead requested an extension. The court granted the request and set the next hearing for 28 May 2023. Mr. Speaker, parties are allowed by courts to file a maximum of 2 extensions each without requiring reasons or justification for the extension request. Mr. Speaker, the embassy's legal retainer attended the hearing to present the special power of attorney executed by the legal heirs of the late Ms. Ranara, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, pagdating naman sa ibang mga OFWs, maliban kay Julie B. Ranara, no? Kapag meron po tayo mga OFWs na nagiging victims of abuse or rights violations, ano po ang proactive na hakbang ng DFA para tulungan sila?
Mr. Speaker, siyempre first and foremost, the DFA provide legal assistance pag may mga cases po na ganito, Mr. Speaker. And of course, not only that, aside from legal assistance, meron din pong financial assistance para po sa family po nila, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, sa mga cases naman na ang may sala laban sa ating mga kababayan ay mga foreign ambassadors or attachés, paano po nagagawa ng paraan ng DFA na makatulong sa paghabol, no? Tiyak natin ng accountability mula sa mga foreign individuals, lalo na kung di naman nagiging covered ng diplomatic immunity ang mga ito?
Mr. Speaker, request for a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, may I request our distinguished colleague, Representative Manuel, to repeat his question?
Mr. Speaker, ang tanong po natin, paano naman kung ang mga may sala sa ating mga kababayan ay mga foreign ambassadors or attachés? Paano po nagagawa ng paraan ng DFA na mahabol po sila, ma-hold accountable ang mga foreign individuals na ito, lalo kung di naman nagiging covered ng diplomatic immunity?
Mr. Speaker, kapag isang foreigner po ay hindi ho siya covered ng diplomatic immunity, pwede po siyang charged criminally and civil case, no? That's Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, in relation to that, kasi may mga nakakarating din pong ulat sa atin. For example na lang, Mr. Speaker, may pending na kaso laban sa Embassy of Kuwait dulot ng extensive property damages sa kanilang nirentahang property, Mr. Speaker. And ang nirentahang property ay ito po ay pagmamayari ng isa ding dating Deputy Speaker natin dito sa Kamara. So Mr. Speaker, ang concern kasi natin kung mga public officials mismo na agrabyado, paano pa yung mga ordinaryong mamamayan natin? So ano po yung pwedeng action ng DFA dun sa complaint laban sa official ng Embassy of Kuwait?
Mr. Speaker, the issue between the Embassy of the State of Kuwait and a former representative, the Embassy of Kuwait leased a property owned by a representative for the use of its ambassador at 25 Pili South Forest Park, Makati from August 2002 to 2011. The representative filed a complaint with the embassy claiming the reimbursement for the cost of renovation and repairs at the property, architects' professional fees, and payments for the alleged missing items amounting to 7 million plus after the embassy vacated the property. The case has been going on since June 2012, Mr. Speaker. In May 2018, the representative filed a criminal action against Mr. Abdullah Aldevain, third secretary, due to his alleged display of discourtesy towards the former during the meeting held at the department in January 2017. Our representative also requested the department to declare him persona non grata, to which the Office of Protocol disagreed with. Protocol opined that declaring Mr. Aldevain as persona non grata would only have negative implication on the relations between the Philippines and Kuwait and escalate the situation rather than contribute to the resolution. Protocol also was one of the opinion that Mr. Aldevain's behavior during the said meeting did not merit his course of action. Mr. Speaker, since 2018, the negotiation between the embassy and the representative on the settlement amount has been ongoing. The embassy offered a settlement of $40,000 US, inclusive of security deposit, which was not accepted by the representative. In 2020, Mr. Speaker, Attorney Jimeno, the legal counsel of the representative, conveyed the counter-proposal of $55,000 on top of the deposit as full and final compensation. In October 2020, Attorney Masinlang, the legal counsel of the embassy, confirmed that the embassy remains reluctant to agree to pay such higher account. And on the latest, for this year, February 28, Jimeno, Cope, and the David law officers sought assistance of the Department of Foreign Affairs on the solution of her long-standing issue with the Kuwait Embassy. DFA protocol sent a letter dated 26 of May 2023 to Attorney Rita Linda Jimeno, inviting her or her representative to a meeting to further discuss the issue. Attorney Jimeno stated they will notify the department once the advice has been received from the representative. DFA protocol sent another letter dated 11 July of 2023 to Attorney Rita Jimeno, inviting her on her representative meeting to further discuss the issue and explore options to resolve the issue. Mr. Speaker, last July 14, 2023, the Jimeno, COPE, and David law offices responded through an email letter that will contact the client first and revert to DFA protocol as soon as, Mr. Speaker. That is the latest update about that issue, Mr. Speaker.
That is duly noted, Mr. Speaker. We thank the sponsor for presenting the timeline regarding this complaint. Final topic, Mr. Speaker, before I end. Mr. Speaker, on confidential fund, the DFA Secretary was quoted when asked, tinanong po, is the department asking for confidential fund? Ang sagot po ng DFA Secretary, no, we're not asking. Can the sponsor confirm?
Mr. Speaker, the Secretary is not asking for a confidential fund because meron na pong confidential fund for the last 3 or 4 years, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, yun lang po yung gusto nating linawin kasi ang naging dating po sa publiko nung sinabing DFA is not asking for confidential fund ay wala siyang pinopropose na confidential fund. Pero Mr. Speaker, actually, since 2018 ay meron pong 50 million per year na confidential fund ang DFA. Iba lang po for this year, kasi mababa ng slide, 45 million pesos. Pero nagpo-propose po for 2024, 50 million pesos po ulit, Mr. Speaker. So may we ask, sino po ang sinusurveil ng DFA?
Mr. Speaker, are you referring kung saan ginagamit yung confidential fund?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Since confidential fund must be used for surveillance in line with the mandate of the agency.
Mr. Speaker, I have several uses of confidential fund and Department of Foreign Affairs. I will just elaborate. No? First, preventing passport and visa fraud and anti-fixing campaign. Second, anti-cybercrime efforts. Third, identifying and monitoring threats and possible threats to national security. Four, overseas confidential information gathering and strategic activities. Five, purchase of information for foreign service posts from individuals and organizations here in the Philippines and abroad necessary for the Philippine national security, foreign policy, economic security, and protection and welfare of Filipinos overseas. Six, rental of vehicles that will provide additional security for the Secretary for Official Travels Abroad in meeting counterparts and when assisting the President on official travels. Seven, use for the discreet rescue of distressed Filipino overseas that will protect and ensure the personal safety of both the Filipino nationals, DFA personnel, and informers. And eight, for Consular to gather information on the undesirable aliens and for the purchase of information relating to issuance of passport and consular services. Mr. Speaker, yun po yung pinagagamitan ng confidential fund, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, now that leaders of the House have issued a letter para i-filter ang mga ahensya na makakatanggap ng confidential and intelligence funds, then I think in due time we will see if the DFA indeed deserves its share of confidential funds. With that, Mr. Speaker, I have no further questions. I thank the sponsor for answering our questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, my dear colleague, Representative Manuel.
Maraming salamat, Congressman Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro from ACT Teachers Party List for her interpellation.
Teacher Party List, Franz Castro, you have the floor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Floor Leader. Magandang umaga po sa pamilya ng DFA at pati na rin po sa ating distinguished sponsor. So, meron pong inilabas ang Philippine Coast Guard no, na dahil sa pagmamatsyag nila sa West Philippine Sea or dun sa exclusive economic zone, sabing ganon, China's maritime militia has destroyed coral in Manila's water. At ito rin ay pinatutunayan din ng AFP. So, ano po yung ginagawa dito ng NFA? So, would the DFA will recommend filing another case versus China for destroying our maritime resources and its continued aggression, especially in our exclusive economic zone, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I yield the floor to my colleague, Representative Abante, to answer the questions of Congresswoman Castro.
Thank you, my sponsor. Magandang umaga po, Mr. Speaker, sa ating interpellator. I agree with our interpellator on the problem we have with China as far as the West Philippine Sea is concerned. And I believe that the DFA is doing its best diplomatically. Hindi naman sila pwedeng mag-act militarily on this. But diplomatically, they're doing their best. Meron pa naman mga options, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, na pwedeng gawin ang DFA concerning this.
So nag-file na po tayo, Mr. Speaker, ng just like diplomatic protest. Kasi remember po, no, yung in-incur nila ay Rosul Reef, seabed ng Rosul Reef, yung Escoda Shoal, na internationally accepted na at recognized na exclusive economic zone ng Pilipinas. So hindi lang po ito sa West Philippine Sea no, na merong 5 or 6 na bansa ang merong overlapping claim. So ito po ay exclusive economic zone na natin.
Yes. The DFA always is ready to support the Office of the Solicitor General at ine-explore po nila yung ibang mga legal options over the damage to corals and seabed doon sa Rosul Reef and Escoda Shoal in the West Philippine Sea. The United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, UNCLOS, a treaty China should be a party of, obliges states to protect and preserve the marine environment. So, as clarified by the 2016 Arbitral Award on the South China Sea, this obligation applies in all maritime areas, both inside the national jurisdiction of states and beyond it. Or it states, for example, entering the Philippine Economic Zone and Maritime Zone. Therefore, obligado po tayo na protektahan natin at i-preserve natin ang marine environment. Kaya ano po ang ginagawa ng DFA tungkol dito? The DFA calls on everyone concerned to act responsibly at ihinto lahat ng mga activities that can damage our precious marine environment. The well-being of millions of people who depend on the South China Sea for their livelihood is at stake, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Hindi po ba huli na tayo, Mr. Speaker? Kasi sabing gano'n ni Vice Admiral Alberto Carlos ng Philippine Military's Western Command Chief, ang sabi niya po yung coral reefs in Rosul Reef have been thoroughly harvested by Chinese militia ships. So we noticed coral harvesting in their swarming areas After they departed, we pinpointed the location and dispatched divers for an underwater survey. They observed that no corals remain. Everything was damaged with debris scattered. Sabi po yan, sabi po yan ng Western Command.
Ang inyong tanong, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, kung tayo po'y huli na sa ating ginagawa. Actually, ako, in my opinion, that is not actually the work of the DFA. Because the work of the DFA is to file diplomatic protest, no? Upon the findings of our military forces and the Coast Guard concerning the marine deposit natin sa West Philippine Sea. So, palagay ko, hindi pwedeng mag-act ang DFA diplomatically kung wala pang findings ang military o Coast Guard concerning this. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so sinasabi po ba na ating sponsor, Mr. Speaker, hindi totoo yung sinasabi ng ating mga AFP kaugnay doon sa damages na nangyayari na? So, meron po bang alam ang DFA na study or assessment, evaluation doon sa sinasabi po ng mga military dito sa ating exclusive economic zone?
Totoo po yun. I think it's true, no? Pero ito po, yung National Task Force ng West Philippine Sea, dapat po mag-decide at mag-propose ng mga actions before the DFA acts, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, sinabi rin po naman in fairness naman sa DFA, ang sabi nila, no, the Philippines is consistently raised the alarm over ecologically harmful activities in the ECC. So siguro po ang hinahanap ko po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung yung talagang yung firm na na decision para po talaga pangalagaan yung ating exclusive economic zone. Hindi lang po naman yung DFA, pati yung iba po nating mga ahensya, PCG, AFP, DND, na talagang mangangalaga. Kasi alam niyo po, kung ganito po yung nangyayari, grossly violation niya ng ating sovereignty and territorial integrity. So yan po na pinakamataas na yan na violation of a country against the country. So ano po ba yung pwedeng? Kasi yung diplomatic protest, usually na natin ginagawa yun. Wala po bang plano ang Administrasyong Marcos to go to China at makipag-dialogue doon sa China po sa nangyayari dito sa ating exclusive economic zone?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I fully agree with the concern of Congresswoman Franz Castro. Uulitin ko po na ito pong National Task Force of West Philippine Sea ay dapat mag-decide at mag-propose ng plan of action bago po mag-act ang DFA. Sapagkat alam po natin that the DFA can only act diplomatically on this. Pwede rin po nilang patawag ang ambassador ng China tungkol dito. Oo. Palagay ko, that would be perhaps the next option that the DFA will do. Sapagkat nagiging grabe na po ito, so I believe that the DFA will call the attention of the ambassador of the Embassy of China concerning these violations that China is doing against our country.
That is a welcome move. So ang tanong ko po kanina, through the DFA, wala pong plano kaya si Presidente Marcos Jr. na makipag-formal dialogue dito sa China? So wala pa pong ganon na pinaplano ang Marcos administration?
The DFA also raised concern like this. Sabi nila, sa tinatawag nating bilateral mechanism with China. Oo. Na ginagawa nila yan twice a year, no? Twice a year, the DFA raised these concerns sa issue po ng marine environment natin tulad ng mga coral reef. Naniniwala po ako that the Department of Foreign Affairs is doing their very best, no? Sapagkat tungkulin po nila ito when it comes to calling upon the Chinese embassy to do something about it, no?
Okay, so di po nasasagot yung tanong ko, no? Alam naman po natin yung ginagawa ng DFA. So ang tanong ko po ay, wala ba sa ngayon plano si President Marcos na pumunta sa China para pag-usapan itong nangyayari doon sa ating exclusive economic zone? Yung grabing paglabag po doon sa ating soberanya at saka sa national territory. So wala pa po. Kasi Mr. Speaker, alam ko si Presidente ay pupunta na naman sa Saudi Arabia, na siyempre alam naman natin kung ano yung gagawin niya doon para sa ating bansa. Pero this is an urgent, okay? An urgent matter that is supposed to be that the government should have an urgent solution. So yun nga lang po, kaya tinatanong ko lang po kung meron siyang ganung plano.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think it was just last January that the President went to China and talked with the Prime Minister of China on this issue. Palagay ko din, I think doon when he went to Indonesia, he also raised this issue in Indonesia and talked with the ASEAN ministers on this, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, in this, nakikita natin na ang ating Pangulo naman ay firm ang kanyang resolve na talagang tapusin na ang isyong ito sapagkat alam mo, ginagawa po ng China talagang nakakagambala na sa ating bansa, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah, siguro ang suggestion ng kinatawang ito, no, baka i-prioritize ng ating gobyerno, ng ating Pangulo, itong pag-asikaso doon sa ating sovereignty and national territory. Remember, this is not, hindi ito West Philippine Sea na claim ng 6 na bansa. Ito ay sa atin na, bayan natin ito. Kaya tuloy, ano ang magiging epekto nito? Siyempre yung ating mga mangingisda, wala na silang makukuhang mga isda. Kung sinira na yung mga corals, sinira na yung mga breeding place ng ating mga isda. So yan, one effect. Pangalawa, parang tinatawan-tawanan na lang tayo ng China. So in fact nga, sabi ng China sa atin, parang ang sabi ng China embassy, tayo nga daw yung nag-i-incurs doon sa kanilang doon sa shoal. Sa atin po yun yung shoal na yun at bakit po kaya ganun po yung sinasabing statement ng China.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, gusto kong ulitin na nung ating Pangulo ay nagpunta ng Indonesia sa ASEAN Summit, niraise niya po ang isyong ito. Definitely, po. Pangalawa, palagay ko, nabasa ko rin sa dyaryo na inutusan ng Pangulo ang Coast Guard na tanggalin ang nilagay ng China na buoy upang ang ating mga malakaya, ang mga fishermen, ay makapag-fishing uli doon sa shoal na yan, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Chinese Foreign Minister accused Philippines of intruding in Scarborough Shoal without their permission and take diplomatic... nag-i-intrude daw tayo doon sa Scarborough Shoal. Hindi ba sa atin nga yun?
Actually, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, tama po ang sinabi ng aking kaibigan si Congressman Franz Castro tungkol dyan. Alam naman natin na yan ang gagawin talaga ng China. Ang China, sa totoo lang, niloloko na ang Pilipinas. At naniniwala ako na tama ka rin sinabi nyo na dapat talagang i-prioritize ng ating Pangulo itong problemang ito. Naniniwala po ako because the DFA is our agency that provide diplomacy in our country, that they're doing their best to do that.
So, nung last briefing ng DFA, hiningi ko po yung 14 Philippine-China bilateral agreements. Mukhang walang nakarating sa akin, but thankfully, to Representative Rachel Arenas, binigay niya sa akin agad-agad nung ako ay nag-interpellate doon sa DFA last month. Hindi po kaya marami 14 po ito Memorandum of Understanding between Government of the People's Republic of China and our country on cooperation on Belt and Road Initiative at iba't iba pong mga programs and projects po. Hindi po kaya nagiging hadlang ito or nagiging barrier po ito yung mga agreements natin with China recently para po maging yung diplomatic diplomatic protest natin ay maging aggressive. Kasi ang dami parang may utang na loob tayo sa China May 14 na projects na inano ng ating Pangulo ni President Marcos with the China. Kaya talagang ito ba yung nagbibigay sa atin ng parang nagdadalawang isip para i-prioritize natin yung pagkausap mismo doon sa foreign minister or kay Xi Jinping, President Xi Jinping. Kaugnay nito kasi ang daming mga projects nito na nakausap natin ang China.
Palagay ko, there's no question, Mr. Speaker, on the DFA prioritizing the problem on the West Philippine Sea. Considering also, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that China is our first trading partner, di ba? Kaya nag-iingat din tayo. Nag-iingat din po tayo sapagkat malaki rin ang ginagawa ng China sa Pilipinas tungkol sa trade. Nag-iingat din po tayo. But yet, naniniwala po ako, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, naniniwala po ako na dapat talagang i-prioritize ng ating pamahalaan ang problemang ito.
Yes, tama kayo, Mr. Speaker. I agree with you. Kahit na po meron tayong agreement with the China in terms of yung mga economic benefit, yung mga bridges and roads, pero iba ito Iba dapat iba rin yung magiging approach doon sa incursion doon sa ating exclusive economic zone. So hopefully, Mr. Speaker, habang ginagalang natin itong mga agreement na to, dapat nasa sa isip pa rin, above pa rin dito sa mga agreement na to, yung pagprotekta doon sa ating soberanya. At alam ko po ang DFA ay makakapag-advise ng mabuti, ng maayos kay President na i-prioritize din po yung pagsira doon sa ating exclusive economic zone.
I agree, Your Honor. I agree.
So that ends my interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to our distinguished sponsor.
Maraming salamat. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Representative Bernadette Herrera of BH Party List to interpellate the sponsor.
BH Party List, Bernadette Herrera is recognized. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. There being no member of the minority who wish to interpellate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate of the budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs.
There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Foreign Affairs and its attached agencies hereby terminated.
Nasa Madrid na.
Majority Leader.
Last year, nandito pa siya.
Congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Galing ng partnership natin, di ba? Galing yung partnership natin. Alam ko, magtatanong ka. Pero pa isa? Ano lang, open close. LEADAC. LEADAC open close. Sino kong sponsor? Hindi yung pan-justify. Hindi yung pan-justify. May tao na yung boat source mo.
Mamangkin pa.
Bigyan mo rin ako.
Yes, sir. I'll make sure.
Yes.
Hanggang sa muli.
Yeah.
Congratulations po.
Yes. Boss. Hey, yes, yes.
Thank you very much, sir. Salamat.
Yung ano yung... Nakabulig-ligin ako nila.
Mahirap agawin.
Ano mamaya lang, matawag kita mamaya.
Susunod.
Sa floor ako. Ito, meron to. Confidential, meron. Ano, Dak, meron to. Sigurado. Sa 3 million, may confidential fund ko. Meron.
May we request silence in the plenary, and for those departments who have been finished to vacate the premises. May I repeat, silence in the plenary. Silence. Let's resume. Session resume. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
There's a motion for the deliberation of LEADAC, or the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. There be no objection, hearing none. Please proceed, the Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, namely Crystal Lynn Uy, Supervising Undersecretary for LEADAC, Danilo Barameda, Supervising Director for LEADAC, Celeste Gomez, Supervising Economic Development Specialist, Jeneline Valencia Rodriguez, Supervising Economic Development Specialist, Dina Kayongkong, Department Legislative Liaison Specialist, Rayan Ray Reposar, Chief of Staff, Rica Ray Gamboa, Technical Assistant, Jason Osisa, Administrative Assistant 1.
The Chair acknowledges the presence of the heads and officials of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council and, of course, and other officials. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Joseph F. Violago from 2nd District, Nueva Ecija, the Vice Chair of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
Vice Chair and sponsor, Congressman Violago, you hereby recognize, sir. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, magandang umaga po sa ating lahat ng mga kapwa mambabatas. Nandito po inyong lingkod para po sa budget po ng Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council na kung saan ay bagamat medyo maliit po ito ay nag-increase pa rin ho ito from 2023 ng 12.11% at ang proposed budget po for 2024 ay 3.462 million pesos, Mr. Speaker. And I hope na ang ating po mga kasamahan sa mababang kapulungan ay suportahan ang budget po nito. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat.
Maraming salamat, Joseph Gilbert F. Violago, 2nd District of Nueva Ecija. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Gabriel Bordado Jr. from the 3rd District, Camarines Sur, to interpellate the sponsor.
The gentleman from the Camarines Sur, Congressman Bernardo, you have the floor, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there being no member of the minority who wishes to interpellate, I therefore move to terminate the interpellation and debate portion in connection with the budget of the LEADAC. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Gabriel H. Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur. Thank you. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellation on the proposed budget of the Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council.
Thank you. There's a joint motion to terminate the interpellations of the proposed budget of LEADAC, or Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council. Any objection? The Chair hears none. The interpellations of the proposed budget of Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council, or LEADAC, hereby terminated. Congratulations.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume considerations on the proposed budget of the National Security Council. So move, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion for the deliberation of the National Security Council. Please proceed. No objections. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Mercedes Chideng Alvarez for her sponsorship.
Congressperson Mercedes Alvarez is hereby recognized sponsor. Please proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Arlene Brosas for her interpellation.
Congressperson Arlene Brosas, you're recognized, ma'am. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After we left off po doon kahapon sa Mr. Speaker, anyway, Mr. Speaker, itutuloy ko lang, Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to some questions later, Mr. Speaker? Tapos itutuloy ko lang yung aking may we get the commitment for justice nung dalawa pong sinasabing dinukot na mga kabataan, sina Junila at Jed Tamano, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I personally share the sentiments expressed by my esteemed colleague yesterday. Our legal framework grants us the means to address complaints and concerns, Mr. Speaker. If Ms. Tamano and Ms. Castro opt to pursue their case, the agency will wholeheartedly respect their decision and will diligently adhere to any orders or directives issued by any court of law or quasi-judicial body, Mr. Speaker. It is our firm belief that no one, be it an individual or entity, stands exempt from the rule of law. So let us all allow the due process of justice to unfold, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on to my questions. Ito po yung mga ilan pang mga katanungan ko na nabitin kahapon, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, tama po ba na bahagi ang National Security Council sa pagbubuo ng National Security Policy 2023-2028?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, bahagi ng NSP 2023 to 2028 ang Cyber, Information, and Cognitive Security at binabanggit dito ang hakbangin na ito. The Philippines' cybersecurity readiness and capability shall be improved by amending laws, ensuring network security, and institutionalizing cybersecurity task forces to effectively assess and respond to vulnerabilities and risks to the country's cyberspace domain. Now, Mr. Speaker, ano po yung mga batas na planong amyendahan in relation sa cybersecurity, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, it is still under study, Mr. Speaker, by the agency.
So wala pa po tayong listahan ng mga batas na planong amyendahan?
None yet, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, speaking of cybersecurity, is the NSC aware of the Medusa ransomware group's sophisticated attack on PhilHealth?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, bakit wala pa ring pahayag ang NSC kaugnay dito?
Mr. Speaker, it is the DICT that conducts the investigation on this, Mr. Speaker.
Pero, Mr. Speaker, di ba ito ay a national security na kaso? So ano po ang role dapat ng NSC dito, Mr. Speaker? Ano po ang assessment ng NSC officials natin dito sa cyber attack ng Medusa ransomware group sa PhilHealth records? Kasi baka po may mga nakompromiso na sensitive information. Tapos bakit may mga ulat na hindi pa naibabalik yung electronic premium remittance system? Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the DICT assured the National Security Council that the damage is controlled, and of course the Council itself continues to coordinate with the DICT as to this matter, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, hindi pa po kayo nakipag-usap sa DICT? Hindi pa po nakapag-meeting? What has the NSC done dito, Mr. Speaker?
The NSC is in close coordination with the DICT pending investigation, Mr. Speaker.
Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, parang ang bagal ng security officials natin sa mga ganitong usapin kung saan kontribusyon po ng mga manggagawa at security ng isang malaking GOCC ang nakataya. Kasi PhilHealth yan eh, Mr. Speaker, alam naman natin yun. Talagang nag-shell out ang mga tao para bayaran yung kanilang premium, Mr. Speaker, kaya pangalagaan natin yung kanilang security. Yun lang, Mr. Speaker, yun yung gusto nating itanong. And if there will be a report on this, Mr. Speaker, may we be appraised kung ano yung nagaganap na, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr.
I-update
Speaker,
mo kami.
the council will submit a report on this as soon as possible, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Madam Sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Minority Leader, Congressperson Arlene Rosas, Gabriela Porteles. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman from the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation.
The gentleman from the 1st District of Albay, Edson Lagman, you're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning to General Eduardo Año, the National Security Advisor and Director General of the National Security Council, who I respect, and the members of his office. Let me, would the distinguished lady yield to questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Let me start by asking, for the record, who are the members of the National Security Council?
Mr. Speaker, the members of the National Security Council National Security Council, it is chaired by the President himself, the Vice President, the Senate President, the Speaker of the House, and several others, Mr. Speaker.
Who are the several others, may we
Okay.
know?
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. Aside from the Speaker of the House, the Senate President pro tempore, the Deputy Speakers for Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, the Majority Floor Leaders of the Senate and the House, the Minority Floor Leaders of the Senate and the House, the Chairperson for the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, Chairperson, Senate Committee on National Defense and Security, Chairperson, Senate Committee on Public Order and Illegal Drugs, Chairperson, House Committee on Foreign Relations, Chairperson, House Committee on National Defense, Public Order and Security, as well as the Executive Secretary, the National Security Advisor, the Secretaries of Foreign Affairs, Justice, National Defense, DILG, DOLE, the Chief Presidential Legal Counsel, the Presidential Spokesperson, the Head of the PLLO, and past Presidents of the Philippines, Mr. Speaker, and such other government officials and private citizens as the President may appoint or designate from time to time.
Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the National Security Council is a powerful and prestigious body. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, is the National Security Council involved in asserting and protecting the national interests in the controversy over the West Philippine Sea?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And what is the extent, Mr. Speaker, of the participation of the National Security Council as well as the National Security Advisor?
Mr. Speaker, the National Security Council Executive Committee regularly convenes and discusses these matters, Mr. Speaker.
But, well, we know that they convene. I don't know whether they really regularly convene. But what I would like to know is the extent of their participation in addressing this controversy in the West Philippine Sea, where we have already won an arbitral award.
Mr. Speaker, aside from the National Security Council itself, there is a national task force for the West Philippine Sea. It is chaired by the National Security Advisor, and its members are the different departments of the government, Mr. Speaker.
So, is the National Security Council a policy-making body which would direct the task force on what to do and implement to protect our interests in the West Philippine Sea.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In 2016, the Arbitral Tribunal declared a vast portion of the West Philippine Sea as part of the Philippine exclusive zone and under the ownership and sovereignty of the Republic of the Philippines. Would you agree to that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
However, China has contumaciously defied the arbitral award in favor of the Philippines by continuing to occupy illegally areas declared as part of Philippine sovereignty and ownership. It has amassed additional areas after the award. It is reclaiming and constructing islands and building military facilities in the West Philippine Sea where the territory has been awarded to the Philippines. It prohibits Filipino fishermen from fishing in the areas adjudicated in favor of the Philippines. It continues to obstruct navigation and transport the West Philippine Sea. I am certain the National Security Advisor is truly aware of this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May we know, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, how vast or huge is the Philippine territory in the West Philippine Sea as awarded to us by the Arbitral Tribunal?
Mr. Speaker, as I understand, what we are awarded is the 200 nautical mile zone, which is the exclusive economic zone of the country, Mr. Speaker.
And what would that constitute?
A minute suspension, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker.
Please continue.
Yes.
Sponsor, please continue with the interpellations. Thank you.
To answer the question of Honorable Lagman, Mr. Speaker, the exclusive economic zone of the Philippines totals around 11.4 million hectares, Mr. Speaker.
But my question really is, what would constitute these 11.1 million hectares of maritime territory? These are supposed to be identifiable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. 11.4 million hectares, Mr. Speaker, not 11.4 billion hectares.
11.4
Million.
hectares.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And of course, as defined, the exclusive economic zone is 200 nautical miles from the baselines, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, this area have identifiable islands and other facets. But let me go to this question. Mr. Speaker, do the concerned government agencies like this National Security Council have the data or map or the metes and bounds of the territory awarded to the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. And can we be privy to that map?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We can send a copy of such map, Mr. Speaker, to the office of Honorable Lagman if he wishes, Mr. Speaker.
Not only to my office, but most probably to the office of the Speaker and the Chairman of the Committee on Appropriations.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will.
And who prepared this map?
The one who prepared these maps, Mr. Speaker, is the NAMRIA, or the National Mapping and Resource Information Resource Authority, Mr. Speaker.
And I am certain the Honorable National Security Advisor has seen this map.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
During the budget presentation of the Department of Foreign Affairs, I requested for that map on the metes and bounds or delineation of the maritime territory, the West Philippine Sea, illegally occupied by China. And Secretary Manalo said that NAMRIA has the map. During the budget presentation of DENR, to which NAMRIA is attached, Secretary Loizaga confirmed that NAMRIA has the map, but they will ask the permission of the National Security Council to provide a copy of said map to the Committee on Appropriations. Yesterday, Secretary Loizaga informed this representation that DENR requested the National Security Council for permission to provide the Committee on Appropriation with a map and other relevant details in a letter dated 30 August 2023. Would the distinguished lady ask the National Security Advisor whether they have received this letter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the National Security Council has received the letter from DENR, Mr. Speaker.
Incidentally, before I proceed to my next question, can we know when the National Security Council would give this chamber the requisite map delineating the totality of the maritime territory awarded to the Philippines, as well as delineating the areas occupied illegally by China?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the agency commits to submit said map by tomorrow, Mr. Speaker.
Can it be submitted today, Mr.
Yes.
Speaker?
We will try our very best, Mr. Speaker, that we will submit today.
Because that is available. And in
Yes,
fact,
Mr.
that
Speaker.
could be hand-carried today
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
from the Office of the National Security Advisor to the Congress. Is
Yes,
it not?
Mr. Speaker.
So, most probably, before we terminate the budget deliberation on the proposed expenditure program or budget of the National Security Council, we should first receive that map.
Mr. Speaker, we commit to immediately furnish the Honorable Lagman and the Office of the Speaker, as well as the Appropriations Committee, a said map today, Mr. Speaker.
I would make a reservation, Mr. Speaker, that if that map is not presented today, I would ask for a reconsideration of the approval of the budget of the National Security Council. May I hear the disposition of the Speaker on this manifestation?
Thank you for that, Congressman Lagman. May the sponsor answer?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we commit to immediately submit the map today, Mr. Speaker.
I will repeat it.
By 1 o'clock, Mr. Speaker.
Very good. Thank you very much. I would repeat, the map should delineate the vastness of the maritime territory awarded to us by the arbitral tribunal, as well as the areas occupied illegally by China.
Madam Sponsor, you assure us that by 1 o'clock,
Yes,
what
Mr.
is
Speaker.
required will be here, the floor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, by 1 o'clock today.
Please continue, Congressman Lagman.
Would the distinguished advisor, National Security Advisor, agree that the first option to resolve this conflict is through diplomacy in dialogue with respect to the implementation of the award?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
If diplomacy and dialogue is impossible because we have a recidivist aggressor in the West Philippine Sea, what other options do we have?
Mr. Speaker, we have tried the legal approach, Mr. Speaker, as a deliberate component of our strategy on the West Philippine Sea. We have also tried the diplomatic as well as the political track on this issue, Mr. Speaker. At the same time, our country has embarked on strengthening our defense relations with our allies, as well as strengthening our defense capability improvement, Mr. Speaker. So I believe what we are doing right now is a comprehensive package of legal, political, diplomatic, as well as defense approaches, Mr. Speaker.
But all of these Pacific measures have not prevented the recidivist aggressor in the West Philippine Sea. So there must be other options. There are now many countries supporting the Philippines in implementing the award. The GA7 countries have said that they want the award to be implemented. Many of the European Union countries also expressed the same sentiment. Australia and India also is in cooperation with these other countries for the award to be enforced. And this morning, I received a letter from the Department of Foreign Affairs enumerating other countries who are supporting the Philippines. And I have suggested to the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs that the Philippines should host a conference of these kindred nations to show to the world that the award in favor of the Philippines is supported by many countries. And we are now preparing, Mr. Speaker, the process of hosting that convention and also the expenditure required. Would the distinguished National Security Advisor endorse such hosting of kindred countries supporting our award here in the Philippines?
The National Security Advisor totally agrees, Mr. Speaker, and will cooperate and work together with those who will organize such conference, Mr. Speaker.
Can we ask the National Security Advisor to communicate with the Secretary of the Department of Foreign Affairs that they are assuring cooperation in hosting that conference?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, there is another way of forcing China to recognize the award. And this is to have a calibrated economic sanction from the Philippines as well as from these kindred nations, totaling more than 50 all in all. And that economic sanction will fall hard on China because it is now in the process of an economic meltdown. Is the National Security Advisor amenable to this Pacific option?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady, victory is not in the arbitral decision. Victory is in the full implementation of the award. Would you agree with that statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Sometime exactly on February 19, 2023, the President said that he would not surrender an inch of Philippine territory in the West Philippine Sea. Is the distinguished Security Advisor aware of this statement?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And he would agree with that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and he is fully supportive of that declaration, Mr. Speaker.
But since that bold and brave statement, has any inch of territory illegally occupied by China recovered by the Philippines?
Not yet, Mr. Speaker.
Not yet. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished lady, for this candid answer that we have not recovered an inch of territory occupied by China illegally in the West Philippine Sea, despite that bold statement of the President that he will not surrender an inch of territory. But, you know, it's the aggression in the West Philippine Sea by China is continuing. We have to get the support of the kindred nations to enforce that award. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, distinguished lady, for your candid answer.
Maraming salamat, gentleman from Albay. Thank you, sir.
Let me just reiterate that we are waiting at 1 o'clock for that map.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So we are to wait the arrival of those maps at 1 o'clock. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Caraps Paduano from Party List Abang Lingkod for his interpellation.
From the gentleman from Abang Lingkod, Party List, Joseph Stephen Carap S. Paduano. You're recognized, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Well, for the interest of time, I'd rather not ask questions to the agency. And I will just deliver my manifestation with regards to the budget of the National Security Council. But before that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Committee on Rules and, of course, the Majority Floor Leader for heeding to my request that the NSC budget deliberations should be scheduled after the LEADAC because it was just suspended yesterday. And early as 9 a.m. in the morning, the agency is already present in the plenary hall. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the original proposal of the NTFL-CAC from the start of the program is to allocate 20 million pesos for each barangay beneficiary. However, the budget for the said program decreases by each year. If the national government really views the Barangay Development Program as a very instrumental in ending armed conflicts and preventing internal security threats, there should be sufficient allocation for the said local program. The original proposed budget since the start of the BDP should be provided, and it will be better if we can ensure its budget for the next 2 years. With this, the armed forces of the Philippines can focus its efforts on external threats. Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, if really the government is serious about ending or getting what we need for the AFP in transition to focus for the external threat, in which we know for the fact that there is a present and clear danger to our country, we should give or allocate a budget that is being requested by the National Security Council for the Barangay Development Program. And what is 2 billion for annual 2 billion budgets for the next 2 years. And that is, well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, in the DBM technical notes on the proposed 2023 budget, and TFL-CAC's Barangay Development Program is only 6.336 billion pesos, with 959 barangays listed as target beneficiaries. For 2024, Your Honors, Mr. Speaker, for 956 barangays, the budget allocation is again a meager 10 million per barangay, which is 50% lower than the requested budget since the start of this program. Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, I hope that the House leadership can consider increasing the proposed budget for the BDP at the minimum, restore the original proposed budget of the said program, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors. And again, I'd like to reiterate my manifestation during the budget of the National Intelligence Coordinating Council. Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, instead of allocating intelligence and confidential funds to agencies which is not related to national security threat, better, Mr. Speaker, Your Honors, allocate it to the budget of the National Security Council. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honors. Mr. Speaker, there being no other members from the minority who wishes to ask questions, I move to terminate the period of sponsorship and debate on the budget of the National Security Council with consideration to the manifestation of the good Congressman Edsel Agman that the documents being requested should be submitted by 1 o'clock this afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Congressman Paduano, with that manifestation. And we thank the minority for that. With the 1 o'clock deadline condition. Majority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in their motion to terminate the interpellations in the proposed budget of the National Security Council.
There is a motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the National Security Council. Is there no objection? Hearing none, the chair hears. The chair hears none. The interpellation of the proposed budget of the National Security Council hereby terminated. Majority Leader, congratulations.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we resume interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, specifically its attached agency, the Maritime Industry Authority.
There's a motion as stated. Any objection? Let us proceed.
I move to suspend, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Okay lang, tawagin mo siya.
Session resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Janet Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo as the Vice Chairperson on the Committee on Appropriations to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, specifically the Maritime Industry Authority.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Vice Chair
Mr. Speaker,
Representative, you're recognized.
we're
Please
ready
proceed.
to answer questions in relation to the proposed budget of the Maritime Industry Authority.
Please proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Minority Leader Marcelino Lubanan of the 4-Piece Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the
Minority
proposed
Leader
budget.
Marcelino Libanan, the 4-Piece Party List. You recognize, sir. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. It appears that nobody wish to interpolate the MARINA. So, Mr. Speaker, I therefore move that we terminate the period for interpellation and debate on the budget of MARINA and the OTR. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Daghang salamat, Minority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, specifically the Maritime Industry Authority.
Thank you. There is a joint motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Transportation, specifically Maritime Industry Authority. Is there no objection? The chair hears none. The interpellations of the proposed budget of Department of Transportation, Maritime Industry Authority, or MARINA, hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill 8980.
Session suspended. Majority Leader. Session resumed.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8980.
There's a motion to suspend 8980. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we call the roll. I move that we call the roll, Mr.
is
Speaker.
therefore directed to call the roll.
Roll call of members. Honorable Representatives. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Baskug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulutbegtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime Eduardo Mark, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Tagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fentebella, Galios, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio Dong, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta, Huico, Gintu, Gullas, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga Ara, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Mariño, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Euloio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvami, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suansing Horacio, Suansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves, Tiangco, Cheng, Tolentino, Turfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Mr. Speaker, the roll call shows that 231 members responded to the call.
With 231 members for the call, the presence of quorum, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we are in receipt of an official communication from the Office of the Clerk of the Commission on Elections, furnishing the Secretary General copies of the Commission NBAC resolution dated August 14, 2023, Certificate of Finality and Entry of Judgment relative to SPP 19-008, canceling the registration of unwari party list. In view thereof, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Secretary General be directed to execute and implement the resolution accordingly. Drop the unwari party list representative from the roll of members of the 19th. So move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there no objection to the motion of the Majority Leader? There being none, the motion is approved. Secretary General is so directed.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8980 and that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of said measure.
Mr. Speaker,
Secretary General is so directed. Please proceed.
House Bill 8980, an act appropriating funds for the operation of the government of the Republic of the Philippines from January 1 to December 31, 2024.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that we take up the proposed budget of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies.
There's a motion to take up the deliberation of Department of Education and its attached agency. Any objection? Hearing none. Motion is approved. Please proceed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to withdraw my prior motion. And I therefore move that we take up the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President, and for this purpose, the Honorable Maria Carmen Zamora of the 1st District of Davao de Oro, sponsor of said agency, be recognized.
Motion is withdrawn. And we now recognize that there's a motion for the deliberation of the Office of the Vice President. Any objection? Hearing none. Please proceed. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This representation would like to call for a request for a few minutes recess while awaiting for the Honorable Vice President.
Majority Leader.
I move to suspend session for a few minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Ayusin.
Festival. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 2024. 20 DepEd na tayo. Always sa corporate world, good morning, ma'am. The Lord will provide. Madam mo katabo? Bisaya. Ang mga Bisaya baka. Lunggo ka man. Ma'am, ayaw mo ito. Ayun pa lang, ma'am. Para ma'am.
Session is resumed. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we proceed with the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials from the Office of the Vice President, namely, of course, Her Excellency Vice President Inday Sara Duterte, Chief of Staff Ms. Zulaika Lopez, Assistant Chief of Staff Lemuel Ortonio, and the rest of the officials in the Office of the Vice President.
We would like to acknowledge Her Excellency Vice President Sara Duterte and the OVP family. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Maria Carmen S. Zamor of the 1st District of Davao de Oro, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President.
The Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, the Honorable Maria Carmen Zamora, from the 1st District of Davao de Oro, is hereby recognized to begin sponsorship.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor the budget of the Office of the Vice President of the Republic, headed by Her Excellency Vice President Sara Z. Duterte Carpio, for the fiscal year 2024, amounting to 2.395 billion. The OVP is evolving in its efforts to make it more relevant and relatable to our citizens. Its aspiration as an institution that is responsive and active in meeting the requirements of our communities is tied directly to its mandate of service beyond succession. The Vice President is likewise the Secretary of the Education Portfolio in concurrent capacity, a unique position that has wide-ranging implications on national governance and in achieving the goals of the President's administration. In view of the foregoing, I earnestly appeal to my esteemed colleagues to support the proposed budget of the Vice President. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and this representation is now ready to answer questions from our colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers Party List to interpellate the sponsor on the proposed budget.
The lady from ACT Teachers Party List, Representative Franz Castro, is hereby recognized for her interpellation.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating pong distinguished sponsor, Representative Zamora, at syempre po sa ating DepEd family, OVP and OVP family, led by Vice President Sara Duterte. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Okay. So, going to the budget of the Office of the Vice President in 2024, Mr. Speaker, so nakita natin dito no, yung socio-economic projects and stakeholder engagement. It is under the Good Governance Program. Only line item in your operations budget. So, is it true? So, meron lang po siyang one line item doon sa budget.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And there is a 124,875 pesos for MOOE.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The entire 500 million confidential fund is in there.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Noong 2022, under the Good Governance Engagement and Social Service Projects, and ito po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, under the Good Governance Program, with 523,785,000 MOOE.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Under the 2024 projects and engagements, okay, so nakalagay po ang plural, no? Can you specify, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, what are those socio-economic projects and the stakeholder engagements? Kasi ano siya parang isang item lang siya. So can you specify, Mr. Speaker, these projects, engagements, projects and engagements?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, Several projects under the said program are the following: medical assistance, burial assistance, Magnegosyo Taday, Pagbabago Campaign, disaster operation, rice food bags, Kalusugan food truck for disaster operations, Libreng Sakay, and the You Can Be VP program.
Yes. Kasi Mr. Speaker, dito sa 2024 na budget on projects and engagements, parang isa siyang, Mr. Speaker, kung titignan natin yung budget, para siyang isang lump sum. Kasi hindi naka-specify yung, yung mga projects and engagements. So when we see different budget, katulad ng ibang mga agencies, meron din silang mga naka-specify as you have mentioned, distinguished sponsor. So for the amendment siguro, later in the amendment siguro, would the distinguished sponsor agree that these projects and engagement should be itemized in our budget so that we can see what are the engagements and projects in the office of the Vice President? Kasi parang kung titignan niyo siya, Mr. Speaker, parang lump sum lang siya na nakikita natin gano'n, under good governance program.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we take note of the suggestion of Your Honor and we will consider.
Okay, pag sinabi ko, tama. Thank you, Mr. Sponsor, Madam Sponsor, for that positive answer. Kasi pag sinabi natin item of appropriation, this is pertain to the amount appropriated for each activity or project as authorized by the GAA, okay, or by the Act, okay? So the particulars of expenditure to be funded should be itemized, okay? So isa-isahin natin, Mr. Speaker, kada activity and project. So in the 2024 budget, how much is being budgeted to the different project and activities mentioned by our distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the following programs as part of the programs to be implemented and has been implemented and the Office of the Vice President wishes to expand for 2024 are the following. For medical assistance, a proposal of 600 million is being proposed, which targets 60,000 clients. Burial assistance, 170,800,000 pesos, which targets 34,160 clients. Magnegosyo Taday, 150 million, which targets 15,000 individuals. Pagbabago Campaign, 90 million, which targets 200,000 school kids. Disaster Operations, 75 million, which targets 50,000 families or individuals. Rice food bags, proposal of 50 million, which targets 100,000 individuals. Kalusugan food truck Pansarap, amounting to 36 million, which targets 15,000 school kids. Kalusugan food truck for disaster operations, amounting to 7,776,000 pesos. Libreng Sakay amounting to 16,430,000 pesos, which targets 187,440 commuters. And You Can Be VP program for 1 million pesos, which targets 1 to 2 school kids. Mr. Speaker, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, can I ask the distinguished sponsor to provide the committee and this representation, the copy? Hindi ko po masyado nasundan yung lahat, Mr.
Yes, gladly, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. So, may mga budget doon sa lahat, yung specific activity at project. So, yung next question ko po, Mr. Speaker, ito yung mga specific na mga activities and projects proposed by the Office of the Vice President. Okay? At kung mapapansin ko po, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay parang redundant doon sa mga project ng iba't ibang mga ahensya. So, halimbawa po, Mr. Speaker, medical assistance, magnegosyo, libreng sakay, disaster operation, at iba pa po. So, don't you think yung mga specific specific projects and events ay redundant ito dun sa iba't ibang mga ahensya? Kasi may narinig po ako sa Senate na sinabi po ng Vice President yung iba pang mga activities and project niya for the future. So, ito pong sinasabing ito ng mga project, isn't it redundant? Tingin po ng ating sponsor.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President believes that it is also the role of the Office of the Vice President to be complementary to whatever programs and projects of the Executive Department. There are other initiatives that are undertaken by the Office of the Vice President, not merely those being implemented by other agencies, because it is the goal of the Office of the Vice President to widen its access to government services. And some of these projects have very specific target beneficiaries like Magnegosyo Taday and other programs. And so, again, the Office of the Vice President works complementary with the other offices in the Executive Department. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you po, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, hindi po ba pwedeng, dahil halimbawa, itong libreng sakay could be coordinated with the DOTR. Itong magnegosyo could be coordinated with the DTI. Ito pong disaster operation could be coordinated with the DSWD or other related agency. Rice, food, etc. Related ito sa DSW din kasi nagbibigay din tayo ng ayuda. Okay? At saka yung medical assistance. Kasi alam ko, ang DOH and DSWD are making that na as a projects and activities.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, in the implementation of these programs, the Office of the Vice President works closely with several agencies of the Executive Department. In fact, the Office of the Vice President has existing memorandum of agreement with the Department of Transportation, specifically for Libreng Sakay program. It is the OVP who supports the Libreng Sakay program and also of the DOTR by providing buses, which means implementation of these programs were done in accordance and in collaboration with the agencies.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, yun ang sinasabi natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor. So, ito kasi, tingin ko na nagiging redundant doon sa mga activities. And kung babalikan natin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung mandato ng Office of the Vice President, kung titignan nga natin siya noong 2015, doon sa, yung sa mga functions, so makikita natin siya as the, parang as a substitute to our President just in case. Okay? So doon sa, kasi hindi rin natin ito napuna noong mga panahon ng iba pang mga administration o iba pang Vice President. Kaya tinitignan natin na syempre itong mandato ng Vice President ay just, excuse me for the term, spare tire ng Presidente just in case na may mangyari. So yun naman talaga yung pinakamandato nito. Okay?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if I may interject, on the statement that the Vice President is just a spare tire, may I reiterate and may I emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that the Vice President is the second highest office in the land, and coming from the Executive Department, the OVP is also mandated to promote the welfare of every Filipino. And traditionally, the Office of the Vice President has been providing socio-economic services under the past several administrations. And the office believes that no single agency has monopoly to provide public service. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker and distinguished sponsor. So, kung titignan natin, ito nga, kaya nga sinabi ko, although, noong mga nakaraang budget po, 2015, pababa, so makikita mo lang doon yung salitang parang ceremonial. And then after that, nagkaroon na nito. Pero nakita natin doon sa budget ng Office of the Vice President, parang lump sum. Okay? Kaya dapat siguro baguhin na natin, if you agree sa ating distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, kung paano natin i-itemize. Kaya nga in-itemize ko po yung mga projects and events. Okay? So, yon. Next question. On the confidential funds. In 2022, I take hold of a letter addressed to the Office of the Committee on Appropriation regarding doon sa mga particulars na request ng Office of the Vice President during the fiscal year 2022. Okay. By the way, before that, meron kasing budget for confidential fund ulit for 2024. So, paano ba yung plano ng Office of the Vice President kung saan-saan gagamitin itong confidential fund? Alam natin na the confidential fund is governed by a JC 2050 ng COA, ng DND, ng DBM, GCD, etc. So based on the events and projects, hindi pala program. Kasi ang program kasi sa definition natin sa GAA, yung medyo mahaba-habang mga activities and events. So paano po or saan gagamitin itong 500 na confidential fund?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the proposed confidential expenses will be used for the safe implementation of the programs and activities of the Office of the Vice President, which are being delivered through its central office and the newly established satellite offices. Through the satellite offices, the OVP aims to bring its programs to other areas with a vision to target poverty reduction, threats to peace and order, and achieve sustainable development. And in support of these goals, surveillance activities will be undertaken to assess security threats and ensure successful implementation of the said projects. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, do you have a PAP, programs and projects? Kasi ito yung sinasabi po dun sa JC na requirement bago po magamit itong mga confidential funds. So, ito yung programs and projects po.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So, meron kayo noon?
Yes.
So, nag-submit ba ang Office of the Vice President nung 2023, kasi merong 500, na confidential fund. Nag-submit po ba noong mga kinakailangan? 2023 to mamaya na tayo mag-2022. So 2023 na meron kasi ang Office of the Vice President na 500 million. So have you submitted this PAP and have you complied with the provision of the JC regarding confidential and intelligence fund?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President has submitted the physical and financial plan as required under the COA DBM DILG GCG DND Joint Circular 2015-01. It was in November 17 of 2022 that the original plan was submitted, and in January 26 of 2023, a revised plan was submitted. Sir Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. So sinasabi din po dito sa JC that you have to submit the report and yung performance noong nung paggamit. Performance indicators noong PAP na ginamitan natin ng confidential fund. Is the Office of the Vice President complied with it?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, yes, the Office of the Vice President has complied with the report submission in January 17, 2023, and in April 13, 2023, and in July 13 of 2023.
I know, hindi po natin pinag-uusapan yung 2022. Pinag-usapan po natin yung 2023. 2023 pa lang po ngayon di ba? May budget po ang Office of the Vice President ng 500 million. It is expressly provided doon sa budget ng OVP yung 500 million. So what I'm asking Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ay kung what was the latest submission of the Office of the Vice President? Kasi ngayon ay third quarter going to fourth quarter. So, nag-submit ba ito nung first quarter ng 2023, second quarter ng 2023?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay.
The first quarter report submission was in April of 2023, and the second quarter submission was in July 13 of 2023.
Okay. So, running pa na naman yung third quarter. Okay, so, wala pa pong wala pa pong AOM or wala bang sinasabi ang COA about this o hindi pa na-audit? Undergoing audit pa rin.
None, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, so wala pa So sa dami nga siguro ng mga sinasubmit na mga performance report, so kagaya nga sinabi ng COA na talagang marami talaga yung performance report tungkol dito sa confidential fund. Okay. Sa ngayon, merong 500 million na confidential fund ang Office of the Vice President. So for 2024, have you heard of the news about the decision of our association of the House of Representatives that the confidential fund will be coursed through doon sa mga agencies na may kinalaman doon sa national security, may kinalaman sa spying, paniniktik, at iba pang mga may kinalaman doon sa national security. So have you heard of that, na ang decision po ng leadership na pinangunahan po ng iba't ibang political leaders dito sa Kongreso, ay nagdesisyon sila na ilagay ito doon sa magpoprotekta doon sa ating West Philippine Sea, which is logical naman. At nakinig ang ating liderato doon sa clamor ng ating mga kababayan kaugnay dito sa confidential fund. Kasi when we brought this out, yung confidential fund, nakita natin yung iba't ibang problema in terms of pagsunod doon sa JC, liquidation, auditing, etc. So have you heard of that? In fact, merong letter doon, distinguished sponsor. So what is your comment or ano po yung masasabi niyo doon?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President is consistent on its stand since last year and even up to this year that the office submits to the discretion and wisdom of Congress.
Okay, so ang ibig sabihin, dahil ang Office of the Vice President at ang DepEd ay hindi naman ahensya na related sa national security, spying, surveillance, etc. So, willing to forgo itong confidential fund for 2024.
Your pen?
The Office of, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President is firm in its stand that they believe that the office can only propose on how they will do their job. And as to the approval of the proposed funding and budget, they submit to the wisdom and discretion of Congress.
So walang magiging violent reaction pag tinanggal. Halimbawa, yung 500 na confidential fund sa Office of the Vice President. Can you still pursue the implementation of these programs and events without this confidential fund? Kasi I heard naman the Vice President na sabi niya pwede naman daw.
Again, the Office of the Vice President can only propose on how they will do the job. And as of this time, with the development of what the Honorable colleague has mentioned, the Office of the Vice President, again, would submit to the wisdom of Congress.
Okay. Thank you, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker. Okay, doon tayo, Mr. Speaker, sa last topic ko, about the confidential fund in 2022. So, is it true that the Office of the Vice President requested a confidential fund from the Office of the President in the year in 2022, the amount of 250 million confidential fund? Sabi kasi, in consideration daw sa safe implementation of various projects and activities under the Good Governance Program of the OVP and the conduct of its various official engagements and functional representation in international and domestic events. Is it true that the Office of the Vice President requested a budget for confidential fund?
That is
with the
correct,
amount
Mr.
of
Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. But the DBM, considering na ito ay third quarter na or fourth quarter na, the DBM through the Office of the President granted only 125.
That is correct, Mr.
125 million to
That
be,
is correct, Mr.
to be-
Speaker.
para maging accurate. Okay. So, during the interpellation in the COA 2022 confidential funds of 125 million, sabing ganon sa findings ng COA on 2022, in-spend ng Office of the Vice President ang 125 million pesos na confidential fund in 11 days. Do you confirm that, Madam Sponsor?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, to say that the Office of the Vice President spent the confidential fund in 11 days, the office submits its stand that it is inaccurate, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The report of COA, which is the basis of the report of COA for the utilization of the fund, starts from December 20 to 31, and that is 11 days. However, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the implementation of the programs started on the day that the SARO was released, in December 13 of 2022, which means immediately after the release of SARO, the implementation has already started. But the actual payment, as based on the COA report and findings, only started in December 20 up to December 31, which means the actual implementation is not 11 days, but it is 19 days, Mr. Speaker.
So, tama pala yung computation ng Makabayan, 19 days. So, it was obligated December 13, and then disbursed December 31. So, walang pahinga, walang holiday, yung paggasta ng confidential fund. Tama ba yun?
Sir President, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if I may also emphasize that prior to the release of this fund, plans were already laid down by the Office of the Vice President, which actually became the basis of the request of the Office of the Vice President for a confidential fund.
Okay.
Upon assumption into Office of the Vice President, plans were laid out, but the actual implementation was delayed because the office awaited for the release of the SARO. Sir.
With the permission of our colleagues on the floor, the time of the gentle lady, maybe the gentle lady can wrap up. We have 3 more minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, ito pong confidential fund na ito, so ginastos ito whether 11 or 19 days, alam natin na ito po ay cash. Tama? Sabi kasi ng COA, this is cash advance. So, ang ibig sabihin nito, although nakuha ng Office of the Vice President, yung cash starting December 13, so ibig sabihin nag-aabono na ang Office of the Vice President ng pera para sa confidential fund way before December 13 o yung na-obligate. So, ibig sabihin nun, kung August man yan, kasi sinasabi kasi sa statement na may mga events and activities na as early as August. So yung confidential fund ginagamit na, nag-aabono na ang Office of the
No,
Vice
Mr. Speaker, that is inaccurate. Plans were laid as early as August, but the actual implementation was only after the release of the SARO in December 13, 2022.
Okay. So sinabi rin ng COA, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, na ngayon lang sila nag-audit nitong 2022 na confidential fund. In fact, September 18, nagbigay sila ng AOM. They were given, the Office of the Vice President, ng 15 days para doon sa completion. Noong audit. So, tama po ba? Merong ganon?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, as to the AOM on 2022 for the confidential fund expense, the OVP has, as we speak, the OVP has not received any AOM from COA. And in case there is an AOM to be issued by COA, the OVP will respond to the AOM and provide any information or additional documentation as may be necessary. And the OVP maintains full accountability for the use of its funds and remains committed to observing accounting and budgeting rules and procedures. The OVP will coordinate.
Ibig sabihin,
with COA.
nagsisinungaling ang COA. Kasi doon based sa mga interpellations dito sa COA, sinabi nila nagbigay na sila ng AOM and after 15 days, they are expecting answers from the Office of the Vice President. So dinideny ba ng Office of the Vice President itong AOM na to?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, as we speak, even until today, the OVP has not received any AOM.
Okay, I'm wrapping up, Mr. Speaker. So, nakita natin may dalawa dito, yung COA nagbigay daw ng AOM, dinideny ng Vice President. Pero alam niyo po, dapat ito ay na-liquidate na or na-i-report na ito this early, di ba? So 2022 yan, dapat ngayon ay na-audit na.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if I may interject, the Vice President is not denying about the AOM, but records will show that there is no AOM received by the Office of the President, even as we speak, of the Office of the Vice President.
AOM from
AOM,
COA?
as we speak today.
Okay, so yun na lang, Mr. Speaker. So kailangan natin talagang ayusin itong mga liquidation nitong mga confidential fund. At ako po ay sumasang-ayon sa ating liderato doon po sa pag-aaral at pag-justify nitong pagbibigay ng confidential fund sa mga ahensyang hindi naman kailangan nito, lalong-lalo na ang OVP at ng DepEd.
Thank you. Majority Leader. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay to interpolate the sponsor in the proposed budget.
The Honorable Lagman is recognized to interpolate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good afternoon to the Vice President. Will the distinguished lady yield to very few questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
When the Vice President says that defers to the Congress the allocation of confidential fund for her office, she is actually transferring the onus or responsibility of appropriating to Congress. Is that correct?
That is true, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, because the Vice President believes that the power of the purse is with the House of Representatives.
So my statement is correct.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
But to make it more accurately, she is deferring to the wisdom or unwisdom of the Congress in appropriating confidential funds for her office. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
With respect to the 125 million transferred from the Office of the President's contingent fund to the Office of the Vice President for confidential funds, may we know whether the Vice President has the SARO which authorized the disbursement of these funds?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Can we have a copy of the SARO?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we have a copy of the SARO, and we will be gladly giving this document as requested by His
May I
Honor.
request for some minutes of suspension so that the SARO can be given to this representation and I can peruse the SARO, Mr. Speaker?
Session suspended. Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Vice President for giving us this SARO because we have been requesting for a copy of this from BBM, but until now we have not received it. Thank you so much. And this SARO would confirm two important things. One, the source of the 125,000 was the contingent fund of the President. And two, this SARO in the amount of 125,000 would be for 125 million, 125 million. Yes, a few minutes suspension. I cannot read these very small prints, Mr. Speaker.
Session suspended.
Okay na, nakita ko na.
Session is resumed.
And the purpose includes confidential fund. From the office of the President as approved by said office, Mr. Speaker. So two things. The source was the contingent fund of the President, and second, the purpose is for utilization in the nature of confidential funds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished lady. And this will serve us when we ask questions to the Department of Budget and Management. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Manuel of Kabataan Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget.
Representative Manuel of the Kabataan Party List is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the good sponsor yield to several questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before pala ako mag-proceed sa aking questions, gusto ko lang i-point out na last year, nung tinanong po natin dito din sa plenaryo, bakit may ilang mga innovative and unique projects ang OVP nung past OVP, tapos ngayon po ay tinigil, ang naging sagot po sa atin, dahil daw ang mga proyekto na yon ay ginagawa na ng ibang mga ahensya. Pero ngayon, Mr. Speaker, kahit may mga projects na redundant, ang justification naman, dahil daw kailangan at magko-coordinate naman with other agencies. Sige, Mr. Speaker, ito na rin ang magiging unang tanong ko. Wala po bang tiwala ang OVP sa kakayahan ng mga departments to perform their mandate? Kaya kailangan gawing redundant ang mga proyekto.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, on contrary, the Office of the Vice President is supportive to all agencies of the Executive Department. And in fact, it supports all the programs and projects of the Executive Department. And by having several programs under the Office of the Vice President does not mean na walang tiwala ang Office of the Vice President. In fact, it's working as complementary to whatever the offices of these departments from the Executive Department is doing. Sir Speaker, Your Honor.
Which means, Mr. Speaker, hindi po consistent ang OVP sa kanyang reasoning when it comes to deciding which projects will be continued, which projects will be implemented, at alin naman ang mga bagong gagawin pa ng OVP. Mr. Speaker, on satellite offices, can the sponsor confirm na immediately nag-establish ang OVP ng satellite offices without enough equipment to operate ang mga offices na ito, Mr. Speaker, kaya nag-purchase ng property, plant and equipment, and semi-expendable property totaling 668,197 pesos and 20 cents.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for a few minutes recess to check the data of what His Honor is asking?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker,
Session is resumed.
may I ask from His Honor if he's referring to the actual establishment of the physical space of the satellite offices?
Mr. Speaker, ang tinutukoy po natin ay ang nasa COA report po, Mr. Speaker. Concerned ang COA sa hindi pagsunod ng Office of the Vice President sa Republic Act number 9184 o ang Government Procurement Reform Act.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the OVP is in strict adherence to Republic Act 9184. And as to the practice of procurement through reimbursement, the Office of the Vice President has already stopped this practice and is now adhering to RA 9184. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, that is not consistent with what is really pointed out by COA. Mr. Speaker, ang sabi po ng COA, there was non-adherence to standard procurement procedures such as the conduct of competitive bidding or other accepted alternative modes of procurement. Mr. Speaker, malinaw po ang sinabi ng COA, hindi po sinunod ang RA 9184. Kaya Mr. Speaker, ang sabi din po ng ating sponsor, okay, sige, sa susunod po, tayo ay magiging faithful na sa RA 9184. Which means, Mr. Speaker, indirectly ina-admit na hindi talaga sinunod. Nagbadali po na itayo ang mga satellite offices, bumili ng mga property and equipment na hindi sinusunod ang batas. Mr. Speaker, concerned po tayo doon kasi second highest official po natin ang tingin po ay beyond or above po sa batas. Hindi po ito magandang modelo, Mr. Speaker, sa ating mga kabataan. So ano po ang komento doon ng ating sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I think His Honor is referring to COA AOM. And for emphasis, the AOM or Audit Observation Memorandum issued by COA is part of audit process and its preliminary issuance to clarify certain matters and to require comments or submission of documentary and other information requirements. Again, it's preliminary and can be rectified by agency concerned. And the OVP has been strictly adhering to the comment of the COA's AOM. Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ang response po ng OVP sa AOM ng COA, and I quote, "Moving forward, all transactions pertaining to procurement of PPE o ang property and equipment and semi-expendable property for satellite offices will be processed following the guidelines under RA number 9184 accordingly." So Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin, ang pinapangako na ay susunod sa batas after ma-point out ng COA. Pero Mr. Speaker, kung hindi pala ito na-point out, pwede pa na sa mga susunod pa after nung naging pagkakamali ng OVP, mangyari yun ulit, Mr. Speaker. Kaya hindi po pwedeng ganon. Dapat lahat po ng mga opisyal ng gobyerno, ang mga pinaghihirapan po nating batas dito, pinag-uusapan natin, pinagdedebatihan, kahit po ano pang outcome niyan, sundin po ng lahat ng mga opisyal at hindi po exemption, hindi po special ang Vice President, Mr. Speaker. Next topic, Mr. Speaker, sige, ito na po, confidential funds. Simulan po muna natin ang proposal for 2024. Since House leaders have already had a position na dapat, at least, no, while ako of course, basta po confidential o intelligence fund yan, mataas talaga ang ating pamantayan and very vigilant tayo dyan. Pero granted, Mr. Speaker, na kapag may confidential or intelligence fund, gagamitin lang siya for the defense of our territory, para sa national territory natin, Mr. Speaker. Ang confidential fund ba ng OVP, as proposed for 2024, is this to defend the West Philippine Sea?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. The Office of the Vice President, in its request and proposal for another confidential fund for calendar year 2024, is consistent with its reason in requesting the said fund since last year, which aims to use the fund for the safe implementation of its programs and activities. And through its office, the OVP aims to bring its programs to other areas and with a vision to target poverty reduction and threats to peace and order and achieve sustainable development. And in support of these goals, surveillance activities will be undertaken to assess security threats and ensure successful implementation of the project. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, from that long response, ang makuha po natin doon, hindi. Hindi po in line sa intent ng House ang proposal ng OVP na manghingi ng confidential fund for 2024. Kasi Mr. Speaker, ang mga binabanggit na programs, Medical and Burial Assistance Program, Food Assistance, Libreng Sakay, Magnegosyo Taday, tingin ko, Mr. Speaker, wala naman dong directly related sa defense ng West Philippine Sea, Mr. Speaker. Kaya I think it would be prudent for the House to reject the proposal of the OVP for confidential fund, Mr. Speaker. Kasunod,
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, if I may interject, for the record, confidential fund is not only used for the West Philippine Sea. It is used for monitoring and surveillance of whatever programs of the Office of the Vice President. And to make a point, the Office of the Vice President is not just a spare tire of the President, but is part of the policy making body of the President, and with the desire of the Office of the Vice President to propose policies that are data-driven. Information from the ground are very vital, Mr. Speaker.
Sige. Mr. Speaker, mamaya babalikan natin yan kung sobrang justified ba talaga ang confidential fund ng OVP for its programs. Pero Mr. Speaker, malinaw at this point na it seems that our sponsor is diverging from the intent of the leaders of the House na wag na pong bigyan ng confidential fund ang mga ahensya, lalo na kung hindi naman related sa defense ng ating national sovereignty ang kanilang proposal para gamitin ang confidential fund, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, if I may interject, this representation did not mention that we do not consider the issue in West Philippine Sea as an activity where confidential fund is used. But what I was saying is that it is not solely for the West Philippine Sea, and other use of confidential fund is not limited to West Philippine Sea, but also includes surveillance and monitoring that is affecting the national security of the country. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, nabanggit na nga po natin na meron ng intent ang House leader sa granted na may mga bibigyan ng confidential or intelligence fund, saan lang ba dapat? Pero Mr. Speaker, nag-i-insist pa rin ang OVP na dapat bigyan po sila. Mr. Speaker, meron po bang mga libreng sakay na gagawin natin sa West Philippine Sea o sa mga contested na mga isla? Tingin po natin, Mr. Speaker, wala naman eh. Kaya Mr. Speaker, still, hindi talaga justified na mabigyan ng confidential fund ang OVP. So sana po ay makinig. Kasi po, Mr. Speaker, nabanggit na rin naman ng OVP sa Senado, hindi naman pala urgent ang request for confidential fund. They can live without confidential fund, Mr. Speaker. Pero ngayon, it seems na kumakapit pa rin hanggat kaya ang OVP doon sa confidential fund na proposal for 2024. Kaya Mr. Speaker, para matasan natin kung okay ba ang proposal for next year, check po natin yung ngayon, Mr. Speaker. For 2023, nakapagpasa ba ng accomplishment report ang OVP quarterly sa atin, sa House of Representatives, regarding the outputs ng paggamit ng confidential fund?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I have already answered that earlier.
So, Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin po para sa libreng sakay, kailangan po ng confidential fund para magamit po ang funds for the Libreng Sakay program effectively? Paano po yan, Mr. Speaker? Ang mga sumasakay ba, ini-screen yan kung mga former rebels sila o mga lawless elements sila? Ganun po ba, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the proposal for confidential fund is not for the implementation of Libreng Sakay, but for its monitoring and surveillance, because the OVP aims to bring its programs to other areas with a vision to target poverty reduction, threats to peace and order, and therefore, again, it's not directly used for the implementation of Libreng Sakay, but it is used for assessment, surveillance of the implementation of the program. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, yan din po ang sinasabi ng ibang mga ahensya. Halimbawa po ang mga nagkakonduct ng mga assistance programs, tapos mismo, Mr. Speaker, ang mga intelligence agencies. So kung yan po ang natitirang rason ng OVP to justify confidential funds, again, redundant talaga, Mr. Speaker. Tapos sobrang inefficient, Mr. Speaker, na para magawa ang mga programang ito, kailangan ng napakalaking confidential fund. Nasa 20%, Mr. Speaker, ng pondo para sa good governance projects ay confidential. Mr. Speaker, napakaraming mga kababayan natin nangangailangan ng assistance. Kahit po hindi tayo gumamit ng confidential fund to identify sino-sino ang nangangailangan, alam po nating lahat dito sa ating mga distrito, sa ating mga constituents, sino ang mga dapat bigyan. Kaya Mr. Speaker, kung makakakuha tayo ng kopya ng accomplishment report, sana po, no, kung proud naman ng OVP, paano ginamit ang accomplishment at yung confidential fund nito, Mr. Speaker, edi we dare the OVP ilabas po ang accomplishment report. Hindi pa nga po natin hinihingi yung exact na paggamit ng confidential fund. Kahit accomplishment report na lang po, Mr. Speaker, na naging effective ang Libreng Sakay program, ang Magnegosyo Taday program, naging effective ito dahil sa confidential fund. Would the OVP provide us copies of the accomplishment reports?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the OVP would be very willing to submit and give the accomplishment report of the programs of the Office of the Vice President, which includes the Libreng Sakay program that has been mentioned by His Honor.
Sige, Mr. Speaker, dapat po sa accomplishment report reflected doon. Ano ang naging value ng confidential fund? Ano ang diferensya kung may confidential fund o wala? Kasi Mr. Speaker, as it seems, it actually won't make a big difference, Mr. Speaker, lalo kung ang daming mamamayan nangangailangan. Kung yung 500 million po, baka Mr. Speaker, makumbinsi pa ako, kung yung 500 million, dinagdag po yan talaga for the medical assistance o for burial assistance, Mr. Speaker. Pero kung hiwalay pa siya, hindi naman transparent paano ginamit, then, Mr. Speaker, our doubts will linger. Now, Mr. Speaker, ito po, we started with 2024, 2023, ito na po, 2022 confidential funds. Mr. Speaker, balikan lang po nating lahat. When we say confidential funds, confidential, this comes from the Latin word, confidentia. From, ang root pa nun, confidere, which means to have full trust or reliance. Mr. Speaker, ang pagiging confidential, hindi po yan nakabatay sa pagiging sikreto nito. It is based on how some group trusts kung sino yung taong pagbibigyan ng confidential funds, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, we remind the OVP, Mr. Speaker, na hindi siya entitled sa confidential funds kung self-entitlement lang ang batayan, Mr. Speaker. The entitlement must come from expressed allocation by Congress, Mr. Speaker. Hindi iilang tao lang. Ang confidence na yan, Mr. Speaker, dapat manggaling sa mamamayan, through their delegates, through us, Mr. Speaker, tayo sa Kongreso. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, gina-justify ang paggamit ng confidential fund dahil ito naman daw ay galing sa contingent fund. Mr. Speaker, sa provisions for contingent fund, ano ba dyan ang mga examples ng pwedeng paggamitan ng contingent fund?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, first, thank you for the short lecture on the definition of confidential fund, and I respect that opinion of His Honor. While the question on contingent fund lies on the office of the DBM in terms of its technicality, for purposes of presentation, allow me to read the definition of contingent fund. Contingent fund covers the funding requirements of new or urgent activities or projects of national government agencies, GOCCs, and LGUs that need to be implemented or paid during the year, such as, but not limited to the following: legal obligation of the government arising from final and executory decisions of competent authorities, such as compromise agreements, arbitral awards, mediation settlement agreement, and professional services in connection thereto. Second, requirements of newly created offices. And third, deficiencies in the appropriations for local and external travels of the President of the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
With that, Mr. Speaker, sa tatlong nabanggit na examples, meron po ba diyang confidential?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President has requested through the Department of Budget and Management for a fund, a confidential fund. As to the question of whether or not nakasakop ba ito sa definition ng contingent fund, I think it is under the turf of the DBM to answer the technical question of His Honor.
Mr. Speaker, lawmakers po tayo. We have the capacity to try to understand what is written, especially that the General Appropriations Act, ito pong National Budget, Mr. Speaker, ang special provision on contingent fund, tayo din naman ang nag-approve nito sa Kongreso, Mr. Speaker. So, simple lang naman po ang tanong, Mr. Speaker. Sa tatlong examples, meron po ba diyang confidential?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, allow me to refer His Honor to the letter of the Secretary of the Department of Management.
Mr. Speaker,
to the
dahil po
Committee on
kulang na po ang
Appropriations.
time ko, allow me. Ako dala po
Because it
supply
says
ng
in the
sagot,
letter,
Mr. Speaker.
the contingent fund is precisely to cover the funding requirements of new or urgent projects that need to be implemented during the year. And the Secretary of the Department of Budget and Management saw it necessary for the Office of Vice President to be granted the contingent fund as it is qualified to receive such.
Mr. Speaker, sige po. Though ito po address sa DBM. Grabe naman po ang DBM, Mr. Speaker. Kinaya po nilang maghanap ng funding source para doon sa confidential fund. Pero PGH, Mr. Speaker, ang capital outlay zero. Hindi po mahanapan ng pang-capital outlay, Mr. Speaker. Pangalawa, Mr. Speaker, sa tatlong examples ng pwedeng paggamitan ng contingent fund, wala po doon ni isa, Mr. Speaker, ay confidential. Ang mga allocation for execution of decisions, number 1. Number 2, requirements of newly created offices. And number 3, deficiencies for travels of the President. Lahat po nun, Mr. Speaker, auditable. Mr. Speaker, when we consulted ang mga legal experts natin, kapag po nagsusulat ng batas, kung yung mga examples ay nakalatag naman at meron tayong gustong i-introduce na bagong pwedeng paggamitan, dapat, Mr. Speaker, consistent. Kung walang confidential sa mga examples, hindi pwedeng magsingi tayo doon ng confidential, Mr. Speaker. It's like pupunta ka ng pet shop na para sa mga aso. Iba-ibang breed ng aso nandyan, basta aso. Hindi ka pwede maghanap dyan ng pusa, Mr. Speaker. Iba po ang nature ng confidential fund. Contingent funds are supposed to be auditable. Ang confidential fund, hirap na nga po tayo na ma-audit ito, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, mahina din talaga ang batayan na magkaroon ng confidential fund ang OVP noong 2022, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, liban sa hindi naman talaga entitled ang OVP for that confidential fund, paano din ba talaga ito ginamit, Mr. Speaker? let's end now with mental gymnastics, Mr. Speaker, to justify the use of contingent fund for confidential fund. So sige po, ito na lang kung mapapatunayang nagamit po ito ng maayos. Di ba po, cash ang confidential fund. So ibig sabihin po, ito po, nahanap natin ang activities ng OVP from December 13 to December 31. Mr. Speaker, December 13, 2022, Vice President visits Pinaglabanan Elementary School. Can the OVP confirm?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, at this point, we do not have a copy of the scheduler of the Vice President, but we will be glad to confirm that later with His Honor.
Mr. Speaker, yung OVP po walang kopya or record ng sarili niyang mga activities, Mr. Speaker. Galing din po ito sa OVP website, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we humbly request for extra time to get a copy so that we will be able to submit accurate date and information of the activity requested by His Honor.
Sige, ito na lang, Mr. Speaker, para mas malapit sa VP natin. December 25, Families Traditional Christmas Gift-Giving Activity for the Dabaweños.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will give you an accurate data, complete data of the activities conducted by the Office of the President. Vice
Mr.
President.
Speaker, can't the OVP check its own website now to confirm?
In the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, maybe we can continue with the deliberation while the Office of the Vice President are checking.
Mr.
on the-
Speaker, ako na po in behalf of the sponsor, can we suspend session para po ma-check nila?
Is there a motion to suspend the session?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, point of order, please. Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a while.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed. The chair would like to remind the Honorable Manuel that his time will expire in 3.5 more minutes. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, per record of the Office of the Vice President, the Office of the Vice President has the following engagement since July 2022 when she assumed office.
Mr. Speaker, quickly lang po, we're talking about activities December 13 to 31.
Yes, just to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, that since July of 2022 up to August 2023, the Office of the Vice President has a total 558 engagements all over the country. And the question is to confirm the report given by His Honor. I think he is referring to the schedules here. Some of these dates that His Honor is asking was from the published news and other Facebook pages. If these are seen on Facebook that the President is on these several occasions, then that is confirmed that the Vice President is on these occasions.
So Mr. Speaker, halimbawa, noong December 17, 2022, the Vice President met with urban poor residents, tricycle drivers, online app riders, and PWDs. So para po ma-secure ang meet-up na ito, Mr. Speaker, at maprotektahan ang Vice Presidente, gumamit po ng cold cash na 11.363636 million pesos para matiyak po na maging successful ang ganitong activity, Mr. Speaker. Ganun po ba?
No, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, kasi yun na nga ang lumitaw, Mr. Speaker, na nagamit within that time period ang 125 million. At ang sabi na nga po ay para protektahan ang VP kapag ginagawa ang ganitong mga aktibidad. So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, ganun ang implication. In cold cash, binigay sa OVP ang 11.363636 million, tapos ginastos for this event to push through.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the utilization of the confidential fund is not limited only on the actual engagement of the Vice President, and it's not through a cash implementation, it's not through the use of cash in the actual activity of the Vice President. Again, it also, the disbursement, the utilization of the confidential fund also involves monitoring and surveillance prior to the actual activity of the Vice President.
So prior, so ibig sabihin po, kahit hindi po December 17 to prepare for that event, days before. Sa mga days before po, 11.3636 million days before, ginamit per day para maging successful ang December 17 meet-up with urban poor residents, drivers.
Again, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for emphasis, the confidential fund is not used for the actual activity of the meet-up of
Yun
the
nga
Vice
po, kaya
President.
before, Mr. Speaker, 11 million pesos per day before December 17, ginamit para
When
maging
I say
successful.
prior, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is not a day before or 2 days before, but that includes the laying down of the implementation of the plans laid out prior to the release
Representative
of
Manuel.
the funds, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sige,
Your time
Mr.
is-
Speaker,
your time
so
is up.
days prior. So sige, ang last activity po, December 31, OVP sent relief assistance to the victims of
Representative
December
Manuel.
23 fire in Tagbilaran. Meaning, Mr. Speaker, 11 million pesos per day leading to December 31, ginamit para maging
Majority Leader.
successful to.
Point of
Mr. Speaker,
order.
baka mas malaki
suspended.
pa ang ginastos dito kaysa sa financial assistance na pinamigay.
Session is resumed. Honorable Manuel, you have 30 seconds to wrap up.
Thank you,
Please
Mr.
proceed.
Speaker. Patunay po ito, Mr. Speaker, na mas malaki pa ang ginastos sa pag-protect sa Vice President kaysa mismo mga assistance programs, Mr. Speaker. Short-change dito ang mamamayan. Hindi po ito katanggap-tanggap, Mr. Speaker. Kaya naman dapat talaga mawala na ang confidential funds ng OVP, Mr. Speaker. Niloloko ang mga beneficiaries, Mr. Speaker, ang mga victims, ang mga drivers, and PWD. Mr. Speaker, arguments to defend the confidential funds of OVP para po yung isda, naghihingalo, gasping for air. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the assumption of His Honor is inaccurate for the record, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List to interpolate the sponsor on the proposed budget.
The Honorable Brosas of the party list Gabriela is recognized to interpolate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, will the sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, last time, sinabi ng COA na may issue na sila, no, sa OVP na Audit Observation Memorandum, AOM. Patungkol po ito sa gastusin ng OVP ng confidential fund para sa huling quarter ng 2022 na nagkakahalagang 125 million. Natanggap po ba yun ng Office of the Vice President?
The records, Mr. Speaker, the records of the Office of the Vice President, per record of the Office of Vice President, no AOM communication was received, Mr. Speaker.
Wala ho bang taga-COA na naghatid sa AOM sa office niyo mismo?
No, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sa email, Mr. Speaker?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Even regular mail, Mr. Speaker?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Kung papadalhan po kayo ng COA, ng AOM, at i-deliver ito, tatanggapin po ba to ng Office of the Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sa pagtanggap po ba ng AOM, kailangan ng bigyan ng otoridad ang tatanggap ng mga taong kinauukulan para dyan sa AOM, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So kailangan ng otorisasyon, Mr. Speaker. Sino pa ang tatanggap, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the authorized representative of the Office of the Vice President to receive any communication from the COA is ASEC Lemuel Ortonio, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the Office of the President, ang budget for this year, can this good sponsor identify itong 2023 budget natin? Which part of it specifies the program of the OVP? Tama ba, isa lang ang program ng OVP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, that is under Good Governance Program.
Good governance, socio-economic program delivery.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
Magkano po ang nakalaan ngayong taon na ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, is it, are you asking for the proposal for 20?
Yes, for 2023. 2023 po.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the proposal for 2024, the total proposal is to $2,252,092,000 pesos, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sa ilalim po nito, yung socio-economic project stakeholder engagement, tama po ba? Ano-ano po yung mga activities na nakapaloob dito? Mr. Speaker.
As earlier enumerated, Mr. Speaker, the activities include medical assistance, burial assistance, magnegosyo taday, pagbabago campaign, disaster operation, rice food bags, kalusugan food truck pansarap, kalusugan food truck disaster operations, libreng sakay, and you can be VP programs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now, Mr. Speaker, dito rin sa socio-economic program delivery, nakapaloob ang confidential funds. Kung susundin po yung paliwanag last time ng DBM at ng OVP, tama po ba?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
For this year, Mr. Speaker, 500 million ang confidential funds ng OVP. Is this correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ibig sabihin ba nito ay mahigit 22% ng 2.2 billion na 2 million na sinasabi ninyo billion no 2.52 billion na sinasabi ninyo ay budget para sa socio-economic program delivery ng OVP confidential. Halos 1/4 po kasi ito ng total budget ng OVP program, Mr. Speaker.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Para sa susunod na taon ng 2024, 500 million din ulit ang ilalaan para sa confidential funds ng OVP sa ilalim ng socio-economic program delivery. Tama po ba?
That is a proposal, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, Mr. Speaker, yung pinakamatunog na pinag-uusapan, yung confidential funds ng Vice President noong 2022, 125 million ito, Mr. Speaker. Tama bang nakapaloob ito sa good governance program ng OVP?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Nung isang araw po kinumpirma ng COA na ginastos itong 125 million confidential funds sa loob lamang ng 11 araw. Tapos narinig ko po kanina, sabi ninyo, 19 days sang-ayon sa SAOB that we have seen. Sino po yung nagsasabi sa inyo ng totoo?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the records, the SARO was released on December 13. From the time that the SARO was released, the implementation started immediately. And I think, hindi ito tanong kung sino ang nagsasabi ng totoo. Because COA, on their part, would do the post-audit only after the utilization of funds has been given. So the date of reference of COA was December 20. But the date of reference in terms of implementation started immediately after the release of SARO, which was December 13, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, kasi yung 11 days na sinasabi ng COA, nagtutotal siya ng 11.36 million kada araw sa mga huling araw ng December. Narinig ko din naman po yung mga sinabi nyo kanina. In cash ba ang disbursement ng 125 million na ito? Kasi di ba, hindi pwedeng cheque, hindi pwedeng wire transfer, hindi pwedeng ganun yung confidential funds In cash siya Mr. Speaker.
That is
Tama
correct,
ba?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, yung 125 million na ito ay nagastos ng ganong panahon. Wala po. Mr. Speaker, kanina tinanong kung ano-ano yung pwede, di ba? Under the confidential funds. Ano-ano ang mga pwedeng paggamitan nito, Mr. Speaker? Kasi ang naiisip ko lang dito, may clear and present danger sa OVP, no? Pag secure ka ng ganitong mga activities, kapag nagsasagawa ka pagka ganito kalaki yung pera, no, Mr. Speaker. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, yung Vice President ba, kung 11 days yan, ilang informers, ilang intel, nag-hire ba ng sasakyan, Mr. Speaker? Nagrenta ba ng safe houses, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Office of the Vice President is compliant in the use of confidential fund, which was a directive and which is under the Joint Circular 2015-01, which, if I may be allowed to enumerate, this includes the following use of the confidential expense: purchase of information necessary for the formulation and implementation of program, activities, and projects relevant to the national security and peace and order; rental of transport vehicle related to confidential activities; rentals and the incidental expenses related to the maintenance of safe houses; purchase of or rental of supplies, materials, and equipment for confidential operations that cannot be done through regular procedures without compromising the information gathering activity concerned; payment of rewards to informers; and uncover, prevent illegal activities that pose a clear and present danger to agency, personnel, or property, or other facilities and resources under the agency protection, done in coordination with the appropriate law enforcement agencies and others that may be authorized by the GAA or other special laws. And
Yes,
again,
Mr.
for emphasis, the Office of the Vice President was compliant of Joint Circular 2015-01, Mr. Speaker.
Granting, Mr. Speaker, that the OVP complied with JC 2015-01, sinasabi nyo, alin-alin po dyan ang binayaran ng OVP? Informer, safe houses, rental ng vehicles, 11 days, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, all of the accomplishment and the performance of the Office of the Vice President that covers the confidential fund were properly reported to the agencies as mandated by the Joint Circular. And in fact, in January 17, 2023, a report has already been submitted. April 13 of 2023, another report has been submitted. And July 13, 2023, another report for the second quarter has been submitted.
Again, Mr. Speaker, kung talaga pong nakakomply ang Office of the Vice President dito, hindi po ba dapat ang in-issue ng COA ay credit note? May credit note po ba kayo?
None yet, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, kaya ako po tinatanong kanina, halimbawa, kung sa OVP, informer ang binayaran, 1,000 mahigit in cash na mga informers ang binayaran. Ganon, Mr. Speaker.
I cannot comment on that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Dahil
the report has
Mr.
already
Speaker.
been submitted.
So, that is why, Mr. Speaker, kailangan po natin talagang malaman kung ano ang pinagdalhan sa 125 million confidential funds. In the first place, we are questioning yung entitlement ng Office of the Vice President dito. Diba? We are questioning din kung saan ang source nito, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, para po sa ating lahat, kung ang lagi isasagot sa atin confidential, Mr. Speaker, marami po tayong mga programa na kailangan nating paglagyan ng pera sa ngayon. So kami po bilang mga fiscalizers dito, Mr. Speaker, napakahalaga po sa amin ang bawat sentimo na ibinibigay ng mga taxpayers natin. At gusto po natin, napaka-transparent at accountable ang lahat ng ahensya na pinagbibigyan ng pera ng bayan. Hindi po ito pansariling pera. Ito po ay pera ng bayan. At dapat po maging transparent tayo dito, Mr. Speaker. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, we are asking to abolish this confidential funds. Actually, hindi lang po sa ahensya ng OVP. Gusto natin maging accountable din ang lahat ng ahensya na meron ito. At yung mga gustong kumuha pa nito, Mr. Speaker, dapat po talaga magkaroon ng pamamaraan na makita natin kung paano ito ginagastos, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat po.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to recognize Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza to interpolate the sponsor in the proposed budget.
The Honorable Daza is recognized to interpolate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to my colleagues and to our guest, the Vice President. I initially had questions to ask, but I've been listening this morning, and my queries have been answered. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, I will yield back to the Majority Leader, and I request that they recognize the Honorable Herrera, who will make the appropriate motion.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Bernadette Herrera of BH Party List to interpolate the sponsor.
The Honorable Herrera is recognized to interpolate.
Thank you
Please
very
proceed.
much, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Sponsor. Kami po ay nagpapasalamat. I'd like to thank the Honorable Sponsor, the Office of the Vice President, and Vice President Sara for clarifying their position and allowing their good office to be scrutinized. Based on what we have learned so far in all the hearings, nothing concrete has yet been presented that will lead us to believe that any funds were mishandled or misappropriated. Everything is preliminary, as COA itself hasn't flagged anything yet. And with this, and there being no member of the minority who wish to interpolate, I move that we terminate the budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if the sponsor would be allowed to make my final statement, Mr. Speaker.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the Vice President of the Philippines is the second highest executive official of the government. Her mandate includes assisting the President and assuming the presidency in case of succession. Beyond her official mandate, the Vice President serves as Secretary of the Department of Education, advocating for various issues, proposing policies, and engaging with the public to raise awareness about important matters. She has led initiatives to address social and economic concerns, aided in calamity response, and has worked to bridge gaps in society through various projects and programs. We emphasize that the OVP's actions are in alignment with the law and has always been in conformity and synergy with the Constitution and co-equal branches in government. The OVP holds immense respect for Congress as we hold the power of the purse. This critical responsibility enables careful allocation of resources to serve the nation's needs and aspirations. The OVP honors this constitutional prerogative as she is committed to ensuring prudence and inclusivity in financial decisions. The OVP takes notice of and also welcomes the audit observation memo as brought up during the discussions. The OVP welcomes also the compliance mechanism that are part of the AOM, as it has always been adhered to collaboration and communication between branches of government in the OVP's aspiration for a prosperous and accountable society for all Filipinos. Now, it is time for us, colleagues, to move forward, united in our purpose and dedicated to fulfilling our obligations to the nation. Let us focus on the task ahead, working harmoniously to achieve our collective goals while upholding the principles of fiscal responsibility and effective governance. To our dear colleagues, to the members of minority, thank you, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, after the moving closing statement of the Honorable Sponsor and the motion of the minority, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpolations on the proposed budget of the Office of the Vice President.
Is there any objection? There being none, motions approved. The budget of the Office of the Vice President is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend for a few minutes.
Session suspended.
Bumaba kay BP.
Ayan. Bert.
Maganda. Okay.
Lalagpas sa ikaw mo din.
Kaya pa. Tama.
May we ask our members to settle down? We're going to tackle the DepEd budget in a while.
Okay.
Yeah.
No problem.
Say, boss.
Thank you,
Just call
Steve.
me, ha?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ito lang
Will
sa
do.
baba.
Thank you, boss. Thank you.
Masali si Kong.
I can understand, sympathize with you.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed to the consideration of the proposed budget of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we acknowledge the presence of the heads and officials of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies. Namely, we have Her Excellency Sara Zimmerman Duterte, Vice President of the Philippines and Secretary of the Department of Education. We also have USEC Michael Wesley, POA, Undersecretary and Chief of Staff, OIC, Office of the Undersecretary of Finance. USEC Ipimaco Densing, Undersecretary for School Infrastructure and Facilities. USEC Rev C. Escobedo, Undersecretary for Operations. USEC Nolasco Mempin, Undersecretary for Administration. USEC Gina Gonong, Undersecretary for Curriculum and Teaching. USEC Gloria Humamil Mercado, Undersecretary for Human Resource and Organizational Development. USEC Gerard Chan, Undersecretary for Procurement. USEC Omar Romero, Undersecretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs. From the attached agencies, we have Dr. Teresita Inshong, Executive Director, Early Childhood Care and Development Council. Mr. Dante Francis Ang II, Chairperson of the National Book Development Board. Ms. Charisse Aquino Tugade, Executive Director of the National Book Development Board. Professor Josephine Joy Reyes, Executive Director 3 of the National Academy of Sports. Mr. Jeremy Barnes, Director General, National Museum. Professor Josu Greg Zuniga, Director for Philippine High School for the Arts. And Ms. Desideria Antieza, Executive Director of NCCT. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Vice President Sara Duterte, welcome to the House of Representatives, Secretary. To all the other officials of DepEd and heads of attached agencies, welcome to the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize Representative Zamora, Vice Chairperson of the Committee on Appropriations, to answer questions on the proposed budget of the Department of Education.
Representative Zamora, the Honorable Zamora is recognized to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education.
Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleagues, it is my honor to sponsor the budget of the Department of Education, including its attached agencies for the fiscal year 2024 amounting to 758.595 billion. The 758.595 billion obligation budget of the DepEd is broken down by agency as follows. Office of the Secretary Proper, 756.849 billion. Early Child Care Development Council, 221.166 million. National Academy of Sports, 196.941 million. National Book Development Board, 132.91 million. National Council for Children's Television, 63.91 million. National Museum of the Philippines, 1.32 billion, and Philippine High School for the Arts, 100.516 million. In terms of new appropriations, which is subject to congressional approval, the total proposed budget of the DepEd, including its attached agencies, amounts to 714.163 billion, representing an increase of about 5.28% or 35.846 billion higher than the fiscal year 2023 level of 678.317 billion. The 756.849 billion proposed budget of the Department of Education, Office of the Secretary Proper, will be used to support the programs and activities aligned with the Matatag agenda that aims to address the basic education challenges of the country. Among the major programs of the department for fiscal year 2024 include the government assistance and subsidies with an allocation of 39.33 billion, operations for elementary and secondary schools with 37.66 billion, basic education facilities or the school building program with 33.76 billion, new school personnel positions with 26.20 billion, textbooks and other instructional materials with 12.04 billion, school-based feeding program with 11.71 billion, DepEd computerization program with 8.88 billion, general and management supervision with 8.88 billion, flexible learning options with 4.28 billion, basic education curriculum with 4 billion, learning tools and equipment with 3.95 billion, last mile schools program with 3 billion, quick response fund with 3 billion, human resource development for personnel in schools and learning centers with 2.43 billion, and disaster preparedness and response program with 2.16 billion. As mentioned by President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. in his State of the Nation address, nagsisimula ang lahat sa edukasyon. Ito ay para palakasin ang isip at kakayahan ng bawat Pilipino. He further highlighted that learning recovery will be at the forefront of the education agenda. In view of the foregoing, may I earnestly appeal to my esteemed colleagues of this august chamber to join me in supporting the proposed budget of the Department of Education. This budget will enable them to carry out their the best possible basic education for all our learners to become competent, job-ready, active, responsible, and patriotic citizens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This representation is now ready to answer questions from our colleagues.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Gabriel H. Bordado Jr. of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur to interpret the sponsor on the proposed budget of the Department of Education.
The Honorable Bordado of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank
Please
you,
proceed.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the completion rates for secondary education and higher degrees in the Philippines are significantly lower than desired. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, what measures can the Department of Education implement to ensure equitable access to quality education throughout all levels of schooling?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education has recently launched its Matatag agenda in order to provide accessible, equitable, and quality basic education. And several features of Matatag agenda is one is in making the curriculum relevant. Second, it's the taking of steps to accelerate delivery of basic education through its facilities and resources. Of course, another feature is taking good care of learners and giving support to teachers. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the Philippines' performance in international assessments, like the Program for International Student Assessment, or PISA, has been consistently low. What strategies can be put in place to improve student performance in subjects like reading, science, and mathematics to bring the country's education system at par with global standards?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as mentioned, that the Matatag curriculum has been launched, and as part of this curriculum, the National Learning Program has been adopted. The National Learning Recovery Program has 5 sub-programs. 1, National Learning Camp. 2nd, National Reading Program. 3rd, National Mathematics Program. 4th, National Science and Technology Program. And 5th, other similar programs implemented to support learning recovery efforts. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you again, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic exacerbated existing educational challenges and led to a significant number of learners being left behind. Now, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, how can the government address the learning gaps that have widened due to the pandemic, particularly for disadvantaged students?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, recognizing these learning gaps, it is actually part of the programs that will be addressed by the sub-programs under the National Learning Recovery Program. As mentioned, the 5 sub-programs, as I mentioned earlier, I have enumerated the 5 sub-programs, and this aims to address the learning gaps mentioned by His Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, teacher quality and support issues have been identified as major concerns, including an attractive teaching profession prospects and misalignment between teacher training and curriculum needs. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, what policy changes can enhance teacher recruitment, training, and overall well-being to positively impact student learning outcomes?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, to address this concern, part also, Matatag curriculum is the teacher quality, improving the teacher quality. And there are several programs for teacher professional development that is being implemented by the department. And it includes the teachers induction program, the superintendent programs, the higher order thinking program, to name a few, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
According to the National Expenditure Program, Mr. Speaker, classroom teachers would be given 5,000 in cash allowances to augment expenses for teaching supplies and materials, for internet and communication expenses, and for annual medical examination. Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, will this cash allowance be given on a monthly basis, or will it be on an annual basis?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, this will be given on an annual basis, Mr. Speaker. Once a year.
Once a year. Do you think, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, this is enough to address the problems and concerns of the teachers regarding teaching materials and other activities?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department recognizes the concern of His Honor. In fact, several bills are already pending in Congress as to the proposal on how these can be improved in the future, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, is it possible to do it on a monthly basis?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, since this is being implemented through a Republic Act, then whatever improvement or recommendations that we see appropriate to improve this concern, it will be up to Congress to decide whether to consider the proposed bills being submitted to this chamber, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor, let it be on record that I fully support the move or the proposal to increase the salaries of teachers immediately, Mr. Speaker, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the practice of mass promotion has resulted in students advancing without mastering fundamental skills, leading to poor learning outcomes. How can the government address this practice and ensure that students are adequately prepared for higher levels of education?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, there is no as of this moment, there is no policy on mass promotion. To address this issue, DepEd provides support for teachers through the following. 1, conduct of collaborative expertise sessions. 2, use of assessment data. 3, monitoring learner progress for immediate and targeted intervention. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the national assessment tests and localized assessments have faced criticism for failing to accurately measure learning outcomes. How can the assessment system be restructured to provide accurate data for curriculum improvement and to identify necessary interventions for struggling students?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education, through the Bureau of Education Assessment, conducts the following activities. 1, analysis and utilization of assessment reports. 2, adoption of the National Learning Recovery Program. 3, creation of test primers for the NAT-like and PISA-like assessments. 4, engagement with partners to boost its capacity to conduct large-scale assessments. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, prolonged lockdowns and lack of face-to-face classes have raised concerns about students and teachers' mental health. Now that classes are back to face-to-face, what steps can be taken to prioritize mental health support within the education system, and how can this support be effectively integrated into the curriculum?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education recognizes these concerns on mental health, not just mental health problems amongst teachers, but with learners as well. And there are several programs being implemented by the Department of Education related to mental health. One, the homeroom guidance curriculum. Second, there are 10,000 trained in psychological first aid activities. Then there is also Lusog Isip Kabataan Education online platform as partnered with the USAID. And there is also the Katatagan Teacher Training as partnered with Natasha Goldborn Foundation. And mental health screening tool plus assessment tool, DepEd DOH referral system, Barkada Contra Droga plus integration with adolescent health programs. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Mr. Speaker, the Citizens EdCom initiative highlights private sector involvement in education reform. How can the government effectively collaborate with private entities to bring about transformative change in the education sector? And what role can the private sector play in enhancing educational outcomes?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are several programs under the Department of Education that involves public and private partnership. To name a few, this includes GASPE, the voucher system, the Private Education Office, the Government Assistance Subsidies Office, and the NTWG Complementary Framework for Private and Public Schools. And this is in partnership with ADB, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Madam Sponsor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Her Excellency, Madam Sara Duterte, the Secretary of Education and Vice President of the Republic of the Philippines. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next to interpellate the sponsor, I move that we recognize Representative Raul Daniel Manuel of the Kabataan Party List.
Representative Manuel is recognized to interpolate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Would the sponsor yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Magsimula muna tayo, Mr. Speaker, sa mga dapat na gawin ng DepEd in line with its mandate. Mr. Speaker, this is about face-to-face classes. Mr. Speaker, ang sabi po ng DepEd sa committee level budget briefing, lahat daw ng mga basic education institutions ay nagkakonduct na ng full face-to-face class. Would DepEd through the sponsors still stand by that figure, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education is, while some of the schools are adopting face-to-face learning, but the department also allows blended learning among schools if the situation calls for it, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Pero Mr. Speaker, ang status quo natin ano siya? Ibig sabihin, kung wala pa namang mga kalamidad o mga untoward incidents, then ang default na ba ngayon sa lahat ng mga basic education institutions ay full face-to-face po ang kinakonduct nila?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ayun. Mr. Speaker, meron po tayong mga case studies showing na hindi po totoo na ang default sa mga basic education institutions ay full face-to-face. Mr. Speaker, halimbawa po, West Fairview Elementary School. Meron po silang blended classes kasi kulang ang classrooms. Marami pong mga estudyante per class, 50 to 60. Inulat po ng isang magulang na meron siyang anak sa West Fairview Elementary School. Mr. Speaker, ang pasok po doon Monday to Wednesday, face-to-face. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, Monday and Wednesday. So 2 araw lang pala, face-to-face. Pero Tuesday and Thursday, online. Friday, Mr. Speaker, alternate na online and face-to-face. Another, Mr. Speaker, sa Arellano University High School, hindi full face-to-face ang senior high school dahil salitan ang paggamit ng room. Meron pong room, nagro-rotate po doon ang 4 na klase, Mr. Speaker, across all strands. Sa kanilang junior high school, Monday to Tuesday, online, Wednesday to Friday, face-to-face. And pangatlo, Mr. Speaker, sa Jose Rizal University Senior High School, meron po silang subject, Mr. Speaker, face-to-face ng Monday and Tuesday, tapos online, Thursday and Friday. So, Mr. Speaker, these are actual experiences disproving the figure of DepEd na full face-to-face ang default sa lahat ng mga paaralan, Mr. Speaker. Ano po ang komento doon ng DepEd?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as I earlier mentioned, that blended learning is allowed by the department depending on the situation of the school, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, ang mga nabanggit nating case studies, hindi po sila nagbe-blended learning or nag-online class dahil merong bagyo o merong calamity, Mr. Speaker. Ito po ang araw-araw na sitwasyon sa kanila na hindi po full face-to-face. Kaya, Mr. Speaker, kung may confidential funds ang DepEd at marami pong sinusurveil na mga kung ano-ano, pero ang basic po na task ng DepEd sana ay alamin ang konkretong kalagayan sa ating mga basic education institutions. Malinaw, Mr. Speaker, na sa basic na pag-compile, pag-collect ng data, ay may pagkukulang po ang ahensya, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department recognizes the need for construction of more classrooms, and that is a fact. And in fact, the department, through its proposal, is requesting for additional fund for the construction of a school building to address the congestion problems in schools, especially in the National Capital Region. And that is being addressed through this proposed funding, which up to Congress to approve this said request, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa atin po, we support yung pagtaas ng budget para sa mas maraming mga classroom, Mr. Speaker. Sa totoo nga lang po, if we look at the figures sa budget ng education, totoo po, mataas. Pero, syempre, Mr. Speaker, kung kaya pang taasan, kasi nga ang infrastructure natin na 1.4 trillion pesos, Mr. Speaker, ang focus po nito ay mga big ticket infrastructure. Kung pwede nga po, dapat yan mga classrooms. Significant ang share ng classrooms, hospital at iba pa, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, while gusto nating damihan ang classrooms, ang napansin po natin sa Department of Education, parang ginagawang excuse ang pagkakaroon ng blended learning. Ibig sabihin po parang, okay, cool ang classrooms ngayon, makontento na lang dun sa mababang budget for more classrooms dahil nandiyan naman ang blended learning. And Mr. Speaker, ito ang nangyayari sa maraming paaralan. Para hindi magsiksikan sa mga classroom, kaysa magpatayo ng dagdag na classroom, nag-online na lang sa ilang mga araw during the weekday. So Mr. Speaker, ano ba ang konkretong mga hakbang para mapabilis natin ang pagpaparami ng ating mga classroom?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, to say that kontento na lang ang Department of Education na hindi magtayo ng classroom is inaccurate. In fact, the Department of Education is consistent in its request for additional funding for the construction of building so as to address the congestion problems in our schools, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ang na-observe po kasi natin, kahit sa mga paaralan, wherein hindi pa naman ganun kalakas ang internet connection, pinipilit po sila, Mr. Speaker, na mag-blended learning. Ibig sabihin po, dahil nga kulang ang classroom, pero wala din naman sila internet connection, pero ang default na lang na tugon, sige, mag-blended kayo. Mr. Speaker, this puts the burden upon schools. Kesa po tayo sa national government ang mas magkaroon ng upper hand sana at initiative para hindi na lamang masanay ang ating mga paaralan na sila ang pinapag-suffer natin, Mr. Speaker, sa kakulangan ng pondo tsaka sa top level na policy na blended learning ang nagiging state policy natin ngayon on education. So ano pang comment ng ating sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the observation of His Honor in terms of congestion and the need for school building is accurate. And again, to emphasize, the Department of Education is consistent in its efforts to address the classroom shortage among our schools. And in fact, this proposal for 2024 budget is an indication that the department is committed to address these problems. Again, if the Congress, as having the power of the purse, recommends for more budget for the construction of building, then that would be very welcome, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa current po na budget ng DepEd, in how many years po natin makuklose yung gap sa classroom shortage, given ang pondo na meron ngayon ang DepEd?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, per record, the Department of Education is targeting for 20 years for the department to be able to complete the classroom shortage of the schools.
So 20 years, Mr. Speaker. At least may ganun pong figure ang DepEd, pero tingin natin, Mr. Speaker, sobrang tagal pa rin talaga nun, lalo na gusto nga natin ma-address ang learning poverty, Mr. Speaker. Tapos ngayon, milyon-milyon ang ating mga basic education students. Kaya din talaga, kung may pondo naman po for confidential funds across agencies, aside po sa pag-defend natin sa West Philippine Sea, isa din sana sa mga paglipatan ng confidential and intelligence funds, Mr. Speaker, ay ang ating mga classrooms. Because 20 years would really be too long, Mr. Speaker. Sa definition po, Mr. Speaker, ng DepEd for classroom or school congestion, Mr. Speaker, aside sa ratio ng pupils to classrooms, taken din po ba into consideration ang ratio ng pupils sa land area ng mga paaralan, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department has a standard size for the classroom, and this is for 40 learners per classroom ratio, and not taking consideration the land area. But of course, in the construction of building, land size is also being considered. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, so from the standpoint of DepEd, pag sinabi po nating school congestion, ano po ang definition na ginagamit ng ahensya to classify schools na, okay, dito congested, dito hindi?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as to the congestion of the classroom, the DepEd uses a classroom to student ratio for it to consider a classroom to be congested. This is based on the following criteria. For class size for kindergarten, the standard is 25 learners maximum of a class of 30. Tama? It's 25 to a maximum of 30. For grade 1 to 2, it's 30 in a class maximum of 35. For grade 3, it's 30 in a class maximum of 35. For grade 4 and junior high school, it's 40 in a class maximum of 45. And senior high school, 40 learners in a class, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, when it comes to land information or land area naman, impormasyon on the land area of our schools, Mr. Speaker. Kasi bahagi din to ng accounting natin, ano na ang land area ng mga schools, possible ba magtayo ng mga bagong building or dagdagan ng floors. Mr. Speaker, ano ang sistema ng DepEd for collecting land area information?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, actually there is no basis in identifying the land. It actually depends on the available land in the locality, like in terms of donated lands or lands that are being utilized by DepEd through use of RAC or other government facilities that are authorized for DepEd to utilize, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, kung wala pong ganong sistema, hindi din natin na-factor in ang land area para mas maging realistic po ang ating mga targets to address school congestion.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as of this moment, the Department of Education is doing its collection, is collecting data through mapping. And this is being conducted as we speak, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, next topic po tungkol naman sa comprehensive sexuality education kasi bahagi ng mga dapat na gawin ng DepEd under the RH law ay tiyakin na dapat nasa curriculum ang comprehensive sexuality education. Mr. Speaker, merong inilaan for this year, 2023, na 777 million pesos, special provision for the training of implementers of sexuality education. Ano na po ang status ng paggamit ng pondo na ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the mentioned amount for the CSE or Comprehensive Sexuality Education is being utilized for curriculum for in-service training for teachers and for curriculum development. And in terms of operations, a portion of the fund was used for integrated services for adolescent health and for specific support services like teen centers, iron supplement, menstrual hygiene, and the like. And there is also a utilization for integrated learner support service as part of the CSE program, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, so far ngayong 2023, out of the 777 million, magkano na po ang nagastos ng DepEd para ma-implement ang mga nabanggit ng ating sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I cannot give exact figure as of this moment because this school year has just started and these programs is continuing, but of course, this has to be rolled out. We have started the school year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, ano po ang status ng implementation nito? And also, Mr. Speaker, ang pagtuturo rin talaga na bahagi ng curriculum ang comprehensive sexuality education. Ano po ang status nito ngayon?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the programs that I have mentioned earlier, in the programs that I've mentioned earlier, the curriculum development and the training of teachers has already been conducted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ilang mga paaralan na sa bansa ang merong teachers na na-train na for eventually being able to teach comprehensive sexuality education?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, all teachers are being trained because this is part, all schools are trained because of, it's part of INSET. In-service training, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So Mr. Speaker, ibig sabihin po, confident tayo na kung pupunta po ako sa any random basic education institution, sigurado po ako, Mr. Speaker, na meron silang teachers na na-train na to teach comprehensive sexuality education.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, meron na po bang costed implementation plan para sa comprehensive sexuality education?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, yes, there is already a plan, and to break down, 66 million is intended for in-service training for teachers, and 10 million for curriculum development, and 125 million for integrated service for adolescent health, 3 million for ARH-specific support services, and 100 million special provision for ARH. Sir Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, can we request from the sponsor na mabigyan po tayo ng written na submission nung lahat po ng mga nabanggit regarding comprehensive sexuality education?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we will comply.
Mr. Speaker, when can we expect to receive those submissions?
Tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Kasunod po, Mr. Speaker, ito ay mga mas controversial na po na mga topics, Mr. Speaker. Ang nabanggit po ng DepEd Secretary regarding dropouts. Mr. Speaker, nabanggit po ng DepEd Secretary na dahilan daw ang mga rally kaya maraming mga nagda-drop out sa basic education. Can the department still stand by that position?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Secretary of the Department of Education denies that there is a statement mentioned na maraming nada-drop out dahil sa rally. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, pwede po nating i-quote ang DepEd Secretary. Mr. Speaker, ito din ay nasa iba't ibang media outlets, Mr. Speaker, nung sinabi ng DepEd Secretary na ang mga rally daw ay siyang dahilan bakit may mga dropouts. And Mr. Speaker, nung tinatanong ang DepEd Secretary, ano ang tugon dun sa issue ng maraming mga nagda-drop out na mga kabataan, kesa po magbigay ng mga hakbang sana ano ang gagawin ng DepEd regarding that, ang naging sagot po, dineflect ang usapin, Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
So, ano pang
Speaker,
comment?
Your Honor, there was no statement from the Secretary of the Department.
Mr. Speaker, parang kagaya din po kasi ito ng tugon sa atin ng Chair ng National Youth Commission na nakuquote po sila at mismo mga matagal na ring media outlets, Mr. Speaker, ang nagsasabi. Pero kapag po kailangan natin silang pagpaliwanagin regarding their statements, dinedenay na po ang kanilang mga statement, Mr. Speaker. So ano pong comment ng ating sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, in fact, the Secretary of the Department, the Vice President, has issued a statement requesting for media outlets to correct their reports so as not to misinform the public, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sige, Mr. Speaker, tingin natin ang mga media outlets naman ginagawa ang kanilang trabaho para mas malaman din ng ating mga kababayan ano ang positions, ano ang pronouncements ng ating mga public officials. So kung hindi din naman pala mga rally ang dahilan ng dropouts, ibig sabihin, Mr. Speaker, babalik din yun sa atin sa pamahalaan. Ano ba talaga ang mga konkretong hakbang natin regarding dropping out of our students? So Mr. Speaker, edi kung babalik tayo dun sa issue, ano na po ang mga ginagawa ng DepEd para hindi na dumami ang mga nagda-drop out na mga kabataan?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department is implementing the non-formal school alternative learning system so as to accommodate those young people, out of school youth, for them to be able to avail of the education service of the country, of the government, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, ano ang mga dahilan bakit marami ang dropouts sa basic education?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the study conducted by the Department of Education, they identified several causes for dropout. One is the economic and livelihood reason. Second, lack of interest among young people. Third, migration of families because of employment. And with that, the department is implementing child-friendly policies so as to encourage our out-of-school youth to go back to school. And there are also programs for learners at risk being implemented for these possible dropouts, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So malinaw, Mr. Speaker, na hindi po kasama ang mga rally sa dahilan kung bakit may mga estudyante tayo na nagda-drop out, Mr. Speaker. Now, ilan na po sa ngayon ang bilang ng dropouts? Kasi at first, Mr. Speaker, reported na 2 million yung hindi pa nakakapag-enroll as of the enrollment period for school year 2023-2024. So ngayon po, Mr. Speaker, at this time, kung may mga nakahabol na nag-enroll, edi ilan na po ang ating official na bilang ng mga nag-drop out?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, for this school year, we do not have a figure yet. But for school year 2022 to 2023, records of
Mr.
the
Speaker,
department...
allow me to butt in. Kasi ang question ko pa, Mr. Speaker, ay for the upcoming school year. Kung meron po tayong budget for surveillance sa ibang mga bagay, Mr. Speaker, ito po basic information na dapat ready po ang DepEd na sagutin.
Mr. Speaker, the encoding of the figures is still ongoing, and that is why the department could not provide the figure for this school year. But for 2022 and 2023, we can provide now the figure, and it's 349,788 dropouts for public school. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker, medyo disappoint po na hindi ready ang DepEd na ibigay ang ganong figure. Pwede naman po, Mr. Speaker, while ongoing ang pag-collect ng data, edi na-update natin regularly ang ating figures with the use of electronics at iba pang mga pamamaraan para mapabilis po yan, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, regarding the memo na ginawa na pong diktadura, ang phrase na diktadurang Marcos. Mr. Speaker, hindi po ba ito magiging ambag sa state-sponsored disinformation? Dahil po factual naman and internationally recognized ang fact na diktador po si Ferdinand Marcos Sr.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the reason behind the removal of Marcos in the terminology diktadurang Marcos is because of the main consideration on the to be able to be consistent in the framing of that portion of the new Araling Panlipunan curriculum, which is focused on historical themes and concepts and not each presidential term. Historical themes and the analysis of these may be in the context of one or more presidential themes. The following phrases are now used: pagpapatupad ng diktadura, epekto ng diktadura, o paglaban sa diktadura. Any discussion on dictatorship in the Philippines in the 1970s will inevitably point to a discussion on the administration of former President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa panahon po na meron talagang mga systematic attempts to make the people forget what happened in the past. Mr. Speaker, dapat nga nakapanguna tayo lalo pa nating pagbutihin, di ba? Yung paano natin na ituturo ang ganung mga topics. So kaysa mag-step back po tayo, Mr. Speaker, dapat nga umabante pa tayo. And again, Mr. Speaker, wala namang diktadura kung wala pong diktador. So sino po yon ang tinutukoy ng diktadura, Mr. Speaker? Kaya mainam talaga mapangalanan yon. Lalo, Mr. Speaker, kung ang PCO hindi siya proactive sa pag-counter ng fake news. Tapos, Mr. Speaker, ang AFP pa sasabihin nakatulong sa ekonomiya ang martial law. Tapos, Mr. Speaker, ang DepEd din nagsistep back sa pagtuturo noon. So ano na lang ang kahinatnan ng ating mga kabataan who would forget and not learn from history. So yun lang, Mr. Speaker, sana makonsider pa rin yun ng DepEd kasi hindi po tayo sang-ayon sa ganong memorandum, Mr. Speaker. Now,
Mr. Speaker, that is the opinion of His Honor, and he is entitled of his opinion.
The Honorable Manuel has 2 more minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, ito po tungkol sa ito na, confidential fund. Mr. Speaker, sa education community, nandyan ang SUCs, nandyan din ang CHED. Mr. Speaker, sila nga hindi nagre-request ng confidential fund. What makes DepEd special para bigyan siya ng confidential fund?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department, on the question of why DepEd need confidential fund, the department is mandated to provide accessible, equitable, and quality basic education, which necessarily includes the provision of a safe and enabling learning environment. Education and national security are inevitably intertwined. Today, our schools are confronted by several threats on recruitment to terrorist and violent extremist groups, drug trade, sexual abuse, child pornography, as well as organized criminal activities and scams against our learners, teachers, and non-teaching personnel. Confidential funds are necessary in gathering intelligence for the formulation and implementation of target programs, activities, and projects to combat threats to security in our schools
Mr. Speaker, since
and
konti
for
na lang po
our
yung time ko,
personnel.
since I think online available na rin naman po yan. Mr. Speaker, pwede din kasi yung gamiting justification ng SUCs natin tsaka CHED. Pero Mr. Speaker, they never use those arguments para manghingi po sila ng confidential fund. And Mr. Speaker, sinabi din in defense of the confidential fund of DepEd, sabi po ng dating AFP Chief of Staff, Esperon, sabi po niya, dapat lang na may confidential fund ang DepEd para daw matiyak ang loyalty ng mga tao sa gobyerno, matiyak na hindi sila espiya. Tapos Mr. Speaker, ang sabi pa, hindi dapat kino-question ng Kamara ang confidential fund ng DepEd. So Mr. Speaker, to wrap up na lang, Mr. Speaker, hindi po katanggap-tanggap na uutusan po tayo, Mr. Speaker, sa Kamara, ano yung pwede natin gawin at ano yung hindi natin pwedeng gawin. Kasi trabaho po natin ito, Mr. Speaker, mag-scrutinize. So kung ganito ang mga arguments in defense of the confidential fund of DepEd, dapat na lang din talaga, wala po itong confidential fund. Yun na lang, Mr. Speaker. Salamat.
Thank you. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the next to interpellate is the Honorable Arlene Brosas of Gabriela Party List. I now move that we recognize Honorable Brosas.
The Honorable Brosas of the party list, Gabriela, is recognized to interpellate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may compliance po ba sa transparency seal? Mr. Speaker, will the good sponsor yield to a few questions, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may transparency seal ba? May compliance po ba sa transparency seal ang DepEd?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
Kasi, Mr. Speaker, yung transparency seal, Mr. Speaker, ito yung section 98, no, ng both special provisions and general provisions ng 2024 GAB, Mr. Speaker, na dapat yung lahat, no, isa publiko ng mga ahensya ang ilang mahahalagang mga datos ukol sa mga opisyal, budget at programa, proyekto nila. Tapos particularly sa DepEd, Mr. Speaker, may special provision sa budget mandating the posting of certain details, no? Accomplishments, etc. Mr. Speaker, yung SP 15, posting of all newly created and unfilled teaching positions, names of newly appointed teachers within the current year. SP 17, filling up of vacant positions, the DepEd shall take all appropriate measures to fill up its existing vacant teaching and non-teaching positions.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department is compliant, and in fact, these information are being posted in the website.
Mr. Speaker, bakit nakakuha po tayo ng pagtingin online, nakakita po tayo online, wala pong transparency page. Hindi pa updated yung mga dokumento at datos na meron, Mr. Speaker. Tapos, ang mapapansin na ang last date ng mga dokumento ay 2019 pa. At yung iba may error 403 pa. So we note the zero compliance of the DepEd to the entire general provision on transparency as well as its special provision under its 2022 and 2023 budget, such as the mandate to post data on the hiring of new teachers and the implementation of the e-GASPE funds, Mr. Speaker. Kahit po si Secretary Liling Briones dati have complied with these transparency provisions, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, as we check now the website of the department, there is a transparency page, Mr. Speaker.
So may transparency page. So nandun po yung lahat ng ito, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, that is reflected on the transparency page, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Speaker, kailangan po talagang laging on hand yung mga dokumento. Kasi kahit po yung DPWH may updated and substantial compliance dito, Mr. Speaker. Mahalaga po ito, marka po ito ng mabuting pamamalakad, wastong paggamit sa pera at buwis ng mamamayan. Respeto rin po ito sa karapatan ng mamamayan, taong bayan sa impormasyon at access sa pampublikong mga dokumento, record at datos. No? Mahalaga ito para sa mga researchers, mga akademiko, mga taga-media, at kahit po mga sinong citizen na interesado sa good governance and public transparency, lalo na po sa usapin ng pondo. So, Mr. Speaker, kasi nanghihingi po kami ng data ng Filipino deaf community sa implementasyon ng DepEd sa FSL Act. Dahil bulk of the efforts on making the mandates a reality galing sa private sector groups of the Filipino deaf community, marami silang sinisingil like ilan ang targets at actual accomplishments sa hiring ng deaf teachers, teachers who know FSL and FSL interpreters, ilan ang targets at actual accomplishments sa production ng IMs, nasaan po yung annual reports. Baka po meron kayo dyan since hindi namin ma-access yung inyong
Sir Speaker, Honor, the report reflects the lump report for special needs education. But if Her Honor would like to request a copy of the details of this report, then the department will be very glad to comply.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, please submit po yung reports na yan on FSL, Mr. Speaker. So, you're sure na merong transparency seal and you're abiding by Section 98, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, yung next question ko po ay on inclusive education. Magkano po ang sinubmit ng DepEd sa DBCC for the program support budget or yung PSB?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department proposed for... Mr. Speaker, may I ask for a few-minute recess just to check the accuracy of our data?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
Per record, Mr. Speaker, the department requested for fiscal year 2024 a budget proposal of 6,024,330,000 for inclusive education program.
Mr. Speaker, saan po siya nakalagay? 6 billion? No?
6,024,330. That is the proposal for the 2024 budget, and it is also being reflected in the NEP 2024.
In the NEP. Sa GAB po, so same naman siya, no? So saan ko po siya makikita? Under...
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, wala pa po tayong GAB for 2024. So what I mentioned is the request of the department for proposal for 2024, and that is 6,024,330,000. And that is also being provided by the Department of Budget and Management through the NEP.
So, Mr. Speaker, under saan siya? Nasa Special Needs Education Program ba siya na item? New Personal Positions ba siya? Basic Education Facilities ba siya na item, Mr. Speaker?
Regular programs. Under regular. Sir Speaker, Your Honor, this is under Inclusive Education Program. And if I may be allowed to enumerate the sub-programs under Inclusive Education Program, this includes multi-grade education, Indigenous Peoples Education Program, Flexible Learning Options, Madrasa Education Program, Special Needs Education Program, and Alternative Learning Systems Program.
Mr. Speaker, may breakdown ba kayo nito? How much did you propose and how much ang pinasok ng DBCC na nasa GAB ngayon? Ilan yung target accomplishments ninyo?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the 6,024,330,000 that I mentioned earlier is being broken down into the following. Under multi-grade, these are the proposal, no, for 2024 by the Department of Education. And multi-grade education proposal is 161,512,000. Indigenous Peoples Education Program is 154,436,000. Flexible learning options amounting to 3,645,035,000. Madrasa Education Program amounting to 431,639,000. Special Needs Education Program amounting to 999,225,000. And Alternative Learning System or ALS amounting to 632,483,000. A total of 6,024,330,000, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we have a copy of what you're reading, Mr. Speaker? And Mr. Speaker, yung PSB for Republic Act 11650 or the Inclusive Education Act, Section 30 says, no, to ensure PSB, to ensure the institutionalization of services for learners with disabilities, a PSB for learners with disabilities shall be included as a line item in the general appropriations of the DepEd to guarantee the implementation of the provisions of this act, no? Including the following: implementation of the child find system, hiring of specialists for the diagnosis and assessment of learners with disabilities, and the prescription of appropriate intervention. To defray expenses in the delivery of related services as stated in Section 4, subparagraph P of this Act, such as transportation and various developmental, corrective, and other support services. And lastly, purchase of assistive devices, equipment, learning materials, and other needed resources to deliver services effectively. So, yung PSB for learners with disabilities shall be used solely for the delivery of services for learners with disabilities and for the performance of the functions of the ILRCs and the IACC. Mr. Speaker, hindi po natin narinig yung line item ng mga ito doon sa sinabi ninyo, Mr. Speaker. Paano ba yun?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, these programs that mentioned earlier by Your Honor are part and included in the special needs education program.
Mr. Speaker, is this really the PSB na mandated line item? Kasi yun po yung nakalagay doon sa batas. Line item per RA 11650, no, Mr. Speaker. Halimbawa, Mr. Speaker, yung 999.225 million, ang Special Needs Education Program sa 2024, lahat yun MOOE, Mr. Speaker. How can that be for hiring or specialists and for outlay of equipment and facilities, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Special Needs Education Program is already part of the line item which encompasses the other programs earlier mentioned, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, services for learners disability, a PSB for learners with disability shall be included as a line item in the General Appropriations Act. So kaya tinatanong po natin kanina Mr. Speaker, so walang line item ito, yung PSB. It is under the Special Needs Education Program.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is correct. The programs earlier mentioned are all part of Special Needs Education Program.
So parang sinasabi nyo doon papasok yung lahat ng yon.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
For learners with disabilities, pero walang specific for learners with disabilities.
That encompasses Special Needs Education Program includes the special learners, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, parang nakapaloob ba siya doon sa
Special Needs
sa
Education.
special needs? So, how can that be for hiring or specialists? Kasi tinanong ko rin yung mga breakdown nito, di ba? Sa MOOE kasi nakalagay Mr. Speaker.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, in terms of hiring of teachers for this specialized program, there is an allocation for the hiring of these teachers. It's not just reflected under Special Needs Education Program, but it is reflected under, it is included under the PS, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So it's not reflected dun sa Special Needs Education Program kasi MOOE yung nakalagay doon, di ba, Mr. Speaker? Pero may PS siya. So nasaan po sa item ng PS yon, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the hiring of teachers for special learning is reflected not under the special needs education program. It is reflected under the PS. However, the special needs education program has components on has MOE and capital outlay. Under the basic education facilities, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Under the basic education facilities, ito pa yung 209 million for the conversion of SPED centers into ILRCs.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
May breakdown po ba kayo nito? Magkano yung pinropose?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, we will provide Her Honor a breakdown.
Pati yung target accomplishments, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there's a total 16 SNED ILRCs targeted for 2024, and 209 million is being proposed to accomplish this target, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pwede kong makuha yung mga details, Mr. Speaker.
We will provide, Mr. Speaker.
So, is it readily available now, Mr. Speaker?
We will, the department will submit by tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, last August 2023, nilaunch ang Matatag Curriculum. Tama ba?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Full na po ba ang launch nito? Buong K-10 ba ang affected?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, when the Matatag Curriculum was launched, it aims to produce learners with foundational skills in literacy and numeracy with 21st century skills, nationalistic and global and successful in life. The implementation is by phase. For phase 1, for 2024 to 2025, it's intended for kindergarten, grade 1, grade 4, and grade 7. For phase 2, for 2025 and 2026, it's intended for grade 2, grade 5, and grade 8. For phase 3, for 2026 to 2027, it's for grade 3, grade 6, and grade 9. And for phase 4, 2028 to 2029, the department expects for its full implementation.
So, Mr. Speaker, parang nagsisimula pa lang ngayon, pilot pa lang.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, ano-ano yung mga schools na pinili nyo upang i-test ang Matatag Curriculum?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are 35 schools identified as pilot schools, namely Calafog Elementary School in Apayao, Rizal Elementary School in Baguio City, Doña Aurora National High School in Baguio City, Lamayan Integrated School in Benguet, Bineng National High School in Benguet, Dampalit Integrated School in Malabon City, Santiago Sihuco Memorial School in Malabon City, Muzon Elementary School in Malabon City, Tinajeros National High School in Malabon City, Santiago Sihuco Memorial School in Santiago Sihuco Memorial Integrated School in Malabon City, Cabaruan Integrated School in La Union, Caba Central Elementary School in La Union, Acao Elementary School in La Union, Casa Cristo National High School in La Union, Don Rufino Olarte National High School in La Union, Kawayan North Central School in Kawayan City, Dingading Integrated School in Isabela, Villa Teresita Primary School in Isabela, Lana National High School, Isabela, General Emilio Aguinaldo National High School, Isabela, Tindog Integrated School, Cebu, San Fernando North Central Elementary School, Cebu, Tabogon Central Elementary School, Cebu, Dumanhog National High School in Cebu, Bantayan Science High School in Cebu, Mlang Pilot Elementary School in North Cotabato, Lamlifi Integrated School in Sarangani, Alegria Central Elementary School in Sarangani, San Vicente National High School in Sarangani, Alegria National High School in Sarangani, Baubawan Integrated School of Butuan, Suyangan Elementary School of Surigao
Mr. Speaker,
del Norte.
mahaba pa po ba yan?
We have 35, three
35,
more
okay.
schools.
Mr. Speaker,
Santiago Central Elementary
pwedeng
School,
isubmit na lang,
Socor
Mr.
National
Speaker.
High School, and Pedro Duncano National High School. Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
yan na yung last. Mr. Speaker, ano yung naging basis ng pagpili ng mga schools na ito, Mr. Speaker? Yung magsisimulang gumamit nitong matatag curriculum. Why these schools? Yan.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, random sampling has been made to ensure that diverse representation of schools is observed. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, sa pagpili ng mga paaralan, kasama ba yung mga deaf learners na kinonsidera nyo sa pagpilot ng test ng bagong curriculum na ito?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, no specific criteria for deaf learners. It's just selected through random sampling, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Random? So, Mr. Speaker, under Republic Act number 11106 or the Filipino Sign Language Act, required na ituro ang Filipino Sign Language as a separate subject. Sa matatag curriculum, sa grade 1 lang tinuturo ang language. Kasama po ba rito ang Filipino Sign Language, FSL? And considering na very specialized ang FSL, hindi po ba bitin kapag ka grade 1 lang ito itinuturo, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the FSL is part of the curriculum, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, part of the curriculum sinabi ninyo, pero grade 1 lang, Mr. Speaker. Yan yung tanong ko. Mr. Speaker, do you need a suspension? Yung time ko kasi.
Mr. Speaker, yes, in the implementation, as I earlier mentioned, the implementation of the matatag curriculum is by phase, which is for phase 1, for this school year, our target is only for kindergarten, grade 1, grade 4, and grade 7. And yes,
Tinatanong ko, Mr.
FSL
Speaker,
is being part.
yung pagtanggal sa L1, sa first language, sa curriculum, grade 1 lang. Can you confirm?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, are you asking for the sign language or the mother tongue?
FSL.
FSL.
Sign language, sorry, sign language.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, FSL is included in the curriculum because this is included in the mainstream curriculum for the learners.
Mr. Speaker, ang Filipino Sign Language as the national sign language ay FSL, di ba? Meron po tayong batas na nagmamandato nito, no, Mr. Speaker? Lalo na sa education, yung referred to is hereby declared as the national sign language of the Philippines. The FSL shall be recognized, promoted, and supported as the medium of official communication in all transactions involving the deaf and as the language of instruction of deaf education without the prejudice to the use of other forms of communication depending on individual choice or preference. Section 4 po, medium of instruction and curriculum, the Department of Education, CHED, TESDA, and all other national local government agencies involved in the education of the deaf are tasked to henceforth use and coordinate with each other on the use of FSL as the medium of instruction in deaf education. So yung FSL shall also be taught as a separate subject in the curriculum for deaf learners, the reading and writing of Filipino as the national language. So other Philippine languages and English shall also be taught to deaf learners. So dapat meron, Mr. Speaker.
Sir Speaker, may I request for a few minutes suspension just to get the data?
Session suspended.
Oo, kasi part siya sa Okay. Sir Speaker.
Session is resumed.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, in addressing our deaf learners because of the inclusivity of our education system, these deaf learners are included in the mainstream class. And in the event, in cases where classes have learners, deaf learners, the teachers are trained for sign language, and therefore it's part of the mainstream teaching of our teachers, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, under the matatag curriculum, kasi may language kayo na subject, no? Ibig sabihin ba nito local language? Kung saan tinuturo? Kung saan nasan yung school, parang ganon. Tapos, ano yung naging basihan nyo? Bakit grade 1 lang itinuturo? Nagkaroon ba ng malawakang konsultasyon tungkol dito, Mr. Speaker?
With the permission of our colleagues on the floor, the chair would like to remind Representative
Yes,
Posas
Mr. Speaker. Ang ginawa
that she
kasi
has
ng...
three more minutes left.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Speaker. Ang ginawa kasi ng DepEd, sa matatag curriculum, yung mother tongue subject has been removed. Tama? Replaced with generic language subject that is only in grade 1. Tapos yung MT as medium of instruction up to grade 3, after which English na. Yung pagtanggal po sa L1, first language sa curriculum in general, violation po ito ng human rights. Every child has a right to learn and use his or her language. United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, study of the Special Rapporteur on Minority Issues. Yan po, violation of due process dahil ang desisyon ay hindi made democratically. There were minimal, if any, specific studies, calls for proposals, designs, workshops, or consultations about alternative language policy options. So wala pong substantial coordination, consultation with the agencies having mandate over languages such as yung KWF, yung Komisyon ng Wikang Filipino, saka NCCA, no? Wala pong batayan and therefore taliwas sa siyensya at education philosophy. Yung pagtanggal sa L1 sa curriculum language 1, focus sa Filipino Sign Language, sa basics pa lang lumalabas, mali po itong pag-unawa ng mga gumawa, no, ng FSL. Para sa isang batang may kapansanan sa pandinig, ang FSL ay ang kanyang L1. Language niya po ito di ba? Ito yung natural language niya. Yung pinakauna niyang natutunan sa bahay at komunidad at yung pinakamayor niyang gamit sa araw-araw na komunikasyon. So, FSL ay isang visual language. Hindi po ito oral, hindi sound-based, hindi oral o nasasalita na bibigkas. May sariling vocabulary, rules on grammar, construction, ang FSL. Kapag ang pinangtuturo at tinuturo sa isang batang deaf ay oral at oral language, gaya ng Filipino ay English, which are based on sound and are spoken, you're forcing them to learn something which is unnatural to them. This gives them more burdens before they understand their lessons and higher barriers to education. This leads to discrimination. So, yung curriculum guides the design of the languages curricula, the language learning area, gives emphasis to the development of oral language skills. Ito po yung part 1 ng grade 1. For communication in the learner's first language. Paano nga po kung visual at hindi oral ang L1 nung bata? You'll effectively be forcing the deaf child during the first part of grade 1 to speak, to develop oral language skills. This unduly burdens him or her, in fact, forcing them to hurdle impossible barriers, lalo na kung yung bata ay pre-lingual deaf, yung nabingi or nabawasan, nasira ang hearing at birth or any time before the child could acquire speech.
Honorable Brosas, please wrap up.
Yes, Mr.
You have 30
Speaker.
seconds left.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, meron tayong RA 11106, pero effectively pinapatay nila ang FSL and therefore committing a massive violation of the human rights of the Filipino deaf children and the Filipino deaf community. Mga dapat pong ginawa sana, tinanggal, sa halip na tanggalin yung L1, learning and teaching in L1, i-improve, not remove. So, yun, Mr. Speaker, sufficiently fund the requirements for the L1, Language 1, implementation, such as teachers and learning materials. Maraming salamat,
Mr. Speaker, to say that the department is pinapatay yung FSL is inaccurate because FSL is part of the mainstream teaching of the Department of Education. And for the record, it's only the subject on mother tongue that has been deleted in the matatag curriculum. But the use of local language as a medium of instruction stays, and it is still adherent to the human rights, the human rights provision for our learners, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, mahalaga po ang L1 sa atin.
Majority
We have
Leader.
130 to 195 languages, Mr. Speaker.
Session
At
suspended.
hindi dapat ito makalimutan, Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next on the list of interpellators, I move that we recognize Representative Franz L. Castro of the ACT Teachers Party List.
The Honorable Castro is recognized to interpolate the sponsor. Please proceed.
Again, Mr. Speaker, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat at sa pamilya ng DepEd na narito ngayon. So, but before I proceed to my interpellation, Mr. Speaker, gusto ko lang magkaroon ng manifestation dahil tayo po dito sa Kongreso, pagdating ng budget season, pinag-aaralan natin at binubusisi ang mga proposal ng iba't ibang mga ahensya at pinag-aaralan natin ano man yung mga issues and concerns ng ating mga taong bayan na dapat na ina-address. At yun po yung ginagawa ng ating mga kongresista na narito ngayon. At kami din sa Makabayan, talaga pong binubusisi natin. At eto nga po, 2 linggo na, isang buwan, mahigit na tayo ay nagbubusisi ng budget ng ating para sa 2024. Kaya kung meron man tayong inire-raise na question on the policy, question doon sa paggamit ng pondo ng mamamayan, ay dapat sagutin ito ng wasto, sagutin ito ng tama, sagutin ito ng hanggang sa kaya ng mga ahensya. Okay? Ngayon lang kasi ako naka-experience, Mr. Speaker, noong ni-raise natin itong confidential fund, ay sa halip na sagutin ng Vice President at Secretary ng DepEd, itong mga issues natin sa confidential fund at ilang pong mga issues din na nire-raise natin sa education ay mga personal attack ang naranasan ko mula doon sa Office of the Vice President at saka sa DepEd. So ang gusto ko lang sabihin, Mr. Speaker, sana naman ay hindi ganun din ang values ng opisina ng OVP at ng Department of Education. Dahil ito ay, Mr. Speaker, ito po ay trabaho lang. Okay? Wala pong pikunan trabaho lang to. Mas grabe pa nga yung nangyayari dun sa ibang mga ahensya, no? Pero they take it as a healthy exercise. Etong nangyayari dito sa Kongreso. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, tayo po dito sa Kongreso, 315 tayo. Iba-iba yung ating mga paniniwala. Political belief, religious belief, paniniwala po doon sa mga paniniwala po doon sa mga batas o bills na ipinapasa natin. Pero at the end of the day, we are colleagues. At the end of the day, nirirespeto natin ang isa't isa. Hindi kami nagpepersonalan, hindi kami tumitira ng umaatake ng personal. So yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. So may I go on to my interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Last August 18, Mr. Speaker, nagbigay po tayo ng sulat. Ang aking pong office ay nagbigay ng sulat noong August 18, addressed to the Department Secretary, yung mga hinihingi po nating mga requests, documents, bearing the status and releases, allotments, obligation, disbursements, and balances of the following items. Meron po akong in-identify, Mr. Speaker, na 27 na mga items dito. And secondly, yung hinihingi nating request of copies of the new K-10 curriculum o yung matatag curriculum. At saka yung update doon sa grade 11 and 12. Pero unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, hanggang ngayon, hindi pa ito kino-comply ng Department of Education, Mr. Speaker. Kasi kung hindi ito i-comply ngayon, so hindi tayo pwedeng pumayag na aprubahan ang budget ng Department of Education kasi itong kasimple na simpleng communication ay hindi sinasagot more than a month na, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for record, the department has complied in the submission of the following data and information. 1, the guidelines on the payment of overtime pay. 2, data on the payment of PBB, status of released PBB 2021. 3rd, status of releases,
Speaker,
allotments,
hindi po yan yung
obligation,
tinutukoy ko.
and final copy of the revised K-12 curriculum.
Ang tinutukoy ko po ay yung August 18, 2023 na budget. August 18, 2023 na letter. Ang nakalagay po dito, I write to request documents bearing, sinabi ko na kanina, sayang ang oras. Number 1, physical fitness and school sports, education, information, and communication services, legal services and development of education related to laws and rules. Number 4, child protection program. Number 5, disaster. So sayang po ang oras ko kung sasabihin ko pa lahat. So may I ask Mr. Speaker for a minute suspension so that we can confer with the distinguished sponsor.
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I have here a copy of the items requested by Her Honor through her letter dated August 18. And the department respectfully requests for time until Friday to extract the data being requested by Your Honor. And then we will submit.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, ako po ay nagtitiwala dito sa ating colleague na si Congressman Maricar Zamora na i-comply ng DepEd on Friday yung ating mga kahilingan. Okay?
That is a commitment, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you, Congressman Zamora. So on budget cuts, Mr. Speaker, alam niyo po yung binabudget natin sa education ay kulang pa yan kung pagbabatayan natin yung United Nations standard, no? At least 6% po ng GDP ang dapat na ibigay doon sa education. At nakikita natin yung mga budget cuts tuloy. Alam ko, nag-request ang Department of Education ng more than 900 billion for the department alone. Tama po ba? More than 100. More than 900 billion.
It's 954,348,965,000 to be exact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. At nakikita natin dito, no, kung ito-total natin, Mr. Speaker, yung items na may cuts, aabot sa 15,664,364,000, more or less. Kaya kahit na tumaas ang neto o yung net ng budget ng Department of Education mula sa 2023 GAA, ay makikitang hindi pa rin maganda yung sasapitin ng mga implementation ng projects and activities ng DepEd for 2024. Isa sa napansin ko, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, ay yung computerization program. Noong 2023, meron siyang 11.3 billion. In 2024, 8.9 billion with a variance of 21.64% or negative 2 billion. So, am I correct, distinguished sponsor?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you po. May may kulang siya na 2 billion. So by the way, with this budget po, so ano po yung plano ng DepEd dito? So meron ba dito na laptop or computer distribution to our teachers, schools, and students? Kabilang po ba yan doon sa plano ng computerization program?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for 2024, the department has a target of total 103,361 laptops. 34,500 of these will be for teachers, 4,001 for non-teaching, and 64,860 for classroom for students.
Okay. So can I have a copy of that, Mr. Speaker? Kasi wala naman dito sa...
Yes, we will
Thank you po.
furnish a copy.
So hopefully lang, Mr. Speaker, meron na namang bibilhing laptop, meron na namang bibilhing mga equipments. Hopefully lang, Mr. Speaker, hindi na mangyari yung dating nangyari na fiasco dito sa laptop at saka yung iba pang mga nung nakaraan. So paano ba gagawin ng DepEd ngayon ang mga procurement? Ibibigay pa rin ba ito sa PSDS ng DBM? Or you can use your yung sarili ninyong procurement committee?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department is committed to improve the procurement system of the department and to prevent from untoward incidents from happening again. And in fact, the department has created a procurement strand to focus on the procurement of all items to be procured by the department, Mr. Speaker, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. I hope wala na tayong maririnig na overpriced, na kulang po yung specification doon sa prices. So, i-ensure po ba ng DepEd yung tamang pag-procure, tamang pagbili nitong mga equipments na ito? Kasi malaki ito, Mr. Speaker, 8.9 billion.
Mr. Speaker, the department is committed to improve its procurement service, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dito po, doon naman po tayo sa basic education facilities, Mr. Speaker, basic education facilities. Sa 2023 yung mga construction, replacement, completion of school buildings, etc. ay meron dito na proposal. So from 15 billion in 2023, tapos naging 33.75 billion. So malaki po yung halos doble po yung inilagay doon sa construction, replacement, and completion ng ating mga, kasi ang DepEd po ang nagre-repair. Yung mga building na mga rooms, ayan po ay DPWH. Tama po ba, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the 33 billion mentioned earlier is for the whole basic education facilities program. And this,
yes,
and this includes the construction of the new building and the repair. So these are categorized into several subcomponents, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you po. Pero meron kayong budget na 15.604 billion, distinguished sponsor, for this year. So what is the status of the utilization? Kasi po, nakaikot po ako sa Cebu, sa Bicol. Nakita natin doon yung naging problema nung nakaraang bagyo, Mr. Speaker. At talagang naghihingi sila talaga ng, ng repair, reconstruction ng kanilang mga buildings and rooms. Eh, hindi ko naman po masagot, di ba? Alam niyo naman po yun, Mr. Speaker. So, kailangan siguro na ma-determine natin ano yung mga schools na nangangailangan ng rehab or repair. So, what is the status or the utilization rate of 15 billion in 2023?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the new construction of a building, the SARO has already been released and the implementation is ongoing under the Department of Public Works and Highways.
Magkano po
For the repair of classroom, which implementation is under the Department of Education, a portion of SARO amount of the funds amounting to 1.8 billion has already a SARO, and the 3.1 billion is still awaiting for a SARO.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yung utilization rate yung utilization ng 15.604 billion, ang na-utilize pa lang ay more than 100 billion, waiting for the SARO. So, magkano po ba yung wini-wait natin na SARO? Kasama po ba ito, yung sa 1 billion? Kasi ngayon ay October na, di ba? In 2 days, in 2 or 3 days, October na. So, we are on the 4th quarter.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with the amount I mentioned earlier on the already available SARO, a portion of that is ongoing, batch 1 is ongoing procurement, and other projects are still subject to modification. But a portion of that is already being constructed and repaired, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, hindi po ako satisfied dun sa sagot, no? Ang sinasabi ko po, based dito sa 15 billion na ito, 1 billion yung, po ito, na ongoing ang construction. So, meron tayong SARO na inaantay. Magkano po itong inaantay natin na SARO for the construction, replacement, and completion of the school buildings and repair po? So, yun po yung tanong ko, distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the allocation intended for the new construction, the SARO has been released already to the Department of Public Works and Highways for its implementation. And the procurement and implementation is ongoing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Sige, nalito po ako doon, Mr. Speaker. Ang nakalagay po dito na line item for GAA 2023 is construction, replacement, and completion of school buildings and TechVoc laboratories, installation or replacement of disability access facilities, construction of water and sanitation facilities, and site improvement. Hindi po, yun ang tinutukoy ko na sinasabi nyo new building. So, iba po yan kasi nasa DPWH po yung, yung pondo niyan. So, ito po yung mga rehabilitation and construction po ng mga iba pang mga facilities.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as earlier mentioned, a portion of that amount has already a SARO, and a portion of that is still awaiting for SARO. And those items with SARO are already being procured, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, in the interest of time, Mr. Speaker, can the distinguished sponsor submit to this representation the accurate report as regards to the utilization of this. Alam niyo na po ito, no? 15.604 billion. Ano po yung may SARO? Ano pa po yung natitira doon sa pondo? Kasi sa NEP, nakita niyo po yung NEP, 33.755 billion po yung proposed. Okay? 33.75 yung proposed, parang dinoble itong budget para sa rehabilitation. Kasi titignan natin dito, Mr. Speaker, ang pagra-rational natin ang pagbibigay ng dagdag na pondo. Kung hindi naman ito na-absorb ng isang department o ng isang agency, so paano ba yon? Kasi alam natin, meron dyang policy and rules ang DBM. So kailangan gusto nating makita yan. At idagdag ko na rin, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, yung plano sa 2024 dito sa mga binabanggit nating construction, replacement, dahil meron po sa 2024 na NEP. Pwede rin po ba yung ibigay sa kinatawang ito at sa committee, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, yes, we will comply and we will submit the data asked by Your Honor.
Well, on the next, thank you, Mr. Distinguished Sponsor, Mr. Speaker. On the electrification of unenergized schools and modernization, electrical systems, and on-grid schools. So in 2023, may budget tayong 503 million. In 2024, meron po tayong 1.2 billion. So na-utilize na po ba itong 503? So what is the status of utilization, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, out of 495 sites for electrification target for this year, 84 sites have been completed, 191 sites still ongoing, and 220 sites on various stages of procurement. Mr. Speaker.
Just the same, can we have a written report on that, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, we will comply, Mr. Speaker.
Meron din dito ang construction of medium-rise school building. Can you describe a medium-rise school building, distinguished sponsor?
Medium-rise. Sir Speaker, Your Honor, medium-rise building are those buildings with 5 to 12 stories.
5 to 12?
12
stories. Okay. May 2 billion kasi dito, Mr. Speaker. Meron ding another proposal na 2 billion sa 2024. May I know the status of the 2023 budget for this, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for 2023, there was no allocation for the medium rise, only a proposal for 2024 amounting to 2 billion, Mr. Speaker,
Okay.
Your Honor.
Oh, nasa second. I should correct that. So meron kayong proposal na 2 billion. Saan po ito? Meron kayong detalye, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the proposal for a medium-rise building will be intended for Pasig, Marikina, and Bacoor.
Okay, thank you po. Meron din ditong mga program on SPED, on ALS, construction and repair, rehabilitation, replacement. Meron kasi tayong kapapasan na batas, Mr. Speaker. Alam ko, isa ang DepEd na dapat na mag-implement. Yung National Academy of Sports. So, meron bang nakalaang budget para doon sa National Academy of Sports? At saka yung isang batas din na inaipasa po natin, yung inclusive education. I mean, yung mga SPED area na gusto nating tayuan ng mga inclusive learning resource centers. May nababasa ako dito, 16 inclusive learning resources. Saan-saan po ito, Mr. Speaker? Anong mga lugar po itong 16?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, on the question of may nakalaan ba tayong proposal for school
National Academy of
Sports, we have a proposal of 195 165,167,000 for 2024.
Okay, thank you po kung merong nakalaang budget. Anyway, yung sinasabi pong 16 inclusive learning resource centers, ibigay na lang po sa akin yung report, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of time.
Yes, we will comply, Mr. Speaker.
Yung iba ko pa pong topic, Mr. Speaker, on the reiteration po ng mga complaints ng mga union repression or union paglabag doon sa karapatan ng ating mga teachers for union. So ni-raise ko na po ito sa Civil Service Commission at very positive po ang tugon ng Civil Service Commission Chair Chief Carlo Nograles. So ito po Region 6, hindi pa raw sila binibigyan ng DepEd Central ng authority to negotiate with the union. Region 7, walang sagot ang management at busy daw sila, 3 years itong nakabinbin. Region 11, nag-i-impose ng additional requirements ang DepEd para mag-proceed ng negotiation. This is second CNA na ng Region 11. So binanggit ko na rin ito nung briefing, Mr. Speaker. Meron bang tayong update kaugnay nito, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department's stand on the CNA is that the department is willing to negotiate for the CNA. And for the regions being mentioned, for Region 6 and 7, the status now is the department is waiting for the request to negotiate and the proposed CNA.
Yes, for
Region
Region 6 and 7. How about itong Region 11?
For
na
the
tatlong
Region
taon
11,
ito, Mr. Speaker, na 3 taon na nakabinbin yung CNA negotiation nila, na renegotiation na lang naman ito eh.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, according to the records of the department is still waiting for Region 11 to submit the list of its officials, which be included in the proposed CNA.
Officials po ba? I would like to reiterate,
Yes, the updated list of officials of ACT, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you po kasi ang kala ko hinahanap ninyo yung listahan ng mga miyembro ng ACT. So that is pinuna natin yan na that is a violation of the right to organization of an individual.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, what they are waiting is the list of the officials of ACT because they form part of the party where for the negotiation.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Meron po rin tayong ni-raise yung service credit ng mga teachers natin. I know merong memo ang DepEd na hindi na lang linilimitahan sa 15 days Pero i-monitor nyo na lang po yung pag-implement on the ground. At may request din po sana ako na sana ay i-monetize. Bigyan ng karapatan naman yung mga teachers natin na just like the education support personnel, they can monetize the service credits at saka yung PVP. So ni-raise ko rin po ito sa civil service at si Chief Nograles po, as sinasabi niya, ay makikipag-usap siya sa DepEd. So tumawag na po ba ang ating chief ng CSC?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department will study the said proposal and the discussion, there is already an ongoing discussion on the matter.
Pati po yung yung rules natin on overtime pay.
We take note of that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you po. Kasi ang mga teachers, nag-demand sila ng overtime pay during the pandemic. Hindi ito pinansin nung last administration. Hopefully, mapansin ito ng civil service in coordination with the Department of Education, Mr. Speaker.
It's being studied already, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Next po, yung Teacher Effectiveness and Competencies Enhancement Project, yung TECEP. World Bank project ito na may 120 million US dollars total project cost. Last year, sinubukan ding ponduhan ito ng 602.639 million, pero hindi ito pumasok sa GAA 2023. Though pumasok ito sa unprogrammed appropriation, yung request for that. So it's now 680 plus million. So ano po yung status po nito, Mr. Speaker?
Sir Speaker, may I request for a few minute suspension?
Before the chair suspends, I'd like to the chair would like to remind the gentle lady that she has 3 more minutes. Session suspended.
Funding pang-release. So wala pa. Sir Speaker.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as of now, there is still no notice of loan proceeds. And it's still under an program.
Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Mr. Speaker, isang topic na lang. Nakakabahala, Mr. Speaker, yung report ng World Bank about the yung sa East Asia at saka sa Pacific, about the Philippines remains to be the poorest in learning in East Asia and the Pacific, with 9 out of 10 Filipinos unable to read and understand simple age-appropriate reading material by age 10. The country scored an identical of 91% learning poverty rate in 2022. In the 2023 World Bank report, however, the Philippines was still among the 8 nations that registered a learning poverty rate higher than 2/3 or 67% despite the return and in-person classes in schools in November 2022. The other 7 are Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar, etc. So unable to read. So yan po, ano, at saka yung mga multiple factors that contribute to the learning poverty and learning crisis. So mababasa niyo po yan, ano, isa din po sa naging findings ay yung tungkol dun sa sweldo ng ating mga teachers, at saka yung mga benefits, at saka yung tungkol doon sa career progression. So yun po yung isang mga factor. So meron na po bang ginagawa ang ating Department of Education para po naman maitaas natin yung ating, masolve natin yung ating learning poverty?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department takes note of these reports, and the department is committed to address these concerns. And in fact, this is the reason why the Matatag Agenda and the Matatag Curriculum was launched. And under this curriculum, the department is committed for the implementation of the National Learning Recovery Program so as to address these gaps mentioned by Her Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, so isa dito, Mr. Speaker, no, yung motivation ng ating mga teachers. Marami rin sa ating mga teachers, 44% daw nakalagay dito yung absences. At many factors, no, kung bakit nag-absent yung mga teachers. Hindi naman siguro yan umaattend ng mga rally. So economic factor, yung salary, yung medical condition, etc. So I am glad that the sponsor take note of this, and I hope the Department of Education will make necessary interventions to address this learning crisis. And that ends my interpellation, Mr. Speaker. Magandang hapon muli sa ating lahat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next on the list of our interpellators, I move that we recognize Representative Mujib Hataman of the Lone District of Basilan.
The Honorable Hataman of the Lone District of Basilan is recognized to interpellate the sponsor.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker. Maayong hapon, kapwa Mindanaoan Representative, the distinguished sponsor. Ma'am, maigsi lang ho ang tanong ko. Actually, 3 lang. Una, magkano ho ang Madaris Education Program natin for 2024?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department is proposing for 359,503,000 for the Madrasa Education Program.
Ito ho ba, ma'am, ay excluded sa program na to, yung Bangsamoro Autonomous Region? Kumbaga ito, or kasama dito sa program, yung BARM areas?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is correct. Excluded po.
Excluded or included?
Excluded, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ma'am, distinguished sponsor, pwede na lang ho, in the interest of time, pwedeng makahingi ng data ng lahat ng eskwelahan na pumasok dito sa programang ito. Kasama na rin ho yung data kung ilan yung Muslim student population na nag-avail dito sa programang ito.
Yes, we will submit and we will comply with the request of His Honor, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished sponsor. Magkano ho yung school building program natin for 2024?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, is the honorable colleague referring to a budget proposal for BARM or sa lahat?
Actually, pwede na, ma'am, diretso na tayo sa BARM,
BARM.
kasi yun din ang tutunguhin ko actually.
Okay, for Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the BARM, for 2023, we have a total allocation for 309 million. And for 2024, under NEP, we have a proposal of 600 million. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Ma'am, etong school building program natin for the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, pre-identified ba ito ng central office or lump sum dina-download natin sa BARM at ang nag-identify si MBHTE ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region.
Okay. Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the fund is a downloaded lump sum, but the identification of the school building is with the central office.
So may list ho tayo ng name of areas allocated by the fund.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Pwedeng humingi ho ng listahan ng ano, hindi ho kailangan ngayon or pwedeng mamaya. At ganon din ma'am, kung pwedeng mahingi ko na rin ho, yung mula sa 2019, do hindi pa ho panahon DepEd, kung meron lang ho tayong listahan mula 2019 up to now.
Yes, we will comply, Mr. Speaker.
Ang program fund ba dina-download natin sa BARM is school building lang o meron tayong ibang program na dina-download na pondo para sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, for the calendar year 2024, the funds that will be downloaded to BARM is only for the construction of school buildings.
Or SBP lang. So
Yes,
other
Mr.
programs, wala.
Wala na.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, baka pwedeng i-request ko na lang yung data in the interest of time ho. Halimbawa, kung mula 2019, kasi I'm sure even it is not the time of the BP, pero yung institutional memory, I'm sure yung sa finance meron silang data. From year 2019 up to 2023 ho, kung magkano ang found out. With that, Mr. Speaker, distinguished sponsor, I end my interpellation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next on the list of our interpellators, I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman of the 1st District of Albay is recognized and interpellate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Distinguished lady, would you yield to some questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
This will be a little more lengthy than my questions with respect to the office of the Vice President. I hope you would be patient with my questions. I am certain that the distinguished sponsor knows the idiomatic expression of calling a spade a spade.
Yes, I am aware of that, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And the idiomatic expression calling a spade is of classical Greek origin, but it gained popularity in Oscar Wilde's novels Dorian Gray and The Importance of Being Earnest. I am also certain that the distinguished sponsor is aware of this.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The essence of calling a spade is that one must describe a thing, a person, or an event as it is, truthfully, even to the point of brutality. Is this correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
For this reason, we call the killing of 13 farmers who demonstrated before Malacanang in 1987, among other 3,000 farmers, as the Mindiola Massacre. Not merely the killings, but Mindiola Massacre. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Even in reference to fictional characters like Father Damaso in Rizal's novel Noli Me Tangere, a prior who represented the avarice as well as the abuse of Filipino maidens. We refer to him not only as Padre or as Damaso, but as Padre Damaso, to emphasize that this is a prior. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Likewise, when we refer to the dictatorship during the martial law regime. We call it the Marcos dictatorship or dictadurian Marcos. This is not correct.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, may I request His Honor to repeat the question, Mr. Speaker?
Okay. Since the declaration of martial law, 50 years ago, and the ouster of the late President, Ferdinand Marcos Jr., we have called the era under martial law as the Marcos dictatorship or dictadurian Marcos. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Why then does the Department of Education, in its matatag curriculum, instruct students to call the Marcos dictatorship only as dictatoria, dropping the name of Marcos? Is this not a scheme to misinform or a historical revisionism to conceal Marcos as a dictator?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the Department of Education, in its effort to change the theme, the historical theme, is not to revise the history, but it is to frame a portion of the Araling Panlipunan curriculum which is to focus on historical themes and concepts and not each presidential term, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Whatever presidential term, it is important to call a spade a spade. During that Black era, it has been known locally, domestically, and internationally as Marcos dictatorship. Is it not?
Madam Speaker, Your Honor, the history tells us so.
That is our history. Is that correct?
Come again, Madam Speaker.
That is our history.
History would tell us, that is correct.
Correct.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And education, the essence of education is to search for knowledge and teach the truth. Is it not?
Mr. Speaker, may I request His Honor to repeat?
The essence of education is to search, is to teach knowledge and instruct the truth. Is it not?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay.
Speaker, Your Honor.
Let me go to, thank you for your candid answers, and let me go to another topic. What is the law which provides for the mandate and power of the Secretary of the Department of Education or the Department of Education itself?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the mandate of the department is provided under Republic Act Number 9155 or otherwise known as the Governance of Basic Education Act of 2001.
And that is correct, distinguished lady. Mr. Speaker, where in Republic Act Number 9155 is the power and mandate of the Department of Education or its secretary provided for?
The mandate. May I ask Mr. Speaker for a few minute suspension just to get the exact provision of the Republic Act?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
Mr. Speaker, Section 6 of the said Republic Act covers the mandate of the Department of Education in terms of governance. It shall be vested with authority, the department will be vested with authority, accountability, and responsibility for ensuring access to promoting equity and improving the quality of basic education. Arts, culture, and sport shall be provided for, for the basic education.
Yes.
Section 7, Mr. Mr. Speaker, distinguished colleague, provides for the powers, duties, and function.
Okay.
And the Secretary of the Department shall exercise overall authority and supervision over the operations of the Department.
Now, let me repeat that mandate of the Department of Education. And I quote, under Section 6, as correctly pointed out by the distinguished sponsor, it shall be vested with authority, accountability, and responsibility for ensuring access to, promoting equity in, and improving the quality of basic education. In other words, the principal mandate of the Department of Education is to teach and improve the quality of education in the country. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, but Section 7 of the said Republic Act also provides that in addition of the power of the Secretary under existing laws, the Secretary shall have authority, accountability, and responsibility for the following, and this includes formulating national educational policies, formulating national basic education plan, promulgating national educational standards, monitoring and assessing national learning outcomes, undertaking national educational research and studies, enhancing the employment status, professional competence, welfare, and working conditions of all personnel of the department, and enhancing the total development of learners through local and national programs and projects. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And Section 7 must be harmonized with Section 6, which is the principal mandate of the Department of Education. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Where in Section 6 or Section 7 can we infer that the Department of Education can utilize confidential funds in pursuit of its mandate and power?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, as part of the mandate of the Secretary to formulate national educational policies, it is the intention of the Department through the Secretary that policies that will be formulated will be based on data and information, accurate data and information as basis of policy proposal. The Department again is mandated to provide accessible, equitable, and quality basic education, which includes provision of a safe and enabling learning environment.
Okay.
And because education and national security are individually intertwined, thus the need for gathering of data and information, and hence the need for confidential funds. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In the formulation of education policies, the inputs should be based on academic, scientific, empirical studies, but not, and in pursuit of this objective, confidential funds are not necessary. To my mind, Mr. Speaker, no stretch of the imagination will make the use of confidential fund by the Department of Education be germane to its mandate and power under the law. Let me end this interpellation by, no, I will not yet end it. I will go back to the mandate of the Department of Education to teach or include in the curriculum the atrocities during martial law and the heroism and sacrifices of its victims and survivors. And this is pursuant to Republic Act number 10368, which provides an act providing for reparation and recognition of victims of human rights violations during the Marcos regime, documentation of such violations, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Is the distinguished lady aware of Republic Act number 10368?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And under Section 7 of this Act, it reads, the Commission shall also coordinate and collaborate with the Department of Education and CHED to ensure that the teaching of martial law atrocities, the lives and sacrifices of SRBBs in our history are included in the basic, secondary, and tertiary education curriculum. In other words, Mr. Speaker, distinguished lady, the matatag curriculum, which is only an administrative fiat, violates the mandate of this statute. We hope that the Department of Education can revise that matatag curriculum with respect to the atrocities and sacrifices during martial law and call a spade a spade. May we know whether the Department of Education has already complied with its memorandum of agreement with the Commission on Human Rights on including in the curriculum under this Act the teaching of martial law atrocities and the sacrifices and heroism of its victims and survivors.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, with respect to the responsibility of DepEd to integrate into the K-12 curriculum the core messages and content on martial law and human rights, they were already articulated in the K-12 curriculum, even in the recent updated K-10 matatag curriculum. Moreover, the updated K-10 curriculum likewise contains competencies related to human rights, particularly under Learning Strand 5, Understanding Self and Society. For instance, grade 5 and 6 of Araling Panlipunan highlight the dynamism of Philippine history, where in-depth and comprehensive discussion on martial law is emphasized. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Can we cite under what administrative issuance does the Department of Education comply with its mandate under Republic Act 10368? We cannot accept general statements. Let us go to particulars. If there is none, if there is no compliance yet, then we will urge the Department of Education to comply with its mandate under Republic Act number 10368, of which I am the principal sponsor and author.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there is a MOA between the Department of Education and the Commission on Human Rights, and the department is compliant with the said MOA.
That MOA was signed way back in 2015, and during the budget presentation of the Department of Education, they admitted that they have not complied with that MOA. That is on record, distinguished lady. Now, since the Honorable Her Excellency Vice President Sara Duterte said that she would defer to the wisdom, or to my mind, unwisdom of Congress with respect to the allocation of confidential funds to the office of the Vice President. Will she welcome the reallocation of the 150 million confidential fund to an item of expenditure known as school site acquisition, considering that there is difficulty now in having school sites?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the Secretary of the Department of Education is consistent with her stand that she submits to the discretion of the Congress.
Yes, we know that. That has been repeated, and I said that is throwing back the onus to Congress. But what I am asking now, whether she would welcome the reallocation of her confidential funds to the item of expenditure known as school site acquisition, which is also in her department.
Purchase of land. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the stand of the Secretary of the Department is she can only propose for how funds will be utilized and propose for the implementation of the programs under the department.
Well,
Again, leaving the discretion to the decision of the Congress.
So from that ambivalent answer, we can understand that she does not welcome the reallocation of her confidential funds to the acquisition of a school site as proposed, as will be proposed in the budget of the Department of Education. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished lady, for answering my questions. Maraming salamat.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, next on our list of interpellators, I move that we recognize Senior Deputy Minority Leader Paul Daza.
The Senior Minority Deputy Leader, Paul Daza, is recognized to interpolate the sponsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon again to everyone. First of all, allow me to thank the department. In the committee hearing, I had asked for a lot of reports and documents. I received them. In fact, I must admit that it was professionally done. It was tabbed and easy to read. So thank you so much for that. But there was one item lacking, and we were told that the enrollment and dropout rates were not yet ready. I'm okay with that, provided that the sponsor, the department, can just give me a timetable because I think it's very important that we discuss enrollment, dropout, and reasons why students and children drop out from our DepEd schools, and they should be addressed. I think there were many members of the House who expressed similar sentiment. So I just want an assurance that DepEd will be working on those statistics and the results, and just give me a timetable.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the department intends to close the encoding by October 30. And after that, the department can be able to submit the data requested by His Honor. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, our sponsor. I will accept that and be looking forward to those data and statistics. Secondly, from the reports given to me and from the committee hearings, we have a shortage of 165,000 school classrooms, 61,000 healthcare facilities, hand washing equipment, toilets, all sorts of required facilities in our classrooms. And in fact, I appreciated the candid answers during the committee hearings by no less than the Vice President that the funding requirements for the shortages is tremendous. It was actually, it was overwhelming. Would that be a fair statement to make from the committee hearing?
That is an accurate statement, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Yeah, thank you. Now, I wanted to tie this into a very good program that DepEd has, which is called the Government Assistance and Subsidies, what we call GASP, the voucher system. Students who go to private schools in areas where the public school system is overloaded are given vouchers to support those private facilities. My understanding is we have a budget of about more or less for grade 7 to grade 12. It's about 37 billion pesos for 2024. Is that more or less the ballpark figure?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department is proposing for 39,333 million for 2024.
Okay. Now, the title is Government Assistance and Subsidies. I just wanted to propound to the sponsor and to the department that it might be time for a paradigm shift on our thinking, because no less than the Vice President and the officials had said that the shortages is so overwhelming, it's large amounts. So we have various laws. Most administrations have advocated public-private partnership. The way I look at the GASP program is really a public-private partnership. So instead of maybe thinking it as a subsidy, and because in the private sector, if you put students in private facilities, they have classrooms, you already have the toilets, the hand-washing facilities, and it's a lot faster to do that. So what are the thoughts of the department in taking a look at this program and really look at it as a PPP to fast-track at least reducing the shortages in classrooms, healthcare facilities, and others?
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department will take note of the suggestion of our distinguished colleague, and in line with the recognition of the department on the shortages of classroom and the need for partnership with the private sector, studies are being made on how to improve the said program.
Mr. Speaker, for the information of the DepEd, the Universal Access to Tertiary Education, Republic Act 10931, which was passed during the time no less than the father, the Vice President, is such a good law. And that law made it free tuition for state colleges. And it had another component where living allowance and what we call tertiary educational subsidies is given to poor students in private colleges. So even in the tertiary education, we already have the law for that, and we're funding it. So I wanted to encourage DepEd to see how maybe we can tweak the GASP program and find areas with either no public schools or that are overloaded, and find good private schools and then find ways to increase the budget. I would be satisfied if the sponsor will just say that they will put it in their agenda to take a look at it and maybe give the Speaker, Committee on Appropriations, and myself a report that they considered it and looked at all the angles as a possibility in at least reducing the very shortages that we have.
Sir Speaker, Your Honor, the department will include this in the legislative agenda of the department for submission to Congress, for Congress to act and propose for appropriate laws for this matter, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you very much for that to my distinguished colleague. I had asked if the department will remember, I had asked questions if the department is familiar with the free public Wi-Fi program. It's a law that mandates free public Wi-Fi in DepEd schools, barangays, state universities. And I had asked for statistics, and that was given to me. Thank you very much. It seems to be that more or less, depending on which region, what area, anywhere from 50 to 60% of our DepEd schools have Wi-Fi already, which is, I think, good news. Now, my question is, because I have a strong suspicion, because DICT is somewhat underutilizing their funds. So my question is, who is paying for the connectivity, internet connectivity, of those 50 to 60% of the schools you reported that had internet connection?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for the payment of the connectivity, it's with the Department of Education and the LGU through its Special Education Fund.
Could you kindly repeat that, please? I didn't hear. It's the DepEd that's paying for the internet connectivity in the schools?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. DepEd is paying for the connectivity through the MOE given to the schools, or other sources are from the SEF of the LGU.
I was afraid that you were going to confirm that, and that should not be the case. Under the law, DICT has substantial amounts that's supposed to provide and pay for the connectivity of our DepEd schools. In fact, the spectrum user fee is now about 21 billion pesos. So, because I want to help DepEd, because you have so many problems, and I want to be solutions-oriented instead of just always crying and pointing out problems. So I hope that the department will take a look at that, engage DICT, and I'm sure the Committee on Appropriations will be more than happy to help you, because there is funding for the internet connectivity, and it's based on a law. It's a legal mandate. What are the thoughts of the department and the sponsor on that?
We appreciate, Your Honor, for bringing that up, and we hope that we can improve the implementation of the Wi-Fi connectivity, especially in terms of payment of the connectivity, if the Committee on Appropriations or any other agencies, or the ICT for that matter, will work closely with the department.
So my request, Mr. Speaker, is for the department, because the Vice President, I'm sure, sits in the cabinet, the Secretary of the DICT sits in that same cabinet. There's no reason for them not to discuss it and find funding solutions so we can reduce the MOE and DepEd expenditures and use those spectrum user fee funds that's available, because it doesn't make sense to me that we're putting the burden on the principals and the schools for connectivity when the law mandates that DICT pays for that.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, for record, there are already 944 public schools that are connected through the ICT Wi-Fi. And per record, this number is not sufficient, and the Department of Education is working closely with the ICT.
Okay, thank you for that. But 944 out of how many schools nationwide?
Out of 47,000 schools, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
So it's not substantial performance on the DICT part. But, you know, we're giving them the elbow room because they're a fairly new agency, and so we're also trying to help them fast-track this program. So I just want an assurance and maybe a request from the department that they will take this up with the ICT and maybe just give us a report in the Committee on Appropriations sooner than later, and I would be satisfied if the department will assure us that they will engage the ICT and just give us a report whenever they can within the next few months.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, there are regular meetings being conducted between the Department of Education and
Okay, thank you very much. Now, I was personally disappointed the last 2 years. As we all know, malnutrition is a big problem in our country, and DepEd is in a critical role because many of our children are underweight, stunted, and I'm happy that the President, I think in the last SONA, mentioned that this was a priority. The budget for the school-based feeding program, which includes milk for the children, is very good. It was $6 billion in 2021. It was reduced to 3.3 in 2022 because of the pandemic. Revenues, I guess, went down. But it's back up again for 2024, and rightfully so, which is 11.7 billion. So my question is, because there were implementing issues before, so I want the sponsor to share with us the improvements in the school-based feeding program that will address head-on the malnutrition facing many of our students.
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, these are several improvements in the school-based feeding program, and this includes implementation of the program through Central Kitchen, pre-engagement certification for suppliers and government partners, food safety training, cluster mapping and suppliers forum, local collaboration with the local government units to extend feeding program, localized procurement for the school-based feeding program supplies, proposal to expand feeding to 220 days, and a proposal to increase unit cost per meal per learner from 20 pesos to 25 pesos. These are some of the initiatives being made by the department to improve the school-based feeding program, Mr. Speaker. Your Honor.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm hoping that the department, and no less than the Secretary and the Vice President, will really be at the forefront and push this. It will help many, many needy and poor students in our country. So thank you for sharing those substantial improvements in the implementation of the program. My last question is, recently, DepEd and GSIS entered into a memorandum of agreement. Some parts of it I think was good. They reduced interest rate for salary loans of teachers, but it extended repayment up to 15 years. Now, I'm at a dilemma to bring this, but I think I owed it to the department and to the teachers to at least bring this up. Is it really good policy to extend repayment period? Because there are many cases teachers retire and there's really no benefit they're going to get because GSIS just basically takes all the retirement benefits to pay off the loan. So my question is, aren't we creating a culture, a borrower's culture, a culture of indebtedness? What are the thoughts of the good sponsor?
Sir Speaker, may I request for a few minutes?
Session suspended.
Mr. Speaker.
Session is resumed.
The extension of loan, as mentioned by His Honor, which we call it's a GSI, is a GSIS policy and not part of the Memorandum of Agreement of DepEd and GSIS. The said scheme is actually proposed by GSIS to all government workers and not to teachers alone. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay, I wanted to bring this out because I know many of the teachers have emergencies, they need loans, and in some cases maybe the GSIS facility is advantageous. But I'm just concerned that we're now allowing them to borrow such a long period of time that it might have a counterproductive or a counterintuitive result where we're encouraging more teachers to borrow, and then when they retire, they have no retirement benefits because GSIS will just end up using that to pay off the loans. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the response of the sponsor. I just wanted to highlight that, and I'll leave it up to the department to maybe rethink if they think it's in their wisdom that should be rethought out. But there's one other issue that I think the department should know about. If the articles I read is correct, DepEd assigns loan verifiers that help teachers who are borrowing from GSIS. My understanding, these are DepEd employees, and they're called verifiers. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Is it also true that these verifiers are getting some sort of incentive or compensation from the GSIS?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, based on the record of the department, they only get personal accident insurance cover from the GSI.
Okay. I just wanted to give the department a heads up because I think we all support DepEd. There's just no way you cannot support Department of Education. I wanted to give the officials a heads up because as many of us know, there's a prohibition on double compensation. I think we all know that. All government officials are prohibited from getting two compensations. So if they are DepEd employees and then getting some sort of cash or in-kind benefit from GSIS, I would hate to see DepEd officials face legal issues down the road. I just wanted to highlight that and let the sponsor and the officials know that there could be a legal concern on that arrangement.
Mr. Speaker, the department will look into it.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Zamora for her graciously answering many difficult questions this afternoon. I thank the Vice President for being here with us personally and the other DepEd officials. Thank you for those responses. And having no more members of the minority who wishes to propound questions, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate for the budget of DepEd, including all the attached agencies for the fiscal year 2024.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if this representation may be allowed for my closing statement as the sponsor.
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, as we conclude our deliberations on the Department of Education budget, we acknowledge the paramount role that education plays in shaping our country's future. We have no less than the second highest elected official of the land and the Vice President leading the department. The Vice President brings with her a responsive and transformative synergy directed towards ensuring the well-being and security of both learners and educators alike. It is amply clear to all our investment in education today determines the success and prosperity of our nation tomorrow. The DepEd is mandated to ensure the provision of accessible, equitable, and quality education for all. The department strives to create and sustain an educational system that equips our learners with the skills and knowledge necessary to participate effectively in society, laying the foundation for them to contribute to economic development and lead fulfilling lives. All of these necessarily include the provision of a safe and enabling learning environment. Education and national security are inevitably intertwined. Our schools are confronted by threats of recruitment to terrorist and extremist groups, drug trade, sexual abuse, child pornography, as well as organized criminal activities and scams against our learners, teachers, and non-teaching personnel. The sobering reality is that confidential funds are necessary in gathering intelligence for the formulation and implementation of target programs, activities, and projects to combat threats to security in our school and for our personnel. But for our part, Congress, in the exercise of its powers, balances fiscal responsibility with our commitment to providing quality education for all. This allocation will empower our schools to innovate, enhance infrastructure, foster skilled educators, and ensure accessibility to education across diverse communities. Again, the department submits to the wisdom of Congress in determining the investment in our learners. Thank you, dear colleagues, and thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Sponsor. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, we join the minority in the motion to terminate the interpellations on the proposed budget of the Department of Education, including attached agencies. So moved.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Motion's approved. The budget deliberations for the Department of Education is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session is suspended.
Display lang ako dito.
Adjust tayong konti. Trust tayong konti, mga tol. Local bills pa nga lang lahat eh. Yung local bills bago DBM kasi wala pa sila. You have it? Yeah, I request the last round.
Anong sequence ko? Kailan ako? Wait pa tayo? Ayun, sabi ko, tagal pa rin. Lani. Ay, sa franchise. Pwede natin.
Have the ano, the list.
Yung mga ito.
Reference lang yan mo.
Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration on House Bill 8980. So move.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we proceed with a reference of business and request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills, resolutions, and committee reports. So move.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the bills, committee reports, and communications.
Reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill number 9301, defining and providing for more severe penalties for large-scale exploration and exploitation of corals and coral reefs, taking endangered species and other similar acts of destruction of marine resources, by Representatives Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Erwin, Yap Edvic, and Yap Eric.
To the Committee on Aquaculture and Fisheries Resources.
House Bill number 9306, declaring certain parcels of land occupied by educational institutions within the Welfareville property located in Mandaluyong City as exempt from any sale or disposition, by Representative Gonzales Neptali.
To the Committee on Housing and Urban Development.
House Bill 9310, granting Negros Electric and Power Corporation a franchise to establish, operate, and maintain for commercial purposes and in the public interest a distribution system for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the cities of Bacolod, Silay, Talisay, and Bago, and the municipalities of Murcia and Don Salvador Benedicto, all in the province of Negros Occidental, by Representatives Paduano, Ferrer, Juliet Marie, and Benitez.
To the Committee on Legislative Franchises.
House Bill 9311, creating the province of Zamboanga Occidental, by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 9312, converting the Toledo City Science High School in Toledo, Cebu into Toledo City National Science High School, by Representative Garcia Pablo John.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 9313, declaring the province of Cebu as the design capital of the Philippines, by Representative Garcia Pablo John.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
House Bill 9321, ensuring the welfare and protection of business process outsourcing workers, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment.
House Bill 9322, fostering family bonding and care through the granting of leaves to employees of the private and public sectors, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Labor and Employment and the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Bill 9323, declaring Macahambus Gorge and its environs in Lumbia cities of Cagayan de Oro, Misamis Oriental as an ecotourism zone, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Tourism.
House Bill 9324, providing protection to the remittances of overseas Filipino workers, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs.
House Bill 9325, amending the Magna Carta for public social workers to increase compensation and benefits, by Representative Suwan.
To the Committee on Social Services.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1333, urging the PRC to establish a service center in Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, by Representative Amatong.
To the Committee on Civil Service and Professional Regulation.
House Resolution 1334, expressing the profound sympathy and sincerest condolences of the House of Representatives on the demise of former Bulacan 2nd District Representative Pedro M. Pancho, by Representatives Plato and Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1335, expressing the profound sympathy and sincerest condolences of the House on the demise of former Marikina 1st District Representative Bayani F. Fernando, by Representatives Plato and Cruz Ricardo.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1336, congratulating Camarcor Manila for winning the choral competitions in Europe, by Representatives De Venecia, Co Angelica Natasha, Legarda, Garcia, Maria Angela, Veloso Tuazon, Del Mar, Barba Benitez, Nograles, Margarita, Maceda, Bolilia, Velasco, Conghun, Garcia Jose Arturo, Aumentado, Robes, Vergara, Mercado Revilla, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Go Mark, Atay de Alonte, Rodriguez Rufus, Villarica, Fernandez, Gomez, Singson Mihan, Bautista Lim, Cuwa, Revilla Brian, Kimbo, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Horibata, Salceda, and Arenas.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1337, expressing the deep condolences of the House on the passing of veteran broadcast journalist Miguel Mike Castro Enriquez, by Representatives De Venecia, Co Angelica Natasha, Legarda, Garcia, and other members.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1338, expressing profound condolences of the House on the demise of former Representative Bayani Flores Fernando, by Representative Olivares.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1339, congratulating and commending Mr. Yojiboy G. Esquilio for winning multiple medals and becoming the champion of the World Division Senior Solo Dance in World Championship Performing Arts 2023, held in Anaheim, California, USA, by Representative Olivares.
To the Special Committee on Creative Industries.
Committee reports. Committee Report number 795 to 800, submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Appropriations, and Ways and Means on House Bill numbers 9314, 9315, 9316, 9317, 9318, and 9319, respectively. Committee Report 801, submitted by the Committee on Labor and Employment on House Bill number 9320. Committee Report number 804, submitted by the Committee on Health on House Bill number 9335.
The aforementioned committee reports are all referred to the Committee on Rules.
Additional reference of business. Messages from the Senate. Messages dated September 25, 2023, informing the House of Representatives that the Senate on even date passed with amendments House Bill number 7397, 6128, 7088, 7091, 7087, 6704, 6553, 6552, 7961, 7412, 7090, and 7398, in which it requests the concurrence of the House.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
Additional reference of business to Committee reports. Committee report numbers 802 and 803 submitted by the Committees on Higher and Technical Education, Appropriations, and Ways and Means on House Bill numbers 9332 and 9334 respectively. Committee report 804 submitted by the Committees on Health and Appropriations on House Bill number 9335.
To the Committee on Rules, Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to reconsider the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6527 and Senate Bill number 2233 on the Private-Public Partnership Code.
There's a motion to ratify the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6527 to reconsider the ratification of the Bicameral Conference Committee report on the disagreeing provision of House Bill number 6527 and Senate Bill number 2233 on the Private-Public Partnership PPP Code. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to designate the following members to the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of House Bill number 6527 and Senate Bill number 2233, namely Representative Romeo S. Momo Jr., Representative Eleandro Jesus F. Madrona, Representative Joey Sarte Salceda, Representative Ramon Jolo B. Revilla III, and Representative Sergio C. Dagoong.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, under the calendar of the business for the day, I move that we consider House Bill number 9155 as contained in Committee Report 761, submitted by the Committee on Legislative Franchises, copies of which have been distributed to the members, and for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the measure.
House Bill number 9155, an act renewing for another 25 years the franchise granted to PEC Broadcasting Corporation under Republic Act number 8685, entitled An Act Granting to PEC Broadcasting Corporation a franchise to construct, establish, install, maintain, and operate radio and television stations in the Philippines.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion to open this period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Legislative Franchises, the Honorable Representative Gas Tambunting of the 2nd District of Parañaque City.
The Honorable Gas Tambunting is recognized for his sponsorship.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. It is my pleasure to sponsor House Bill number 9155 and let the explanatory note serve as my sponsored speech. This is a bill sponsored by the Honorable Ferg Biron and yours truly. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we... Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate, I move that we terminate this period of sponsorship and debate.
There is a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There is a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no committee nor individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
There is a motion to terminate the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading House Bill number 9155.
There is a motion to vote on second reading House Bill 9155. Those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Bill 9155 is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider House Resolution 1256. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said resolution.
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 1256. A resolution congratulating and commending the Jesus is Lord Church worldwide for 45 remarkable years of successful transformational ministry in Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, and in more than 70 nations around the world.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move for the adoption of House Resolution 1256 in consolidation with House Resolution 1281.
Those who are in favor for the adoption of House Resolution 1256 say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. House Resolution 1256 is therefore adopted. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, last Monday, September 25, 2023, we adopted House Resolution number 1332, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Bayani BFF Fernando, former representative of the 1st Legislative District of Marikina City during the 17th and 18th Congresses, and former mayor of Marikina City. I move for the consolidation of similar measures, namely House Resolution numbers 1335 and 1338, with Resolution number 1332.
There's a motion for the consolidation of similar measures, namely House Resolution numbers 1335 and 1338 with House Resolution number 1332. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, last Friday, September 22, 2023, we adopted House Resolution number 1323, resolution expressing the profound condolences of the House of Representatives to the family of Honorable Pedro M. Pancho, former representative of the 2nd Legislative District of Bulacan during the 9th, 10th, 11th, 13th, 14th, and 15th Congresses. I move for the consolidation of similar measure, namely House Resolution number 1334 with House Resolution number 1323.
There's a motion for the consolidation of a similar measure, namely House Resolution number 1334 with House Resolution number 1323. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we include additional co-authors to House Resolution number 1256 and 1332 as contained in the list to be submitted by the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday. Madam Speaker, pursuant to our rules, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following: House Bill number 8447 under Committee Report number 642, House Bill number 8609 under Committee Report number 695, House Bill number 861 under Committee Report number 696, House Bill number 8719 under Committee Report number 708, House Bill number 8940 under Committee Report number 723, House Bill number 9064 under Committee Report number 746, House Bill number 9065 under Committee Report 748, House Bill number 9075 under Committee Report 749, House Bill number 9303 under Committee Report 789, House Bill number 9304 under Committee Report 790, House Bill number 9128 under Committee Report 753, House Bill number 9295 under Committee Report number 781, House Bill number 9296 under Committee Report 782, House Bill number 9297 under Committee Report 783, House Bill number 9298 under Committee Report 784, House Bill number 9299 under Committee Report 785, House Bill number 9154 under Committee Report 760, House Bill number 9191 under Committee Report 767, House Bill number 9300, under Committee Report 786, House Bill number 5731, under Committee Report 787, House Bill number 9302, under Committee Report 788, House Bill number 9307, under Committee Report number 792, House Bill number 9308, under Committee Report 793, House Bill number 9309, under Committee Report 794, and House Bill 9335, under Committee Report number 804. May I request, Madam Speaker, that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the said local bills.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the said local bills.
House Bill number 8447, an act declaring the municipality of Labo, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill 8609, an act declaring the municipality of Paracali, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill 8610, an act declaring the municipality of Santa Elena, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill 8719, an act declaring the municipality of Jose Panganiban, province of Camarines Norte, a tourism development area. House Bill 8940, an act declaring the municipality of Colombio, province of Sultan Kudarat, a tourism development area.
House Bill number 9064, an act creating a special economic zone in the city of Iloilo, province of Iloilo, creating for the purpose the Metro Iloilo Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9065, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Bislig, province of Surigao del Sur, creating for the purpose the Bislig Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9075, an act establishing a special economic zone in a portion of Salumagi Cove and in the municipalities of San Juan and Cabugao, province of Ilocos Sur, creating for the purpose the Ilocos Sur Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9303, an act establishing a special economic zone in the municipality of Mansalay, province of Oriental Mindoro, creating for the purpose the Oriental Mindoro Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9304, an act establishing a special economic zone in the city of Cavite, province of Cavite, creating for the purpose the Sangli Point Special Economic Zone Authority and appropriating funds therefore.
House Bill 9128, an act separating the Paulino Dari National High School, Balong-Balong Extension, in Barangay Balong-Balong Municipality of Pitugo, province of Zamboanga del Sur from the Paulino Dari National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Balong-Balong National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9295, an act separating the Binagasbasa National High School, Denrica High School Annex in Barangay Denrica, Municipality of Garchitorena, Province of Camarines Sur, from the Binagasbasa National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Denrica National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9296, an act separating the Bacunga National High School, Sipacong Extension in Barangay Sipacong, Municipality of Leon B. Postigo, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Bacunga National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Sipacong National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9297, an act separating the Bacunga National High School, Mangop Extension in Barangay Mangop, Municipality of Leon de Postigo, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, from the Bacunga National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Mangop National High School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9298, an act separating the Siocon Central School, JP Brillantes Extension in Barangay Jose Pre Brillantes Sr., Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Siocon Central School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as the Jose P. Brillantes Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 9299, an act separating the Bukana Elementary School, Hatib Asamudin Extension in Barangay Bukana, Municipality of Siocon, Province of Zamboanga del Norte from the Bukana Elementary School, converting it into an independent elementary school to be known as the Hatib Asamudin Elementary School and appropriating funds therefore.
House Bill Number 9154, an act granting a franchise to the Romblon Electric Cooperative, Inc., or Romelco, to construct, install, establish, operate, own, manage, and maintain distribution systems for the conveyance of electric power to the end users in the municipalities of Banton, Corcuera, and Concepcion, Province of Romblon. House Bill 9191, an act establishing an inland freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Aringay, Province of La Union, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9300, an act establishing an extension office of the Maritime Industry Authority in the municipality of Nasipit, Province of Agusan del Norte, and appropriating funds therefor. An act establishing, House Bill 5731, an act establishing an extension office of the Land Transportation Office in the municipality of Dolores, Province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds therefor.
House Bill 9302, an act establishing a regular campus of the Eastern Samar State University in the municipality of Balangiga, Province of Eastern Samar, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9307, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Naval, Province of Biliran, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9308, an act establishing Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Centers in the municipalities of Mangkayan, Kibungan, Kabayan, Atok, Itogon, and Tuba, Province of Benguet, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9309, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Bacara, Province of Ilocos Norte, and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 9335, an act upgrading the Basilan General Hospital in the city of Isabela, Province of Basilan, into a tertiary hospital to be known as the Basilan Medical Center, and appropriating funds therefor.
Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to open the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes of the said local bills as a sponsorship of the said measures.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpellate on the said local bills, I move that we close the period of sponsorship and debate.
There's a motion to close the period of sponsorship and debate. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments.
There's a motion to open the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, there being no individual or committee amendments, I move that we close the period of amendments.
There's a motion to close the period of amendments. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading on the aforesaid local bills.
There's a motion to approve on second reading the aforementioned local bills. Is there any those who are in favor say aye. Those who are against say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned local bills is approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumed. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, we are in receipt of a message from the Senate informing the House that the Senate passed with amendments House Bill numbers 6128, 6552, 6553, 6704, 7087, 7088, 7090, 7091, 7397, 7412, and 7961, bills establishing or converting the campus of various state universities and colleges. We have been advised that the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, sponsor of the aforementioned House bills, as well as its respective authors, has no objections to the amendments of the Senate to the said measures. Madam Speaker, in accordance with our rules, I move that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill numbers 6128, 6552, 6553, 6704, 7087, 7088, 7090, 7091, 7397, 7412, and 7961. I so move, Madam Speaker.
There is a motion that we concur with the Senate amendments to House Bill number 6128, 6552, 6553, 6704, 7087, 7088, 7090, 7091, 7397, 7412, and 7961. Those are in favor, say aye. Those are against, say nay. The ayes have it. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we designate the following as members of the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing votes on House Bill number 7398, establishing the Southern Luzon State University, Catanduan Campus College of Veterinary Medicine. Honorable Representative Mark Ogo, Honorable Representative David C. Suarez, and Honorable Representative Paul Ruiz Daza.
There's a motion. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended.